Chapter 237. Lin Feng's soul power and understanding of arrays had reached a whole new level. He had completed the most important transformation in this extreme destruction and rebirth. This transformation not only allowed Lin Feng's spirit array master level to undergo a qualitative and quantitative transformation, but more importantly, Lin Feng was able to complete the entire array. This array was related to the fate of the entire Zhenwu country. 2 hours later, when the last spirit pattern was intertwined, the entire combination array was successfully arranged by Lin Feng. The surroundings were emitting astonishing energy fluctuations that swept through the heavens and the earth. The power of the array was quite astonishing, shocking, and moving people. The old spirit array master and the other two were dumbfounded as they watched all of this. He had really succeeded. The array that enveloped the entire fallen moon city was a huge array, yet it had been completed by a 16 or 17-year-old boy. This could only be described as a miracle. Rumble. The earth was trembling. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Lin Feng said, "The Beastman army has arrived. Let's go back to the city." Then, the four of them entered Fallen Moon City. How was it? Huang Shalan looked nervously at Lin Feng because the array was too important to Fallen Moon City. Now that the Beastman Empire's army of more than 400,000 had arrived, Fallen Moon City was filled with despair. No problem, just wait for the show. Lin Feng's mouth curved into a sneer. Great. Huang Shalan's beautiful face revealed a breathtakingly beautiful smile. Rumble. Rumble. The earth was trembling. They're here. The Beastman Empire's army is here. Many of the soldiers standing on the city walls looked at the densely packed Beastman army in horror. The Orc army surrounded the entire Fallen Moon City so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. The four gates of the city were surrounded by soldiers, making Fallen Moon City an isolated city. They couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Hey! Hey! Moreover, Earth Fiends were pushing huge siege weapons and walking at the front. The terrifying aura of death emitted by the Earth Fiends made everyone feel a heavy pressure. The huge army of the Orc Empire stopped 3 miles away from Fallen Moon City. The commander of the Beastman Empire's army was a young man. This person was wearing a golden battle robe. Like the other beast men, he was very muscular. This was the Beastman Empire's His Highness, Celt. He was the favorite son of the Beastman Empire's Beast Emperor. Not only was he talented, but he was also brave in battle. He had a very high reputation in the army. However, at this moment, Celt's expression was very ugly. Although the Orc Empire had the help of the Demon Dao experts, it didn't go smoothly. On the battlefield, they were attacked by the 3 legions of the Zhenwu country and suffered heavy casualties. Moreover, the blood-robed beast tamer that Celt relied heavily on was killed by a human youth. When Celt heard about this, he flew into a rage. As a result, Celt and the demonic expert Li Daoxi had a discussion. Since they were constantly losing on the battlefield, they would attack from another angle. Their plan was to target Fallen Moon City and Huang Shalan. They had used Wu Yangtian as a chess piece, and their original plan was flawless. However, Lin Feng's appearance reversed the situation. The Orc Empire's army suffered heavy losses, and they couldn't capture Huang Shalan. Everything was not going well, so Celt was very angry. Li Daoxi, who had lost an arm, was riding a giant blood-red wolf on Celt's left side. "Go and shout," Celt ordered. "Yes, Your Highness." A thin beastman walked out. This was the Silver Fox Beastman, which was rare among the beastmen. It was not known for its strength, but for its wisdom. The Silver Fox Orc was Celt's military advisor, and he arrogantly looked in the direction of Fallen Moon City as he loudly shouted, "People of Fallen Moon City, listen up. You've been surrounded by millions of soldiers of the Orc Empire. You won't be able to defend your city. If you surrender now and hand over Fallen Moon City, you'll be able to keep your lives. If you continue to be stubborn, the Orc Empire will raze Fallen Moon City to the ground, and everyone will become a ghost under our blade." Of course, millions of soldiers were just bragging numbers. It was the same in wars. They liked to brag about their numbers to scare the other side. However, they still had more than 400,000 soldiers. Hearing the Silver Fox Beastman's words, The people of Fallen Moon City, who were already in panic, panicked even more. After all, the difference in numbers between the two sides was too big. Morale is low. This won't do. Blow the horn. Kill Wu Yangtian as a sacrifice, Lin Feng said. Huang Shalan hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, okay. Huang Shalan gave the order. Woo woo, the sound of a bugle horn resounded. It was the signal to gather the soldiers of Fallen Moon City. Countless ordinary people also gathered outside the city to watch the show. Let me go. Let me go. The Orc Empire's army is about to break through the city. If you don't let me go, I'll make sure you die without a proper burial. Wu Yangtian struggled violently. Kneel. The two cultivators who had escorted Wu Yangtian kicked him in the leg. Thump. Wu Yangtian knelt on the ground. Isn't that the Vice City Lord, Wu Yangtian? Many people started to talk about it. Whoosh. Lin Feng drew his black dragon sword and shouted, Wu Yangtian, the Vice City Lord of Fallen Moon City. He colluded with the Orc Empire and betrayed the Zhenwu country. He killed thousands of our brothers. The heavens will not forgive him if he is not killed. Kill him. Kill him. Everyone roared with hatred when they heard how despicable Wu Yangtian was. Wu Yangtian stared at the faces in horror. No, don't kill me. I want to see the marshal. He definitely won't kill me. Shalan, help me. Don't let him kill me. Wu Yangtian looked at Huang Shalan in horror. Have you ever thought about the thousands of brothers who died tragically? Are their lives not worth anything? Huang Shalan said coldly. She then turned around and stopped looking at Wu Yangtian. This man betrayed his country for glory and killed his brothers. He should be executed, shouted Lin Feng furiously. He grabbed his sword with both hands and slashed down. Pu. Wu Yangtian's head was sent flying and blood spurted into the sky. Good kill. Countless people shouted at the top of their lungs. The soldiers who had experienced the Battle of Death Valley were moved to tears. Lin Feng grabbed Wu Yangtian's head and walked towards the tower. He stood on top of the tower, holding Wu Yangtian's head in his hand. He looked at Celt and the others coldly and shouted, Wu Yangtian's head is here. I swear to live and die with Fallen Moon City. Your Highness, that's the guy who killed the Blood-Red Beastmaster and ruined our plan to capture Huang Shalan in Death Valley, said Li Daoxi. Said the one-armed Li Daoxie. He looked at Lin Feng with hatred. That's him. Celt's face was filled with murder. How despicable. He ruined the Orc Empire's plan. Since these people don't know what's good for them, let's attack the city. When we break through the city, I'll skin you alive. Very quickly, the order to attack the city was given. Woo woo woo, the low sound of a horn sounded. Kill them. The Orc Empire's army was moving towards Fallen Moon City. The several hundred-meter-tall Earth Fiends were also pushing huge siege weapons towards Fallen Moon City. The siege weapons were too heavy, as if they were pushing a mountain, causing the earth to shake violently. Chapter 238. Kill them. Battle cries shook the sky as countless beast men rushed over. Fallen Moon City was completely surrounded. Everyone in Fallen Moon City, including the cultivators, ordinary people, and soldiers, were pale. Many of the soldiers guarding the city were trembling. Their hearts were filled with fear, but this was normal. After all, the difference in strength was too great. Facing the possibility of death. Who could face it calmly? It wasn't that there weren't people who could face death calmly, but there were too few of them. Lin Feng didn't explain the Great Formation to the soldiers and generals. He wanted to raise their morale, but words were useless. He could only use actions. When the densely packed beast men rushed over, Lin Feng activated the Great Formation. First, it was the Great Illusionary Formation. Fog suddenly appeared between heaven and earth, and it became thicker and thicker. It even covered the scene a few meters away. Why is there fog? Celt frowned. Look, it's fog. Many of the soldiers on the city walls cried out in alarm and pointed at the fog. The densely packed soldiers of the Beastman Empire didn't care about the fog. They roared and charged over. It was at this moment that something terrifying happened. Under the ground, dense rock spikes drilled out. This was Lin Feng's low yellow rank Advanced Earth Spikes Great Formation. At that moment, it was showing its power. Pu pu pu, the sound of bodies being pierced could be heard. Many beast men were directly stabbed to death by the spikes. Heavens, what kind of technique is this? First the fog. What followed was a dense barrage of spikes. Seeing this scene, many of the soldiers in Fallen Moon City cried out in alarm. Some of the soldiers said, "A great formation. This must be a great formation. Only a spirit formation master can do this. A spirit formation master has come. Haha, this is great. The Beastman Empire's beast tamer is dead, and a great spirit formation master has come to Fallen Moon City." A soldier shouted loudly. Immediately, one person spread to 10 people, 10 people spread to 100 people. Spirit formation masters were shrouded in a mysterious veil to everyone. Now that a mysterious spirit formation master had appeared in Fallen Moon City, the soldiers immediately saw hope. The fog lingered and completely covered the Orc army. After the Beastmen army was shrouded in the fog, they found that they couldn't reach that place no matter how far they tried. This was the great illusionary formation set up by Lin Feng, trapping the Beastmen army. "What are you waiting for? Release the arrows," Huang Shalan ordered. "Arrows. Release the arrows." A loud roar resounded. The soldiers came back to their senses and began to shoot. Swish swish swish, the arrows blotted out the sky as they shot towards the Beastman Empire's army. The Beastman Empire's soldiers were still confused and disoriented by the large formation. At this moment, the rain of arrows had already arrived. Sounds of bodies being pierced could be heard. God knows how many soldiers of the Orc Empire were killed by the dense rain of arrows. Screams rang out one after another. "Damn it, it's a great formation. Fallen Moon City has a spirit formation master who set up such a powerful formation. It's incredible. Even a profound level spirit formation master would find it difficult to do this. Could it be that Fallen Moon City has a profound level spirit formation master?" Li Daox's face became extremely ugly. A spirit formation master? Kelt's face changed greatly. He knew how terrifying a human spirit formation master was. They controlled great formations and could control unknown power. "Elder Li, please ask the spirit formation master of the Soul Devourer Temple to come out and help." Kelt looked at Li Daoxi and said, "It's too late to send a message now. Now that the army is trapped in the formation, it's troublesome. I think the reinforcements from Fallen Moon City will come soon." Li Daoxi said gloomily. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the dense rain of arrows shot into the fog and killed countless Beastman soldiers. Some Beastmen generals shouted, "Shields, hide." The Beastmen soldiers who were holding huge shields quickly rushed to the front and blocked the arrows while the rest of the Beastmen soldiers hid behind them. The arrows were blocked by the shields and the Beastmen soldiers continued to move forward. Rumble. Rumble. At the same time, the Earth Demons were pushing huge siege weapons towards Fallen Moon City. The huge siege weapons destroyed the great formation that Lin Feng had set up. The power of the great formation was weakening. "Damn it, quick, release the crossbows and kill those Earth Demons," Lin Feng said in a deep voice. There were a total of 20 giant crossbows, which required at least 20 soldiers to open. Their power was extremely shocking. However, it wasn't easy to kill the Earth Demons because of the white fog. The Earth Demons couldn't be seen. They could only hear the Earth Demons but couldn't see them clearly. Therefore, it was very difficult for the soldiers to operate the crossbows. Fortunately, the soldiers of Fallen Moon City were well trained. Thick arrows were shot out one after another. The power was terrifying. Ripping sounds were heard as the huge arrows pierced through the bodies of the Earth Demons. Then, Lin Feng activated the great formation of celestial spirits and Earth Demons. Celestial spirits were like sharp swords as they attacked the Beastmen soldiers. The Earth Demons' chi poured into the Beastmen soldiers' bodies and directly froze them. It was an extremely tragic battle. Lin Feng's great formation trapped the Beastmen army for a day and a night. Under the joint efforts of the three great formations and the soldiers guarding the city, 100,000 Beastmen were killed and countless Beastmen were injured. However, in the end, the great formation was broken by the Beastmen soldiers. Break through the city. I want to slaughter everyone in the city. I want to kill everyone. Celt roared angrily, his face contorted in anger. The Beastmen soldiers had suffered disastrous losses in this battle. The Beastmen army started to attack the city, and an even more tragic battle broke out. Fallen Moon City's casualties became more and more serious. After bitterly holding on for 3 days, they almost couldn't defend Fallen Moon City anymore. Fallen Moon City was filled with panic, but at that moment, the reinforcements from Fallen Moon City arrived. Great General Zhong Kuei personally led 200,000 Red Flame soldiers. The reinforcements are here. Countless people in Fallen Moon City were excited. Kill all these beast men. Great General Zhong Kuei held his azure dragon saber and rode on his red flame horse. The Beastmen army was attacked from both sides and suffered disastrous losses. Your Highness, quickly break out of the encirclement, said the Silver Fox Beastman anxiously. How could this be? Damn it, how could this be? It was a flawless plan, but it was Lin Feng. It was all his fault. This prince will definitely kill him, Celt roared in anger. Under the protection of the Beastmen soldiers, Celt led some people to break out of the encirclement, but most of the Beastmen were annihilated. In this battle, the Beastmen Empire's army of 470,000 had been killed and 170,000 had been captured. The rest had fled under Celt's command. Chapter 239. The Battle of Fallen Moon City was a huge blow to the Orc Empire. They lost hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Not only did they lose their military strength, but their morale was also affected. When the news of the Battle of Fallen Moon City spread to the Orc Empire panicked. The Orc Empire's main army was blocked by the 3 legions of the Zhenwu country, so the Orc Empire's higher-ups hoped to seize Fallen Moon City and open a path to the Zhenwu country. However, the result was so tragic. The Zhenwu country's morale was greatly boosted, and they pursued the Orc Empire's army. The Orc Empire's army, which had completely lost their confidence, was utterly defeated. The Orc Empire lost more than 200,000 soldiers on the main battlefield. The Orc Empire's million-strong army invaded the Zhenwu country and lost more than 600,000 soldiers in the end. At the same time, the Sun Moon City's experts appeared and entered the Orc Empire. They fought with the Soul Devourer Palace's experts who were hiding in the Orc Empire. One of the Soul Devourer Palace's 3 Yin-Yang Realm experts was killed, and the other 2 escaped. Without the support of the Soul Devourer Palace, the Orc Empire had no power to resist. The 3 legions of the Zhenwu country directly attacked the Orc Empire's imperial city. This was the greatest victory that the Zhenwu country had achieved in the hundreds of years of war with the Orc Empire. This matter also shocked the East County and the Divine Continent. No one had expected the Orc Empire to lose so tragically. The Orc Empire was forced to sign a city treaty with the Zhenwu country. The treaty mainly included the Orc Empire giving 10 cities to the Zhenwu country as compensation, and the Orc Empire had to pay tribute to the Zhenwu country every year. When the news of the signing of the city treaty reached the Zhenwu country, the whole country rejoiced. Fallen Moon City's City Lord's mansion was very lively, and the celebration banquet was held there. Lin Feng, my young friend, on behalf of the 3 legions and the countless citizens of the Zhenwu country, I propose a toast to you. If it wasn't for you setting up a formation to block the Orc Empire's army, Fallen Moon City would have fallen. The consequences would be unimaginable. Old Marshal Huang raised his wine cup. Facing this old marshal who had contributed his entire life to the country, how could Lin Feng dare to be careless? He quickly raised his wine cup and said, "For the sake of the country's survival, how can I avoid it for the sake of fortune and disaster? When the country is in danger, as a disciple of the Zhenwu country, I naturally have to fight on the battlefield for the sake of the country and its people. Even if I die, I have no regrets. Everything I do is what I should do. Old Marshal, please don't praise me. Good, good, good. What a good saying. How can we avoid it for the sake of our country's survival? I can see the hope of our country's future in you. Let's toast to the fallen soldiers." The old marshal raised his glass and finished it in one gulp. Everyone in the hall raised their wine glasses and drained them in one gulp. The banquet was very lively. This great victory was to everyone's satisfaction. Lin Feng was the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone knew that if it weren't for Lin Feng, the outcome of the Orc Empire's invasion would have been hard to predict. First, he chased after the blood-robed beast tamer alone, and in the end, he fought a bloody battle and killed the blood-robed beast tamer. In the Death Canyon, he led a 1,000-man army without fear of death, heavily injuring the martial King Realm demonic path expert Li Deoxi, destroying the demonic path and the Orc Empire's plan to kidnap Huang Shalan. Outside Falling Moon City, he laid out a grand formation without fear of death, blocking the Orc Empire's army of over 400,000 for a day and a night, buying precious time for the reinforcements to arrive. This battle. If it weren't for Lin Feng, would the city be destroyed by now? On the other hand, the Azure Dragon Institute students were brimming with excitement. In this battle, they had followed Lin Feng and achieved great merits. In the future, when the Azure Dragon Institute recommended people to join the ancient forces, they would be the first to be recommended. Even if they couldn't join the ancient forces, they could still rely on their military merits to win a good future. Halfway through the banquet, Lin Feng and Huang Shalan walked toward the back garden. Now that the war is over, you should go back, Huang Shalan said reluctantly. Lin Feng grabbed Huang Shalan's slender hand, saying, even if I go back, I will miss Sister Shalan. Don't be like this, it won't be good if people see us like this. Huang Shalan struggled lightly, but Lin Feng's grip tightened. Huang Shalan usually wore armor, but today, she wore a low-cut evening gown, which fully accentuated her tall figure and full breasts. Coupled with her delicate and beautiful face, she was simply a stunner in the world. What are you afraid of? Unmarried man, unmarried woman. Not only did Lin Feng not let go, he even pulled Huang Shalan into his embrace. Huang Shalan's face was pink, struggling lightly, but she soon discovered that she had no strength left in her body. She leaned weakly into Lin Feng's embrace. Huang Shalan didn't know when it started, but she had been fantasizing about such a scene. She didn't know when this man who was several years younger than her had completely occupied her heart. Under the moonlight, Huang Shalan's delicate and pink face was so beautiful and charming. Lin Feng couldn't help but kiss Huang Shalan's pink lips. Woo woo. Huang Shalan's eyes were wide open. She hadn't thought that Lin Feng would be so daring. There were still people passing by. Huang Shalan wanted to push Lin Feng away. However, she discovered that she had no strength left in her body. Thinking that Lin Feng was about to leave, she closed her eyes and let Lin Feng taste her. Lin Feng held Huang Shalan's waist and carried her towards the rockery not far away. Ah, what are you doing? When Huang Shalan saw that Lin Feng was carrying her to the fake mountain, her face immediately turned red. Lin Feng had dared to do such a thing to her on the small road outside. Now that they were in the fake mountain, there was no one else around. She didn't know what he would do to her. You'll find out later. Lin Feng had an evil smile on his face. Don't. Soon, Huang Shalan's shy voice came from behind the rockery. After an unknown amount of time, Huang Linger's voice came from outside. Big sister, are you here? Lin Feng and Huang Shalan quickly cleaned up the mess. Lin Feng left from the other side of the rockery while Huang Shalan tidied up her clothes and hurried out. Huang Linger saw Huang Shalan come out from behind the rockery and saw a familiar figure disappearing into the night. She immediately revealed a suspicious look. She looked at Huang Shalan with an unfriendly expression. What are you doing behind the rockery? Nothing. I was just passing by, Huang Shalan said in a panic. However, her pretty face still had a blush that hadn't faded from her pleasure. Huang Linger wasn't so easily fooled. She sniffed and asked, what's that smell? It's so pungent. Is it? Why can't I smell it? Huang Shalan said with a red face. What's that milky white thing on your mouth? Huang Linger asked suspiciously. Huang Shalan turned pale with fright. She quickly licked it clean with her tongue and said, the cheese I ate just now accidentally stuck to my lips. Huang Linger snorted coldly and turned to leave. Huang Shalan wanted to stop Huang Linger, but she didn't have the courage to do so. She knew that Huang Linger must have seen something. She also knew that Huang Linger was interested in Lin Feng. She was Huang Linger's older sister, yet she was also attracted to Lin Feng like a moth to a flame. Moreover, she had been so crazy behind the rockery. If Huang Linge hadn't come, Huang Shalan would have thought that Lin Feng would have taken her first time there. Huang Shalan's feelings were very complicated. She didn't know how to face Huang Linge. Chapter 240. Lin Feng's group rested in Falling Moon City for 3 days before the city arranged for a griffin to send them back to the Azure Dragon Institute. Their mission this time was completed. Lin Feng laid on the griffin's soft fur, allowing the wind to blow on his face, basking in the sun, warm and comfortable. Huang Linge sat down beside Lin Feng, using her little leg to kick Lin Feng. Lin Feng opened his eyes, looking at Huang Linge with a smile. Lil Sisling, is something the matter? Huang Linge looked at Lin Feng with a hint of resentment in her eyes. Lin Feng felt goosebumps all over his body from the look in Huang Linge's eyes. Those who didn't know would think that Lin Feng had done something outrageous to Huang Linge and then abandoned her. Huang Linge's voice was soft as she asked, "On the day of the celebration banquet, why did you leave halfway? Where did you go?" Huang Linge's eyes never left Lin Feng's eyes as she asked. She believed that the eyes were the window to a person's soul. A light flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. Naturally, he couldn't tell Huang Linge that he and her sister were having sex behind the fake mountain, right? Lin Feng said, "We drank too much that day, so we went back early to rest." "Is that so?" Huang Linge asked. "Of course." Lin Feng nodded, then closed his eyes. Huang Linge bit her pale lips, looking at Lin Feng with a complicated expression. 10 days later, Lin Feng's group returned to the Azure Dragon Institute, receiving a generous reward from the Azure Dragon Institute's upper echelons. Many of the students who came back early were vexed. They didn't expect that in this battle, the true martial country defeated the Beastmen Empire. If they hadn't come back, they could have been like these people, receiving the opportunity to join an ancient force R. These vexed people had no idea how many life and death battles Lin Feng and the others had gone through. After returning to the Azure Dragon Institute, life became a lot more peaceful. The fire Chiline snuck back at night. Noticing that the fire Chiline was twice as fat, Lin Feng commented, "Looks like you haven't spared the Azure Dragon Institute's kitchen R." The fire Chiline pouted, "The Azure Dragon Institute's kitchen only has a few things that are barely passable. This grandpa has already set his sights on the entire imperial capital. When I'm done eating, I'll go to the imperial palace for a stroll." Lin Feng almost fell to the ground. The fire Chiline was truly a scourge. Wasn't it enough for him to wreak havoc in the Azure Dragon Institute? He actually wanted to wreak havoc in the imperial capital, and even planned to go to the imperial palace. Lin Feng felt that if the fire Chiline was really killed one day, it would definitely become a delicacy in the mouths of some people. In the following days, Lin Feng began to learn alchemy from the fire Chiline. You need to buy a cauldron first, but there aren't any good cauldrons in the imperial capital. The fire Chiline curled its lips. Lin Feng spent a large sum of money to buy a cauldron made from deep-sea black crystal iron. The fire Chiline snorted disdainfully. "Compared to the Mother Star Wu cauldron I used in the past, it's 108,000 miles away. That Mother Star Wu cauldron is one of the 108 treasured cauldrons are." "Oh, 108 treasured cauldrons?" Lin Feng looked at the fire Chiline in astonishment. The fire Chiline explained, "These 108 treasured cauldrons are all extremely precious. Not only are their forging skills high, but the materials used to forge them are also extremely precious. Those materials are all materials used to forge Saint Emperor artifacts." Hiss. Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. According to the legends, in the ancient times, there was a Saint Emperor who wanted to forge a Saint Emperor artifact. He searched the entire 3 realms, but he could not find any divine materials. In other words, a Saint Emperor level master was searching for materials that were sufficient to forge a Saint Emperor artifact, but even after searching the entire 3 realms, he could not find such materials. Because these materials were too rare. And the materials used to forge 108 treasured cauldrons were materials that Saint Emperors could not find. From this, one could see how precious these 108 treasured cauldrons were. Lin Feng said, "Using materials that are sufficient to forge a Saint Emperor artifact to forge a cauldron? Isn't that a waste of heavenly resources?" The fire Chiline rolled its eyes. Of course not. You must know that the status of an alchemist is extremely high, and only 108 cauldrons like this has appeared in 100 million years. It's not excessive at all. Lin Feng said, then what's so special about these cauldrons? They can only be understood, but not explained. In the future, if you have the chance to obtain one of these cauldrons, you will know how terrifying they are. The fire Qilin purposely kept Lin Feng in suspense, making his heart itch. However, Lin Feng did not ask the fire Qilin. In any case, Lin Feng understood the fire Qilin's personality. Even if he asked it, it would definitely not tell him. Lin Feng took out the cauldron and placed it on the table. The fire Qilin said, "Today, we will learn about extraction. Extraction is the first step in refining spirit medicines. There are thousands of extraction methods, and the purer the extracted liquid, the better the effect of the refined pill. Some people have mastered a high extraction method and can refine the same pill 10 times or more than others. From this, we can see the importance of extraction. The most important point is that the higher the extraction method, the less impurities the extracted spirit liquid will have. You must know that when these pills are consumed, there will be impurities in the body. If too many impurities accumulate in one's body, it will hinder one's cultivation. The fewer impurities there are, the better. The extraction method I will teach you is one of the 3,000 extraction methods created by the ancient alchemy god. The process is extremely complicated, but the extracted spirit liquid has almost no impurities. Why was the alchemy god so awesome back then? Countless experts did not hesitate to sell their lives for the alchemy god because the alchemy god's pills were too powerful. They were not pills refined by other alchemists. Once you learn the alchemy god's basic 3,000 extraction methods, your foundation will be firm. Lin Feng was speechless. 3,000 extraction method. That was too much. According to Lin Feng's understanding, the Azure Dragon Institute's apprentice alchemists only learned 4 to 5 extraction methods, and that was already their limit. The fire Qilin said, these 3,000 extraction methods cover almost everything that can be extracted. Even if it's a piece of rock, if there is spiritual energy inside, you can extract it from it. Lin Feng nodded. The alchemy god was the alchemy god, the ancient alchemy god, the greatest alchemist since the beginning of time, a character of legend. A method passed down by such a character was definitely the best method, a method that countless people dreamed of. Regarding the fire Qilin, Lin Feng was actually quite grateful. Although this fellow was not very reliable at times, on his cultivation path, it had always guided him along the right path. If it were someone else who had Lin Feng's ability at 16 years of age, they would have long become arrogant and condescending. But this fire Qilin, this fellow, would always mumble in front of Lin Feng every day, saying that some ancient holy land's holy son was able to communicate with the gods at 8 years of age, cultivating to the yin-yang realm, and some alchemist association's young master was already a mystic realm alchemist at 15 years of age. With a fellow like the fire Qilin constantly attacking Lin Feng in front of him, how could Lin Feng dare to be arrogant? There was only urgency in his heart. Lin Feng knew that what the fire Qilin said was the truth. Among the true martial country's younger generation, Lin Feng could be considered an outstanding talent, but in the entire 3,000 prefectures, true martial country was merely a small place. The outside world was too big, and there were too many geniuses out there. If he was content to stay in a small corner, he would only be looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Therefore, Lin Feng was extremely hardworking, not daring to slack off. The moment he slacked off, he would be left far behind by those geniuses from the top forces. Chapter 241. Black vine orchid, purple moongrass, red blood vine, blood rainflower. There were a total of 12 types of spirit herbs, all of which were required to refine the body-tempering liquid. Lin Feng followed the fire Qilin and learned the basic refining techniques for 3 months. Only after he learned the 3,000 basic refining techniques did he begin his first real alchemy. Of course, the fire Qilin only let Lin Feng finish refining the spirit-tempering liquid first. Once he was familiar with the spirit-tempering liquid, he would start to condense the pill. Alchemy also needed to be done step by step. It could not be rushed, it needed to be done step by step. The fire Qilin said, Don't underestimate the spirit tempering liquid. Tempering the body, this kind of spirit liquid has a huge effect on cultivators in the warrior realm. The warrior realm is the realm where the foundation is laid, but in this realm, there are differences in talent. First, it is related to one's martial spirit, and second, it is related to the impurities in one's body. The human body is different, people eat grains, so naturally, impurities will accumulate in their body. The reason is because they don't eat grains. For example, the holy sons and holy daughters of the ancient sacred grounds eat spirit fruits and immortal herbs that have been growing for thousands of years. Naturally, there are fewer impurities in their body, so their cultivation speed is faster. The body tempering pill can help a warrior realm cultivator expel the impurities in their body. For the warrior realm, this is the realm where the foundation is laid, so it is very important. Lin Feng nodded. It was indeed as the fire Qilin said. The warrior realm was the realm where the foundation was laid. As the saying goes, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. On the long road of cultivation. The warrior realm was the beginning of a journey of 1,000 miles. If you fell behind at the beginning, you would fall behind everywhere. Winning at the starting line was very important. The fire Qilin continued, there are too many ways to refine the body tempering liquid, but the methods that have been passed down are not even in my eyes. Do you know how to extract them? Lin Feng knew that the fire Qilin was testing him. He had learned 3,000 refining methods from the fire Qilin. According to the fire Qilin, he could even extract the spirit energy in a stone. However, first, he had to find the right method. There were 3,000 methods of refining. Perhaps many of them could be used to complete the refinement, but only one method was the most correct one. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before asking, "Can I use the 1,000 hammer tempering technique?" The so-called 1,000 tempering method was to first refine the spiritual liquid into liquid according to the order, and then refine it 1,000 times with heavenly fire. Next, he mixed all the spirit liquids together and repeatedly refined them 100 times. In this way, the impurities in the spirit liquid were completely removed. Alright, you can give it a try and see if this method is the most suitable. Lin Feng nodded and began to refine the spirit herbs. Lin Feng didn't know how to refine pills in other ways, but according to what the fire unicorn had told him, the formula he had given Lin Feng was a secret formula from the ancient medicine compendium. It was called 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 the ancient medicine compendium. This was naturally an unimaginably precious prescription. The effects of the refined elixir were generally related to the following factors. The first and most important factor was the prescription. Without a prescription, it was impossible to refine a pill. However, the same type of pill, such as the Great Dragon Pill, would be far more powerful if refined using an ancient medicine formula than an ancient medicine formula, and an ancient medicine formula was much more effective than the current one. The second factor was the method to refine the spirit herbs. This was especially important. Refining spirit herbs was to remove the impurities and leave behind the purest spirit liquid. If there were too many impurities, the pill would easily explode, which also meant that the refinement would fail. Of course, even if the pill didn't explode and the refinement was successful, if there were too many impurities, would one's cultivation increase after consuming it? Or would one consume poison? One had to know that if there were too many impurities in a pill, it was no different from consuming poison. As the saying went, every medicine was 3 parts poison. The poison of a medicine referred to the impurities in the pill. The third factor was the alchemist's flame. Heavenly fire, earthly fire, demonic fire, every flame was different. The stronger the flame, the easier it was to remove the impurities during the refinement process. At the same time, the stronger the pill, the easier it was to successfully condense the pill. The fourth factor was the alchemist's soul strength. Refining medicine was a long process with many details and steps, so it required a strong soul strength to support it. This was because one had to remember every step and know what to do next. Just like the 1,000 tempering 100 tempering method that Lin Feng had just mentioned, there were a total of 14 types of spirit herbs. Each type of spirit herb had to be tempered 1,000 times, which was 14,000 times. Then, according to different steps, the remaining spirit liquids would be fused together. Every time 2 types of spirit liquids were fused together, it would be 100 tempering 100 tempering. To fuse 14 types of spirit liquids, just the first stage of the refinement would require tens of thousands of steps. How complicated was the process? Therefore, alchemists had strict requirements for their souls. Because of this, one wrong step could cause the entire process to go wrong. They had to start all over again. Lin Feng threw the spirit herb black vine orchid into the cauldron, summoned the heavenly fire, and began the refinement. Although the refinement seemed like a simple process, it was not. This was because the temperature of the flame was very high. Although it could refine the liquid out of the spirit herb, it could easily evaporate these precious medicinal liquids. Therefore, during the refinement process, the control of the flame's temperature was extremely important. Every type of spirit herb was different, so the temperature of the refinement could not be the same. Even for a single spirit herb, the refinement process was divided into 4 stages: beginning, middle, end, and end. Each stage had different temperature changes. How to control this temperature required a strong soul strength to sense the changes in the spirit liquid and the temperature. Bang! Suddenly, a loud sound came from the cauldron, and the spirit herb exploded. Fire Chelin said, "The temperature control is wrong." Again. Lin Feng nodded. His expression was quite dignified. In the end, there was a huge difference between theory and practice. Of course, alchemy could not be rushed. It needed to be learned step by step, so even if he failed, he was not discouraged. For 3 days, Lin Feng refined the body tempering liquid. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, stalks of spirit herbs were thrown into the cauldron by Lin Feng, turning into spirit liquids. Then, Lin Feng controlled these spirit liquids to fuse, and then refined them again. After spending more than 4 hours, finally, all the spirit liquids were perfectly fused together. A ball of flame flew out from the cauldron. This flame was wrapped in a ball of clear and transparent liquid. This was the body tempering liquid that Lin Feng had refined. Looking at the transparent body tempering liquid, Lin Feng was a little puzzled. Wasn't the body tempering liquid purple? Why was the body tempering liquid that he had refined transparent? The fire Chelin nodded in satisfaction. It seemed to know what Lin Feng was thinking. It curled its lips and said, "How can the rest of the body tempering liquid be compared to the ancient alchemy god's secret recipe? The reason why those body tempering liquids are purple is because there are too many impurities. The reason why the body tempering liquid you refined is transparent is because there are no impurities in the body tempering liquid." Chapter 242. Lin Feng refined a total of 10 bottles of transparent body tempering liquid. However, Lin Feng had no use for the body tempering liquid, so he went to the auction house, hoping to sell it to them. The auction house was a very mysterious organization. It was said that the power behind it was unimaginably powerful. Even the Zhenwu country's royal family was only a small shareholder of the auction house without any decision-making power. If not for the fact that the auction house was built in the imperial capital and needed the royal family's help, the royal family wouldn't even be able to get a small shareholder like Lin Feng. The auction house was a 5-story oval-shaped building. The first floor was the trading hall, where all kinds of dazzling goods were displayed, such as pills, secret manuals, weapons, and so on. Anything that one wanted to buy could be bought here. The second floor was the VIP lounge, where the guests were received. The 3rd and 4th floors were where the 5th-grade items were auctioned. The 5th floor was where the upper echelons of the auction house rested. The 1st floor of the auction house was bustling with people coming and going. Lin Feng arrived at the auction house and walked towards the counter. The counter was where all kinds of items were purchased. Apart from selling all kinds of items, the auction house would also purchase all kinds of treasures. If there were any treasures, the auction house could cooperate with the auction house to sell them. There were a total of 10 counters here. Lin Feng came to the counter of a man in his 30s and said, "I want to sell a bottle of body tempering liquid. What price can your auction house offer for this bottle?" Lin Feng gave the bottle to the deacon, who looked to be about 30 years old. The attendant had an arrogant expression, but Lin Feng felt that it was normal. The auction house had a great power behind it, so the people working there all thought highly of themselves and felt that they were superior to others. The attendant opened the bottle and glanced at it. His face sank, and he said, "Kid, are you trying to trick me? Why do you say that?" Lin Feng asked. "This is clearly water. How can you say that it's body-tempering liquid?" The attendant said coldly. Lin Feng said, "If you don't recognize it, it only means that your eyesight is bad. You can show it to others." Impudent. Do you think this deacon doesn't even know what body-tempering liquid is? Take your things and leave the auction house. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw the porcelain bottle to Lin Feng. Lin Feng calmly replied, "I want to see your elder or president. Even if you don't recognize him, someone else will." When the deacon heard this, his face immediately turned cold and he said coldly, "Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of meeting our lord? Men, throw this brat out." Yes. Two of the auction house's guards walked towards Lin Feng, each of them looking ferocious. "Look, there seems to be a dispute." Many people looked over and pointed at them. The auction house was already crowded with people. Once something happened, it was easy to attract a lot of attention. "Brat, get out of here." The two guards immediately threw themselves at Lin Feng and tried to grab him. Lin Feng waved his right hand, and a strong wind swept out. Deng 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 deng, the two guards were forced to retreat. "Damn, this brat isn't weak. Heh, it's not a wise choice to fight in the auction house. This is interesting. I wonder how this will end." Many people were discussing. When the deacon saw Lin Feng make a move, a cold smile appeared on his face. He said coldly, "Brat, this is the auction house. You dare to fight in the auction house? Do you want to die?" The auction house is only SOSO. It's full of dogs looking down on people. If this place doesn't want me, there will be other places. Do you think there won't be a place to sell good things? Said Lin Feng while smiling coldly and walking away. "Young friend, please wait a moment." At that moment, an old voice sounded. Lin Feng stopped and turned around to see an old man coming down from the second floor. The old man seemed to have heard the commotion and came down. "Lord President." After seeing the old man, everyone in the auction house was shocked and immediately bowed to him with a humble smile. The old man's identity wasn't simple. Not only was he the auction house's president, but he was also a profound-level alchemist. He was the #1 alchemist in the whole of Zhenwu country. Every day, countless officials and nobles wanted to ask for a spirit medicine, but they couldn't find him. No need for formalities. The old man nodded. At that moment, the deacon said, "Lord President, that brat took out a bottle of transparent liquid. I don't know what it is, but he's definitely here to cause trouble. Why don't we drive him away?" Dongfang Ji waved his hand, indicating for the deacon to stop talking. The deacon could only leave with a gloomy face. He didn't dare to go against Dongfang Ji's words. Lin Feng nodded and walked up to the old man. He cupped his fists and said, "Body-tempering liquid." Dongfang Ji took the bottle and opened it. Then, he poured out a drop of liquid from the bottle. "Transparent liquid? Haha, that brat said it's body-tempering liquid? Is there something wrong with his head? Who in the world doesn't know that body-tempering liquid is purple, and some of the best ones are light purple? What is this? It's even clearer than water, how can it be body-tempering liquid?" Many people shook their heads. After hearing everyone's discussion, the deacon's lips curled into a sneer. He looked at Lin Feng with a gloating expression. After Dongfang Ji saw the drop of transparent liquid in his palm, he slightly frowned. However, he didn't say anything. Instead, he carefully sniffed the drop of transparent body-tempering liquid in his palm. His aged face was shaken. His right hand that was holding the porcelain bottle slightly trembled. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. "Haha, Lord President is angry to this extent." The deacon smiled proudly in his heart. He glanced at Lin Feng and sneered in his heart, "You're going to be in big trouble, brat. Let's see how I'll deal with you." Many people saw Dongfang Ji's expression and muttered to themselves, "Oh no, Dongfang Ji seems to be angry. That brat is in trouble. Body tempering liquid, it really is body tempering liquid. Little friend, this old man apologizes to you on behalf of the auction house. Dongfang Ji sincerely said. Seeing this scene, the entire auction house became absolutely silent. The deacon's sneering face immediately stiffened. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. Dongfang Ji, the #1 alchemist of Zhenwu country, the president of the imperial capital auction house, and an important figure that countless officials and nobles wanted to meet, but couldn't. He actually took the initiative to apologize to that brat. Body tempering liquid, that transparent liquid, it really is body tempering liquid. At this time, many people looked at the bottle in Dongfang Ji's hand, and gasps rang out one after another. Transparent body tempering liquid? Could it be the legendary body tempering liquid that had all the impurities extracted? It was rumored that only the great alchemists of the ancient era could refine such a body tempering liquid. Countless gazes looked at the body tempering liquid in Dongfang Ji's hand with burning desire. Everyone knew what this bottle of body tempering liquid represented. A bottle of body tempering liquid might be able to create a peerless monster for the family. Chapter 243. Mr. President, please don't be so polite. Lin Feng cupped his fists in respect. He glanced at the attendant, whose face had already turned pale. Previously, the attendant had looked down on Lin Feng and scolded him casually, but now, he was completely different. His face was deathly pale, and his body was trembling. His previous arrogance had completely disappeared. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. I just hope that your auction house can improve the quality of your attendants. If it had been someone else, not only would they have failed to sell the body tempering liquid, but they would also have been beaten up by your auction house. Fan Shixuan. Dongfang Ji's aged voice suddenly rose in pitch. Sir, I'm here. The attendant walked over with a pale face, constantly wiping away the cold sweat on his face. Apologize to the prince, Dongfang Ji said coldly. Fan Shixuan lowered his head, his eyes filled with coldness. Fan Shixuan's background wasn't simple. He had been able to become an attendant at the imperial capital auction house when he was around 30 years old because he had come from an ancient organization. Even though he was only the son of a housekeeper, he was still someone who could show off his strength. How could he be willing to apologize to Lin Feng? What? You still don't want to apologize? Dongfang Ji's face darkened. Get out of the auction house. Dongfang Ji looked at Fan Shixuan coldly. Fan Shixuan said, Mr. President, I'm from the ancient Fan family. How dare you? Even the leader of the Fan clan has to call me uncle. Who do you think you are? Piss off. From now on, none of the auctions in Godly Prefecture in the East County will hire you. Dongfang Ji waved his sleeve, and Fan Shixuan was thrown into the air. With a thump, he landed in the middle of the road. Look, isn't that Fan Shixuan? Who dared to throw him out? It seems like President Dongfang did it himself. Fan Shixuan is arrogant and despotic. He's always acted like a snob, and now he's receiving his retribution. Haha. Serves him right. Many people saw Fan Shixuan being thrown out and began to discuss and point at him. Fan Shixuan had never suffered such humiliation before. He crawled up and looked at Dongfang Ji and Lin Feng with a venomous expression. He couldn't touch Dongfang Ji, but he didn't care about Lin Feng at all. Little bastard, you made me so miserable. I'll make sure you die without a grave. Fan Shixuan roared and got up from the ground. He shouted at the crowd, get out of my way, don't block my way. Then, he squeezed through the crowd and disappeared. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. He did not expect that Dongfang Pavilion would expel Fan Shixuan from the auction house because of him. In truth, Lin Feng was still relatively young and did not understand some of the reasons. Just now, Dongfang Ji had asked Fan Shixuan to apologize. If Fan Shixuan had directly apologized, this matter would have been resolved. But Fan Shixuan thought that he came from an ancient aristocratic family. Although he was only a servant of an ancient aristocratic family, it was still an ancient aristocratic family. Why should he apologize to a brat from a secular country? Fan Sheshuan's refusal to apologize was the same as slapping Dongfang Ji in the face. It would be strange if Dongfang Ji could hold back his anger. Lin Feng thought about it carefully and understood the reason. He thought to himself, this Fan Sheshuan is really courting death. He can't blame himself. Dongfang Ji smiled at Lin Feng and said, young friend, would you like to have a chat in the VIP room upstairs? Lin Feng nodded and said, Sir President, please. Young friend, please. Dongfang Ji was very polite. Perhaps he felt that someone who could take out such a legendary body-tempering liquid was no small matter. Perhaps there was an extremely powerful alchemist behind this person. As for the fact that this body-tempering liquid had come from Lin Feng's hands, Dongfang Ji did not even consider this possibility. He did not believe that a 16 or 17-year-old youth could refine such a pure body-tempering liquid without the slightest impurity. Heavens, it really is body-tempering liquid without any impurities. Who is that brat? Could it be that there's a great alchemist behind him? Even the #1 alchemist in the East region, Medicine King Luo Xinghe, can't refine such a body-tempering liquid, right? Quick, let's return to the clan and report this matter. Our young master is 8 years old this year and has just started cultivating. His talent is not bad. If he has such a bottle of body-tempering liquid to refine his body, his talent will increase tenfold. When that time comes, he will become a peerless genius. Let's hurry back and report this to the clan head. This will definitely be a great achievement. Many people quickly left. Lin Feng and Dongfang Ji went to the VIP room on the 2nd floor. Young friend, may I know your name? Dongfang Ji asked with a smile. Lin Feng. So it's Lin Gongzi. How much body-tempering liquid does Lin Gongzi have? Dongfang Ji asked. Lin Feng smiled and said, Sir President, how much do you want? Dongfang Ji was shocked. This body-tempering liquid had clearly been refined not long ago. Coupled with Lin Feng's tone, Dongfang Ji was even more certain that there was a very powerful alchemist behind Lin Feng. Dongfang Ji smiled and said, this kind of body-tempering liquid is not worth much. Oh, Sir President, what do you mean? Lin Feng looked at Dongfang Ji. Things are precious when they are rare, Dongfang Ji said with a smile. Lin Feng nodded. Indeed, things were precious when they were rare. It wasn't difficult for him to refine this body-tempering liquid. However, if he refined too much, its value would be greatly reduced. If a faction wants to survive, it needs to rely on its inheritance. What does an inheritance rely on? It relies on people. I'm sure all the major factions would be very interested in obtaining this kind of body-tempering liquid, right? Dongfang Ji smiled mysteriously. Lin Feng said, I have 10 bottles of body-tempering liquid here. Sir President, what do you plan to do with them? Dongfang Ji's eyes lit up, and he said, 10 bottles is just right, no more and no less. In a month, the auction house will hold a large-scale auction. At that time, the body-tempering liquid will appear in the auction. During this month, the auction house will notify some of the major factions, such as the ancient families of Sun Moon City. I'm sure they'll be very interested in this body-tempering liquid. Many thanks. Lin Feng cupped his fists. You're too polite, young friend. This is a matter of mutual benefit. Dongfang Ji smiled and said, according to the auction house's rules, the items sold will be split 73. Young friend will get 70%, and the remaining 30 will be the auction house's commission. Lin Feng nodded. He knew that this was the auction house's rule. He said, all right, then let's settle it like this. Young friend, this is the auction house's purple gold VIP card. Please accept it. Dongfang Ji handed a purple gold card to Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew that this was a symbol of status, so he didn't refuse. He accepted the card, then stood up and said, goodbye. I'll be back in a month. Young friend, take care. Dongfang Ji sent off Lin Feng, then hurriedly went to the 5th floor. Outside a room, Dongfang Ji tidied his clothes, then knocked on the door and respectfully said, Miss, this old servant wishes to see you. Chapter 244. What kind of person was Dongfang Ji? Even if the emperor of the Zhenwu country met him, he would have to respectfully address him as old Mr. But now, he was calling himself old servant. It was hard to imagine the background of the woman in the room, whom Dongfang Ji addressed as Miss Uncle Dongfang. You're here. Come in. A gentle voice came from inside the room. Dongfang Ji pushed open the door. He saw a woman in her 20s sitting at a table. There was tea boiling on the table, and the entire room was filled with a delicate fragrance. This woman wore a snow-white dress that wrapped around her perfect figure. Her skin was snow-white, and her face was beautiful. She was like a fairy that had fallen from the heavens. Old servant greets Miss. Dongfang Ji bowed to the woman. Jiang Yudi hurriedly supported Dongfang Ji and said, Uncle Dongfang, please don't be so polite outside. Miss, you're too kind. Please call me by my name in the future, Dongfang Ji said in fear and trepidation. Jiang Yudi said, Uncle Dongfang, please don't say that. You've watched me grow up, so you deserve it. Dongfang Ji sighed. So many years have passed, and Miss has grown up. Jiang Yudi smiled and said, Uncle Dongfang, I've been in Zhenwu country for a while, and I'm planning to return to the Jiang family. Do you want to go back with me? Hearing the words Jiang family, Dongfang Ji was filled with respect. There was only one Jiang family in the 3,000 continents. The ancestors of the Jiang family had created the investiture of the gods in the ancient times. This was a power so ancient that even the 4 ancient empires were afraid of it. It was mysterious, powerful, and unknown. Why was the auction house able to open so many branches in the 3,000 continents? Could it be because of the support of those ancient powers? Of course not, because the most hidden power was the Jiang family, an ancient power that had been passed down since the ancient times. Even now, at the Jiang family's ancestral grounds, the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, one could still see the Jiang family's ancestors creating the investiture of the gods. I was originally from Zhenwu country, and by chance, I became the ancestors' medicine boy. Now that I'm old, I don't want to return to the Jiang family. Dongfang Ji said. Uncle Dongfang isn't old. The ancestor is concocting longevity pills. One pill can increase a person's lifespan by 800 years. When the time comes, you Dai will go and ask the ancestor for one. Jiang Yudi said. When Dongfang Ji heard Jiang Yudi's words, he was extremely touched. He said, For Miss to think of me, even if I die, I will have no regrets. Miss, you absolutely cannot give me such a precious longevity pill. If the clan finds out, they will definitely blame you. Jiang Yudi smiled non-committally. She had her own thoughts and did not continue arguing with Dongfang Ji on this topic. Jiang Yudi smiled and asked, Uncle Dongfang, you came in such a hurry. Did something happen? Miss, look. Dongfang Ji handed the porcelain bottle containing the body-tempering liquid to Jiang Yudi. Jiang Yudi opened the bottle and looked at it. She was shocked. She sniffed it and said, This is body-tempering liquid. It was concocted with 12 different types of spirit herbs. The process is extremely complicated, and even I can't figure out how to concoct this body-tempering liquid. Dongfang Ji knew how amazing Jiang Yudi's alchemy skills were. He said, Even Miss can't figure out how to concoct this. It seems like there really is an expert behind that brat. Jiang Yudi asked, Who does this belong to? A 16 or 17-year-old boy. His name is Lin Feng. Dongfang Ji said. Lin Feng. Many ancient holy lands and dynasties don't have this surname. Send someone to find out more about him. Jiang Yudi said. Yes, I will go and give the order now. Dongfang Ji left the room. It's really interesting. In this tiny Zhenwu country, there's actually someone who can refine this kind of transparent body-tempering liquid. This is an ancient recipe. Even in the ancient Jiang family, this recipe is only accessible to the direct descendants and the upper echelons. The corners of Jiang Yudi's mouth curved into a smile, so beautiful that it took one's breath away. Lin Feng, right? Who the hell are you? She mumbled to herself. After returning to the Azure Dragon Institute, Lin Feng's days became dull. Other than cultivating, he spent his time drawing spiritual arrays and learning alchemy from the Fire Chelene. Lin Feng had broken through to yellow rank, mid-rank, and low-rank spirit array master. Thus, he decided to head to the Hall of Spiritual Arrays to look for a few kinds of spiritual array techniques to practice. Soul-subduing technique, yellow rank, mid-rank, low-rank spirit array technique. After successful practice, it can subdue ghost-type monsters. Lightning technique, yellow rank, mid-rank, low-rank spirit array technique. After successful practice, it can condense lightning to attack. There were dozens of spiritual array techniques stored in the spiritual array palace. There were also some spiritual array techniques with extraordinary power. However, these spiritual array techniques were not easy to obtain. That was because these spiritual array techniques only had introductions and no scrolls. F***ck, were all the scrolls hidden away by the old fellows here? Only a small number of low-grade spiritual array techniques were left. Lin Feng couldn't help but viciously curse, "I curse your scrolls to be bitten to pieces by insects." Lin Feng didn't plan to ask for these spiritual array techniques from the Hall of Spiritual Arrays upper echelons. At that time, he would definitely expose his skills as a spirit array master, which might cause some unnecessary trouble. The auction will start in a month's time. Maybe I can get some top-grade spiritual array techniques from the auction house. Lin Feng couldn't help but think. The auction house was the best place to buy spiritual array techniques. Not only were there top-grade spiritual array techniques, but there were also various kinds of basic grand formations. These were the most important things. For example, the several grand formations that Lin Feng arranged to protect the entire fallen moon city were the basic grand formations. To a spirit array master, these basic grand formations were the foundation, while spiritual array techniques were merely a means of attack. The next day, Lin Feng arrived at the Genius Barracks back mountain. There were many caves and secret rooms for the Azure Dragon Institute students to cultivate in. Among them, there was a lightning cave that contained terrifying lightning energy, the best place to temper one's physical body. "Halt, show your identity token." The disciple guarding the lightning cave was called Wang Yun, and he stopped Lin Feng. Lin Feng handed over his student identity token to Wang Yun. Wang Yun glanced at it, revealing a respectful expression. "So it's junior brother Lin, please keep your identity token." "Thank you for your trouble, senior brother." Lin Feng kept his identity token and cupped his fists. "Junior brother is too polite." Wang Yun also cupped his fists politely. He naturally recognized Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng was a new student, his strength was obvious to all. If the Mountain River list were to be rearranged, many people would think that Lin Feng would be in the top 10. Lin Feng stepped into the lightning cave. Chapter 245. The interior of the lightning cave was divided into many forks. Every fork led to the deepest part of the cave. Inside the cave, there was a powerful lightning energy. The deeper one went, the more powerful the lightning energy was. There were signs hanging around the lightning cave. Lin Feng entered an uninhabited cave. Crackle, crackle. About 10 meters into the cave, Huang Xiaolong heard the sound of thunder. Streaks of lightning intertwined in the cave, flickering with a purple light. "I heard that this lightning cave was formed by divine lightning from the heavens countless years ago. Later, it was developed into a lightning cave that can be used to temper one's body." Lin Feng thought of the lightning cave's origin and couldn't help muttering to himself. Bang! He walked deeper into the cave, and streaks of lightning energy bombarded Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's body became a bloody mess. Lightning energy was one of the most violent energies in the world. For example, the so-called heavenly tribulation was formed by lightning energy. Cultivators were often afraid of lightning energy. This was because the power of lightning was far too destructive. It wasn't something an average cultivator could withstand. Even in the Azure Dragon Institute's lightning cave, very few students would come here. Because lightning energy was too harmful to the body, the average student wouldn't come here to temper their body. Instead, they would be bombarded half to death by the lightning energy inside the lightning cave. Only a few strong and talented students would enter the lightning cave to temper their body. Of course, they wouldn't be able to last for too long. Being able to last for 2 hours in the lightning cave was already considered quite amazing. What a good lightning body tempering technique. That lightning body tempering technique is worthy of being called the most violent kind of power. Even my physical body has been split open, let alone others. Lin Feng was shocked. But he wasn't afraid. Lin Feng began to circulate the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. The power of the immemorial dragonesque elephant surged within his body, rapidly healing his injured body. The lightning energy was destroying Lin Feng's body, while the power of the immemorial dragonesque elephant was repairing Lin Feng's body. Amidst destruction and rebirth, Lin Feng's physical body grew stronger and stronger. After tempering himself in the outermost region for 6 hours, Lin Feng continued walking deeper. The deeper he went, the more terrifying the lightning energy became. When Lin Feng was 30 meters in, the lightning energy here was 10 times more violent than in the outermost region. Dense lightning energy bombarded Lin Feng's body. Pain. Lin Feng felt a heart-wrenching pain. He could even see his muscles being blasted apart by the power of thunder. Blood immediately flowed out. Persevere. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. This was how the martial Tao worked. Only by persevering could one have the last laugh. Lin Feng circulated the Archean Dragonesque elephant art, and the power of the Archean Dragonesque elephant flowed through his body, starting to repair his body. Lin Feng's physical body was destroyed over and over again, but it was restored again and again. Outside, a tall student came to the Thunder Cave. This student was quite famous. His name was Chu Jianghe. He was an expert ranked 11th on the Mountain River list. Senior brother Chu. Seeing Chu Jianghe coming over, Wang Yun immediately bowed. En. Chu Jianghe nodded and entered the Thunder Cave. At that moment, other than Lin Feng, the rest of the students had already left. Chu Jianghe walked into the Thunder Cave beside Lin Feng to cultivate. Chu Jianghe's cultivation technique was called mystic lightning energy. His cultivation technique was related to thunder. His attack power was extremely tyrannical. Cultivators of the same level could stay in the Thunder Cave for 2 hours, but Chu Jianghe could stay for an entire day. This had a lot to do with Chu Jianghe's cultivation technique. A day later, Chu Jianghe walked out of the Thunder Cave. He took a deep breath and said, "This time, I persevered for 25 hours. Compared to the previous time, I persevered for an hour longer. Not bad, not bad." Chu Jianghe was obviously very satisfied with his body tempering in the Thunder Cave. Suddenly, Chu Jianghe looked at the Thunder Cave beside him. The Do Not Disturb sign was still there, which meant that there was someone inside. Chu Jianghe frowned slightly and walked out of the Thunder Cave. Wang Yun said respectfully, "Senior brother Chu, you're done cultivating." En. Chu Jianghe nodded. He looked at Wang Yun and said, "Did the person in the Thunder Cave beside me change?" Wang Yun smiled bitterly and said, "No, it has always been that junior brother." "Junior brother? Who is he?" Chu Jianghe asked in surprise. "It's junior brother Lin Feng." Wang Yun said. "So it's him. How long has junior brother Lin Feng been in there?" Chu Jianghe asked. "Today is already the 5th day," Wang Yun said. His own face was filled with disbelief. The previous record of Thunder Cave tempering was held by Chu Jianghe. Even if Chu Jianghe broke his own record this time, he had only stayed for 25 hours. As for Lin Feng, his first time in the Thunder Cave, he had stayed for a total of 4 days. How is that possible? Chu Jianghe's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. Wang Yun said with a bitter smile, "It's true." Chu Jianghe was shocked. He said, "Then I'll wait here and see how long junior brother Lin can last." The news that Lin Feng had been cultivating in the Thunder Cave for 4 days and still hadn't come out quickly spread throughout the Azure Dragon Institute. Many people were shocked and came to watch. Lin Feng didn't know what was happening outside. He was already 60 meters deep into the Thunder Cave. The lightning energy here was so dense that one couldn't even see one's fingers if they stretched their hand out. One could only see the violent lightning energy lingering around. The lightning energy bombarded Lin Feng's body again and again. Lin Feng was sent flying again and again. His body exploded, dripping with blood, looking extremely miserable. However, Lin Feng crawled up from the ground and madly circulated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art to repair his body. Under this kind of destructive tempering, Lin Feng's body grew stronger and stronger. In fact, in each of Lin Feng's cells, the faint shadow of an immemorial dragonesque elephant condensed. It was rumored that cultivators who cultivated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art could store the power of an immemorial dragonesque elephant in each of their cells. The human body was made up of 80-10 billion cells. In other words, Lin Feng's strength could reach 80-10 billion immemorial dragonesque elephant strength at its peak. Of course, this was only a theoretical value. If he could really reach this level of strength, then what was a fiend god? The difference between a fiend god's body and Lin Feng's was too great. Lin Feng could kill a fiend god in the same realm with a single punch. This was the terrifying aspect of the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. After tempering himself for an unknown period of time, the lightning energy at the 60-meter mark was unable to harm Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng felt that even divine weapons wouldn't be able to harm his body in the slightest. It definitely surpassed the fiend god's body by 3 to 4 levels. As for human cultivators, Lin Feng felt that even a yin-yang realm cultivator wouldn't be able to compare to his body. Chapter 246. How many days has Lin Feng been in the lightning cave? This is the 9th day. What? The 9th day? Why hasn't he come out yet? Could it be that something went wrong during the cultivation? Some of the students were discussing amongst themselves. 9 days, that was too shocking. The previous record holder, Chu Jianghe, had only been in there for 24 hours. Lin Feng had surpassed that record by 9 times, but everyone found it hard to believe. Thus, some of the students began to suspect that Lin Feng had encountered a problem during his cultivation. Otherwise, how could someone stay in the lightning cave for a full 9 days? Senior brother Chu, should we go in and take a look? What if something happens to junior brother Lin in there? Wang Yun did not continue. Everyone understood what he wanted to say. If Lin Feng had encountered a problem during his cultivation, and had not come out of the lightning cave for 9 days, Lin Feng was probably already dead, considering the destructive strength of the thunder and lightning in the cave. Chu Jianghe nodded solemnly and said, "All right, let's go take a look." Some of the students were about to enter the lightning cave. Right at that moment, a youth with tattered clothes and blood all over his body walked out. It's junior brother Lin. Heavens, what is this on junior brother Lin's body? Dried blood. What exactly did junior brother Lin experience during these 9 days? Junior brother Lin really lasted for 9 days. The lightning cave is so violent, even a martial king expert would not be able to last for 3 days. Junior brother Lin actually lasted for 9 days. Isn't that too inconceivable? Seeing Lin Feng come out, cries of surprise rang out one after another. Countless shocked gazes looked at Lin Feng. Even Chu Jianghe, who was ranked 11th on the mountain river list, looked at Lin Feng with deep shock in his eyes. Chu Jianghe knew how terrifying the lightning cave was. He had cultivated the mystic lightning energy, which was a powerful cultivation technique, but he had only lasted for 25 hours. As for Lin Feng, it was his first time in the lightning cave, but he had lasted for 9 days. This was too inconceivable. Before Chu Jianghe could recover from his shock, he suddenly heard a voice. "Senior brother, why are there so many people here?" This voice was very humble. It was Lin Feng. Chu Jianghe had heard of Lin Feng's reputation, and knew that although he was a freshman, his strength was abnormally strong. As far as Chu Jianghe was concerned, a prodigy like Lin Feng was bound to be an arrogant person. After all, his strength was there for all to see. The top-ranked students in the mountain river list, which one of them were not high and mighty people? Chu Jianghe did not expect Lin Feng to be so courteous. He was not arrogant at all, and his posture was also quite humble. Chu Jianghe smiled bitterly and said, "Junior brother Lin, everyone was waiting for you." "Waiting for me?" Lin Feng looked at Chu Jianghe in surprise. Fellow disciple Lin has been in the Thunder Cavern for 9 days. Before that, the record was 1 day. Chu Jianghe. Lin Feng was speechless. He did not expect this reason, nor did he expect that he had been in the Thunder Cavern for 9 days. While cultivating in the Thunder Cavern, Lin Feng was wholeheartedly tempering his physical body. He had completely forgotten about time. Of course, hard work paid off. Lin Feng's physical body advanced by leaps and bounds, breaking through the shackles of the martial king realm, reaching the level of a yin-yang realm expert. In fact, his physical body was even stronger than many yin-yang realm experts. 9 days of bitter cultivation, 9 days of torture, in exchange for a breakthrough in his physical body. In Lin Feng's eyes, it was completely worth it. Many thanks for senior brother's information. Lin Feng cupped his fists and walked out. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with reverence, taking the initiative to open a path for Lin Feng. Soon, the news that Lin Feng had been tempering his physical body in the Thunder Cavern for 9 days spread throughout the Azure Dragon Institute. Heavens, senior brother Lin is too amazing, right? Senior brother Lin is really the pride of us new students are. Even those so-called geniuses in the genius barracks are ashamed of their inferiority, right? Many new students were discussing excitedly. During the new student assessment, Lin Feng had already become an existence admired by many new students. Later on, Lin Feng led the Azure Dragon Institute's 1,000-man army in the Great War against the Beastmen Empire, achieving outstanding military merits. Lin Feng had long since become an iconic figure in the Azure Dragon Institute. Now, Lin Feng had once again become the center of everyone's attention. Many teachers, attendants, and elders of the Azure Dragon Institute were privately discussing Lin Feng's physical body tempering in the Thunder Cavern, because this was too inconceivable. Even a martial general realm expert couldn't stay in the Thunder Cavern for 9 days. In the entire true martial country, perhaps only the Azure Dragon Institute's institute principal could accomplish this, but the institute principal was a yin-yang realm expert. While the entire Azure Dragon Institute was discussing this matter, Lin Feng had already returned to his residence. After taking a hot bath, he fell asleep on his bed. 9 days of torment was too tiring for him. This sleep lasted for a full day and night. The auction was also held on this day. How long have I slept? Lin Feng got out of bed and washed his face. Seeing that the sun was about to set, he asked Zhong Pingfan, who was sitting in the yard. Zhong Pingfan chuckled, "You slept for a full day and night." Lin Feng laughed, "Haha, too tired, I didn't expect to sleep for so long." "You must be hungry, I'll go get some food for you, what do you want to eat?" Zhong Pingfan asked. "No, I still have some things to take care of outside, I'll eat something on the way." Lin Feng replied. "All right then." Zhong Pingfan nodded. Naturally, Lin Feng did not forget about today's auction. In this auction, Lin Feng's 10 bottles of body-tempering liquid would be auctioned off. During this period of time, the auction house had indeed notified many major forces, informing them of the news of body tempering. This caused a great commotion. Ancient families like Sun Moon City, Gentleman City, and Sky Saint City all sent people to participate in this competition. In front of the auction house, people came and went, bustling with noise and excitement. Many luxurious carriages were heading in the direction of the auction house. There were also some people riding on strange beasts. For example, a middle-aged man was riding on a giant black tiger with feathered wings. It was actually a twin-winged devil tiger. "Are those people from the ancient families?" someone asked. "That's right, they're from the ancient Li family." Roar. In the distance, a thunderous roar shook the sky. 9 dragon horse beasts were pulling a divine bronze chariot as they approached. These dragon horse beasts had the head of a dragon and the body of a horse, looking exceptionally majestic. 9-headed dragon horse chariot, such extravagance, who are these people? Many people cried out in surprise. That's the mount of Gentleman City's city lord, Han Zihua. Could it be that Han Zihua is here personally? Heavens, what is this auction house putting up for auction? Even an important figure like Gentleman City's city lord is here personally. Chapter 247. More and more strong cultivators arrived, causing quite a commotion. Many luxurious carriages and strange beasts flew across the sky, heading towards the auction house. How extravagant! It's rare to see these big shots, but there are so many of them here today. Lin Feng was speechless. Roar. A dragon's roar came from afar, echoing through the sky. A dragon. It's a dragon. Oh my God, look. There's someone sitting on the dragon. Is that a dragon rider? Someone pointed into the distance and exclaimed. It was a 300-meter-long dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It was extremely ferocious, and it emitted a terrifying aura that was suffocating. A cultivator in his 30s sat cross-legged on the dragon's head. Soon, the dragon flew over. "It's not a dragon, it's a flood dragon," someone said. The flood dragon was different from the dragon. Although many people called the flood dragon, in fact, there was a fundamental difference. First of all, the flood dragon evolved from the snake in the bloodline. Snakes evolved into flood dragons in 1,000 years, and then into dragons in 10,000 years. After snakes evolved into flood dragons, they would have some of the dragon's bloodline. Therefore, flood dragons were usually abnormally powerful, but they were still far inferior to dragons. However, as they continued to cultivate, they would become more and more like dragons, until they completely evolved into dragons. "He's probably an expert from the Sky Flood Dragon sect," someone whispered. The Sky Flood Dragon sect was also an extremely powerful sect. It was one of the ancient sects in the East County of the Divine Prefecture. It was said that this sect had raised some flood dragons, and they were extremely terrifying. More and more strong cultivators arrived and entered the auction house. Sometimes, the auction house would only hold an auction once a year. Sometimes, it would only hold a large-scale auction once every few years. Therefore, every time the auction house held an auction, it would always attract many people from large sects. This year, there was another reason why so many people from large sects had come. It was because they had heard news about Jiang Yudi. The young lady of the ancient Jiang family, Jiang Yudi, was at the auction house of the Zhenwu country. What kind of existence was the ancient Jiang family? The ancestor of the Jiang family had created the investiture of the gods and conferred the titles of gods. Among the ancient gods, only those who had been conferred titles by the ancestor of the Jiang family on the Copper Sparrow Pavilion were true gods. Those who were not on the investiture of the gods were evil gods or false gods. Therefore, many powerful cultivators from different forces had come here to visit Jiang Yudi, other than for the auction. Of course, this reason was not known to outsiders. Lin Feng walked towards the auction house. "Drive, drive, drive." A shout came from the distance. A 10-meter-tall exotic beast quickly rushed over. It was an incomparably huge raging flame lion. It let out a low roar as it rampaged through the streets. There was a young prince sitting on top of the flaming lion. He held a long whip in his hand. When he saw someone blocking the flaming lion, he swung his whip and viciously lashed out at the passerby. Pa pa pa, with a whip, a passerby was sent flying. Those passers-by fell to the ground. Their bodies were badly mutilated, and they let out miserable shrieks. This was obviously another disciple of a great aristocratic family. Otherwise, why would he be so arrogant and despotic? Lin Feng was walking on the main street when the young man rode his flaming lion over. When he saw Lin Feng in front of him, his face suddenly sank. He revealed a sinister expression and coldly shouted, "Brat, don't you have eyes?" Scram! As soon as he finished speaking, a whip lashed out. Pa pa pa! The whip lashed out at Lin Feng like a poisonous snake. Lin Feng's face turned cold, and he grabbed the young man's whip. "Brat, you dare resist? Do you know who I am?" The young man glared at Lin Feng fiercely. "This street is 30 meters wide. Your flaming lion can move freely. Am I blocking your way?" Lin Feng coldly questioned. "Ha ha ha ha, you lowly commoners. If I want to whip you, I'll whip you. What can you do to me?" The young man arrogantly looked at Lin Feng and said, "When you saw me riding my flaming lion, you should have obediently moved aside and respectfully waited for me to pass. You lowly commoners actually dare to walk on the main street. You're courting death. Do lowly commoners like you have the right to walk on the same street as me?" The young man had acted recklessly and had injured countless people along the way. He had long since aroused public indignation. Now that he was speaking rudely, his words were full of mockery and insults. Many people were infuriated by his words, but they didn't dare say anything. Lin Feng's face suddenly sank. This young man was too arrogant. He sneered and said, "You keep calling others lowly commoners. Who do you think you are? How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me? You blind thing. Flaming lion, teach this brat a lesson, the young man sneered. Roar. The flaming lion understood human nature. When it heard the young man's command, it immediately roared and leaped up, waving its enormous claws at Lin Feng. Young master, be careful. Many people cried out in alarm. Many people even turned their heads away. They couldn't bear to see the young man being heavily injured by a vicious beast like the flaming lion. Lin Feng sneered and threw a punch at the flaming lion's attack. Their bodies, which were completely disproportionate, collided fiercely against each other. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, the huge flame lion was sent flying dozens of meters away. Heavens, is this real? Many people cried out in alarm. Roar! The flaming lion roared furiously and crawled up from the ground. At that moment, everybody saw Lin Feng jump into the air. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed a distance of a few dozen meters. He descended from the sky and violently stomped on the lion's body. The lion immediately fell to the ground. Roar! The flaming lion could feel the strength of this human in front of it. It let out a low and terrified roar, trembling all over. It didn't dare to move anymore. Too powerful. He actually scared the flaming lion to this extent. Many people cried out in shock. You. Seeing Lin Feng appear in front of him, the young man's face became very ugly. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be so powerful. Let me tell you, my father is the commander of the city defense army. My sister is the concubine of Duke Taishen. If you dare to touch me, you won't be able to bear the consequences, the young man shrieked. Duke Taishen was the younger brother of the current emperor of Zhenwu country. He had a high position and power. No wonder this guy was so arrogant. But Lin Feng didn't care. The imperial family couldn't influence the Azure Dragon Institute at all because the Azure Dragon Institute was backed by Sun Moon City. Lin Feng sneered, "You're just the younger brother of Duke Taishuan's concubine. You dare to be so arrogant? You really don't know life from death." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng slapped him. Pa! The sound of a slap spread in the air. The young man was blown away by Lin Feng's slap. He crashed onto the ground, looking extremely miserable. Flaming lion, get out of here! Lin Feng roared. Roar! The flaming lion roared and stood up, rushing in the direction of the auction house. Chapter 248. Outside the auction house, there were many people coming and going. It was bustling with noise and excitement. Many disciples of aristocratic families had arrived. Of course, there were also many important figures. Hey, look! Isn't that the raging flame lion? That brat Jin Wuzhong is here. A few young masters said as they quickly went over to welcome him. The raging flame lion stopped in front of the auction house, and Lin Feng jumped down from it. Who are you? Why are you riding Jin Wuzhong's raging flame lion? Where's Jin Wuzhong? Someone asked when they saw Lin Feng jump down. No one knew who Lin Feng was. Lin Feng smiled and said, Jin Wuzhong said that sitting on the raging flame lion for too long caused his back to hurt and his legs to cramp. That's why he decided to run over. He should be here soon. You guys can wait here for a while. After saying that, Lin Feng walked towards the auction house. The auction house was bustling with noise and excitement. Lin Feng held the auction house's violet VIP card and entered the VIP seats. People entered the auction house one after another. Many people were discussing the various items that would appear in the auction. 2 hours later, an old man and a beautiful woman walked onto the auction stage. They were the auctioneers of the auction. The old man smiled and said, Everyone, I am Zhuge Zheng. I am the auctioneer of this auction. This is Ouyang Jing. She is the assistant auctioneer. Today, the two of us will be in charge of this auction. Let's bring out the first item. As soon as Zhuge Zheng finished speaking, a servant girl came up with a tray. The tray was covered with silk, which concealed the item inside. What's this? Many people looked at the first auction item with great interest. Under normal circumstances, the first item of an auction was called a good start. However, any good start item was usually very precious. Ouyang Jing lifted the brocade, and the thing inside immediately appeared in everyone's line of sight. It was a golden chainmail, but it was as thin as a cicada's wing. Could it be a saint armor made from the silk of the golden frost silkworm? It's rumored that this saint armor is impenetrable by weapons, water, and fire. One of the cultivators exclaimed in shock. That's right. This is the divine armor formed from the golden frost silkworm's threads. This divine armor is incredibly precious, and the starting price is 1 million gold coins. Each increment must be at least 10,000 gold coins. Ouyang Jing said. The currency of the Sky Marshal continent was gold and silver. 1 gold coin was equivalent to 1,000 taels of silver. 1 million gold coins was equivalent to 1 billion taels of silver. It was a sky-high price. However, even though the price was astronomical, it still attracted the interest of many people. 1 million gold coins. 2 billion gold coins. 1,500,000 gold coins. 5 million gold coins. The price soared all the way to 5 million gold coins. At this moment, a voice sounded. 10 million gold coins. Swish. Countless people looked over and found that it was a young prince. This young prince was quite handsome and had an arrogant look on his face. How extravagant. He directly raised the price from 5 million to 10 million. This person is really rich and overbearing. That's the young master of the Tianlong Chamber of Commerce. His name is Shunzi Qing. The Tianlong Chamber of Commerce's business is spread all over the eastern county. I've heard that the Tianlong Chamber of Commerce has good relations with many ancient forces. The Tianlong Chamber of Commerce's higher-ups are also very good. Every year, they pay tribute to ancient forces and seek protection from them. Their business is getting bigger and bigger. Therefore, the Tianlong Chamber of Commerce's wealth is comparable to that of a country. Someone whispered. This prince has bid 10 million gold coins. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? Zhuge Zheng said in a clear voice. Nobody continued to bid. 10 million gold coins going once. 10 million gold coins going twice. 10 million gold coins going thrice. Sold. Congratulations to this prince for obtaining the golden frost silkworm armor. Zhuge Zheng said with a smile. Haha, not bad, not bad. This kind of armor happens to be useful to me. Shun Ziqing said with a smile. Lin Feng shook his head. He felt that this person was too ostentatious. There were quite a few big shots sitting in this auction house. He was just a junior. Moreover, he was just a disciple of a chamber of commerce. It was unwise for him to be so arrogant. Lin Feng had also heard of the Tianlong Chamber of Commerce. The rise of this chamber of commerce was legendary. It was said that the founder of the Tianlong Chamber of Commerce came from a poor family, but later on, by chance, he met a disciple of an ancient power and became friends with him. Later on, this person started doing business. Every year, he would pay tribute and send gifts to the ancient power. However, no matter how big the business was, it was still a chamber of commerce. It wasn't a top power. One item after another was brought up for auction. There was no lack of extremely precious treasures. This is a 2,000-year-old scarlet blood ginseng. The starting price is 200,000 gold coins. A precious medicine was brought out for auction. 300,000 gold coins. 400,000 gold coins. 1,500,000 gold coins. The price of the scarlet blood ginseng soared. In the end, it was sold for 1,500,000 gold coins. It was bought by an alchemist. A 2,000-year-old scarlet blood ginseng can be sold for 1,500,000 gold coins. I wonder how much my 3,000-year-old purple sungrass can be sold for. Lin Feng couldn't help but think in his heart. Of course, he didn't have the idea of selling the purple sungrass, because Lin Feng was also an alchemist. In the future, he would definitely be able to use such a precious medicine. Next, one treasure after another was brought out. For example, a flying sword was a spirit weapon. When it was taken out, it suddenly flew into the air and revealed a beautiful snake woman. The beautiful snake woman twisted her fiery body and coquettishly towards the crowd. The beautiful snake woman was the spirit of the flying sword. The flying sword was called Demon Snake Sword, which was how it got its name. This flying sword caused an intense competition among the crowd. In the end, it was sold for a sky-high price of 13 million gold coins. Of course, apart from the flying sword, there were also many other treasures being brought out for auction. Not only were there magical weapons, but there were also rare treasures, secret martial arts books, precious pill recipes, and so on. Zhuge Zheng said, "The next item to be auctioned will definitely be of great interest to everyone. This is a body-tempering liquid refined by an alchemist from ancient times. Normally, only the most ancient clans can use this body-tempering liquid to refine their bodies. Today, our auction house will be auctioning this mysterious body-tempering liquid. It's finally time for the body-tempering liquid." Lin Feng slightly frowned. Zhuge Zheng's words completely ignited the auction. Many people had come for the body-tempering liquid. Chapter 249. The people from the ancient powers also looked at the auction stage. They were also very interested in the body-tempering liquid. This kind of body-tempering liquid wasn't circulated outside, and only a few ancient families might have it. But in reality, they didn't know that even the body-tempering liquid refined by the ancient powers couldn't reach the effect of Lin Feng's body-tempering liquid. There was no other reason. Because Lin Feng's body-tempering liquid was refined using the formula created by the ancient alchemy god, and the ancient alchemy god was the #1 alchemist in the ancient times. A maidservant walked up with a porcelain bottle on a tray. Zhuge Zheng said, "This is the body-tempering liquid. Our auction house has already inspected it, and this body-tempering liquid has no impurities at all. The process is extremely complicated, and it's already transparent. It's definitely refined using the ancient alchemy god's formula. This bottle of body-tempering liquid has a starting price of 100,000 gold coins." Lin Feng was speechless. The cost of this bottle of body-tempering liquid was 20 taels of silver, and the auction house actually set the starting price at 100,000 gold coins. 100,000 gold coins was equivalent to 100 million taels of silver. It had to be said that this auction house was really good at doing business. 200,000 gold coins, 300,000 gold coins. 1,000,000 gold coins. 2,000,000 gold coins. The competition between the various powers was unprecedentedly fierce. Whether a power could survive and become stronger depended on whether there was an outstanding descendant who could shoulder the entire power's fate. The body-tempering liquid being auctioned today was to lay the foundation. It could turn ordinary disciples into geniuses, and geniuses into monsters. Naturally, everyone would compete with all their strength. 3,000,000,000. 10,000,000. Lin Feng was dumbstruck as he listened to the bidding. It was really too crazy. The body-tempering liquid's cost was 20 taels of silver, but the various powers had crazily raised the price to 10 million gold coins. Is there anyone who wants to go higher than 10 million? 10 million going once, 10 million going twice, 10 million going thrice. Congratulations to this friend for winning the first bottle of body-tempering liquid, Zhuge Zheng said with a beaming smile. It's someone from the imperial family, someone said. He recognized the person who attacked. It was a member of the royal family. He was most likely a representative of the Zhenwu country's royal family. The old man smiled and cupped his fists at Zhuge Zheng. Seeing the disappointed expressions of many people, Zhuge Zheng smiled and said, "Everyone didn't get the first bottle, but there's no need to be disappointed, because this time, our auction house will be auctioning off 10 bottles of the immemorial body-tempering liquid at one." Lin Feng clicked his tongue. This Zhuge Zheng had added the word primordial to the body-tempering liquid, and the body-tempering liquid had suddenly become grand and lofty. 9 more bottles. This time, I must get at least 1 bottle. Many people became excited. "Bring it up," said Zhongxian. Zhuge Zhengji said. Then, a maidservant walked up with 2 bottles of body-tempering liquid on a tray. Obviously, Zhuge Zheng didn't want to auction them off bottle by bottle. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he thought to himself, as expected of an old fox. Auctioning them off bottle by bottle, the price won't go up. There are only 10 bottles in total, and if they are auctioned off together, These great forces will definitely break their heads and bleed. The starting price of these 2 bottles of body-tempering liquid is 200,000 gold coins. Each increment can be no less than 20,000 gold coins. Everyone may start bidding. Ouyang Jing smiled charmingly. 30 million gold coins, I want these 2 bottles of immemorial body-tempering liquid. A middle-aged man said. It's someone from the ancient Wu family. This is the brother of the Wu family patriarch, Wu Mo Fan. This person is a yin-yang realm master. Someone whispered. The origin of this person was frightening. However, there were also people who sneered. They didn't fear this person just because he came from an ancient family, because there were many representatives of great forces in the auction house. They weren't any weaker than the ancient families. 50 million, I want it. Another middle-aged man said. It's Jiyu Chang Xiao from the ancient Yang sect. The ancient Yang sect and the ancient Wu family have always been at odds. This time, there will be a good show. Someone exclaimed. Jiyu Chang Xiao, you want to compete with me? Wu Mo Fan's face suddenly sank. In an auction, the highest bidder wins. 60 million. Wu Mo Fan said coldly. Haha, in terms of financial resources, your ancient Wu family really can't compare to our ancient Yang sect. Jiyu Chang Xiao laughed and raised a finger. 100 million. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk the whole auction house exploded. Jiyu Chang Xiao was really generous. He actually raised the price of the 2 bottles of body-tempering liquid to 100 million. 1 bottle was worth 50 million. The Zhenwu country imperial family member who bought the first bottle of body-tempering liquid for 20 million secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he had acted decisively, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to obtain the body-tempering liquid. Wu Mo Fan's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. In terms of financial resources, the ancient Wu family really couldn't compare to the ancient Yang sect because the ancient Yang sect was an alchemy sect. Such a force was the richest. Some of the precious pills they refined could be sold for sky-high prices. This time, the ancient Yang sect spent a lot of money to buy the body-tempering liquid because they wanted to study the raw materials of the body-tempering liquid and figure out how to refine it. But obviously, they wouldn't gain anything. How could the alchemy methods of the ancient alchemist be deduced by others? Not to mention the cultivators of the ancient Yang sect, even some of the god-level alchemists of the ancient era couldn't calculate it. Wu Mo Fan coldly snorted and no longer said anything. 100 million. Is there a higher bid? 100 million going once. 100 million going twice. 100 million going thrice. Sold. The second batch of body-tempering liquid was sold for a sky-high price of 100 million. I became a billionaire just like that. Lin Feng still felt that it was a bit unreal. He previously thought that the body-tempering liquid could be sold for several tens of thousands of gold coins, which was already good enough. But he didn't expect that just 3 bottles of body-tempering liquid would be sold for 120 million gold coins. This was simply a huge fortune. No wonder so many people wanted to become alchemists. Becoming an alchemist meant endless wealth. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. At this time, a maidservant came up again with 3 bottles of body-tempering liquid on her tray. Ouyang Jing said, "This is the 3rd batch of body-tempering liquid, and also the second last batch. The starting price is 300,000 gold coins, and each increment must be no less than 30,000 gold coins." After a short silence, many people began to madly compete. 1 million, 2 million, 30 million, 50 million, 100 million, 130 million, 130 million. Is there a higher bid? Zhuge Zhenghong said. 130 million going once. 130 million going twice. 130 million going thrice. The bidder was the vice-sect master of the Eastern Province's Divine Lands Clear Sky sect. Hearing that the deal was about to be completed, he revealed a smile. Just as Zhuge Zheng was about to hit the gavel in his hand, a woman's voice suddenly rang out. 200 million, I'll take it. Hong. The entire auction house was in an uproar. The price of the 3 bottles of body-tempering liquid had risen to a sky-high price of 200 million. One bottle was close to 70 million, which was even more shocking than the previous 2 bottles of 100 million. Chapter 250. Everyone looked at the woman who had bid. She was wearing a black robe and a veil that covered her face. They didn't know who she was. A mysterious person. That was the first impression that many people had of her. The vice-sect leader of the Qingtian sect looked unsightly. The most he could use was 180 million, but he couldn't compete with the mysterious woman. This young lady has bid 200 million, is there anyone who wants to bid higher? 200 million going once. 200 million going twice. 200 million going thrice. Sold. Bang. The hammer fell, and the third batch of items was sold. Then, a maid walked onto the stage with the remaining 4 bottles of body-tempering liquid. There are only 4 bottles of body-tempering liquid left, said Zhuge Zheng. I'm not going to hide it from you, but you should know what kind of influential family is supporting our auction house. Many people nodded. Of course, they knew. The ancient Jiang family. In the ancient times, the ancient Jiang family had been conferred the title of gods. It was an unimaginably ancient family. According to the president, these 10 bottles of body-tempering liquid weren't refined by the ancient Jiang family's alchemist because our Jiang family's body-tempering liquid isn't as pure as this one. Now, there are only 4 bottles left, said Zhuge Zheng. What? Isn't that the ancient Jiang family's body-tempering liquid? Heavens, is Zhuge Zheng telling the truth? Even the ancient Jiang family's body-tempering liquid isn't as pure as this one? Who refined this body-tempering elixir? Many people cried out in alarm. Many important people were also moved. They had thought that the body-tempering liquid had been refined by the ancient Jiang family's alchemist because the young lady of the Jiang family had come to Zhenwu country. But now, they knew that it wasn't what they had thought. If the ancient Jiang family couldn't refine the body-tempering liquid, then it was too precious. Now, there were only 4 bottles left. Amazing. Amazing. Zhuge Zheng threw out such an important piece of news at the last moment in order to make these people go crazy. If he had said it earlier, when there were 10 bottles of body-tempering liquid, these people would have been very rational in competing for it. But now, they can't be rational anymore because there are only 4 bottles left. Lin Feng was moved. He couldn't help but admire Zhuge Zheng's professionalism. When the time comes, I'll reward you more for your hard work. Anyway, I'm rich now. Lin Feng suddenly felt like he was a nouveau riche. But he really was rich. Ouyang Jing smiled. Ladies and gentlemen, the last 4 bottles of body-tempering liquid have a base price of 400,000 gold coins. If you miss this opportunity, I'm afraid you won't have another opportunity. Let the bidding begin. The entire auction house fell into a deathly silence. One could even hear a pin drop. No one was the first to bid. A cultivator raised his hand and said. Immediately, it attracted a burst of wild boos. A mere 500,000 gold coins. Could it be that he wanted to buy 4 bottles of primordial body-tempering liquid? 500,000 gold coins, letting you smell it is already good enough. However, after the first person spoke, the silence was broken. Soon, someone began to bid. The price soared crazily and soon broke through 100 million, but Lin Feng knew that it was just the beginning of the show. The strong cultivators of the ancient influential groups hadn't made their move yet. When the price rose to 200 million, the ancient families also began to make their moves. An elder from the Murong family of Sun Moon City raised the price to 300 million, but this still couldn't stop everyone from going crazy. 310 million, 350 million, 400 million. Many people who were watching the show had dumbstruck expressions. The price of this bottle of body-tempering liquid had actually risen to a sky-high price of 100 million. When the price rose to 400 million, the competitors were basically ancient families or some ancient sects, and other forces. Only such forces could be so rich and overbearing to take out such a large sum of money to compete for the primordial body-tempering liquid. The great elder of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion shouted a new price, 410 million. The deputy sect leader of the Thunder Firmament sect raised the price to 420 million. The competition was extremely intense. The price rose crazily at an astonishing speed. Finally, a middle-aged man bid 1 billion gold coins. The faces of the major figures of the major forces changed slightly. Even these major forces had to weigh the price of 1 billion. Someone from the 10,000 Laws Pavilion. Someone recognized the identity of this middle-aged man. His background was quite extraordinary. The 10,000 Laws Pavilion was a force that inherited the legacy of spirit array masters in the Eastern Province. One had to know that there were 3,000 provinces in the Tianwu continent. The most respected were spirit array masters. If one wanted to set up a protective array for their family, they would need the help of a spirit array master. Countless people asked for help from spirit array masters. These spirit array masters were also incomparably wealthy. The scene was silent. Elder Yu of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion has already raised the price to 1 billion gold coins. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? Zhuge Zheng looked around and said with a smile. Some people frowned, as if they were weighing the pros and cons. It was not an easy task to compete with the 10,000 Laws Pavilion for the primordial body tempering liquid. It was indeed difficult to compete with the 10,000 Laws Pavilion in terms of financial resources. Many people sighed and finally chose to withdraw from the competition. Did you get it? Elder Yu of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion curled his lips into a smile. Everyone. These are the only 4 bottles of primordial body tempering liquid. Who knows when we will see them again? Everyone, please think about it carefully. Ouyang Jing smiled charmingly and continued to add fuel to the fire, hoping that someone would come out to compete with Elder Yu of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion. The higher the price of the auction item, the higher the commission of the auctioneer. Therefore, whether it was Zhuge Jing or Ouyang Jing, they would spare no effort to push the price even higher. Elder Yu of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion couldn't help but roll his eyes. He secretly cursed the auction house for being such a scam. The price was already so high, yet they still wanted to encourage others to compete with them. They were truly a group of black-hearted ghosts who ate people without spitting out the bones. Of course, Elder Yu wouldn't say these words out loud. The 10,000 Laws Pavilion also wouldn't offend the auction house because the power behind the auction house was too strong. Elder Yu, it seems that you can only part with this item. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Everyone looked over and saw that the person who spoke was actually the City Lord of Gentleman City, Han Zihua. Han Zihua smiled and said, I bid 2 billion, 2 billion. In an instant, the entire auction house was filled with gasps of astonishment. 2 billion gold coins for an auction item was definitely a sky-high price. It was also the largest amount ever sold in a single auction since the establishment of the Zhenwu country's auction house. 2 billion gold coins piled up was like a mountain of gold. Chapter 251. 2 billion. Are there any higher bids? 2 billion going once. 2 billion going twice. 2 billion going thrice. Sold. Dongfangji's voice was filled with excitement. After today, the record holder for the highest price in Zhenwu country's auction house would be him. Thinking of this, Dongfangji's heart was filled with excitement. The 10,000 Laws Pavilion's Elder Yu's expression darkened slightly. He originally had 5 billion gold that he could use, but Han Zihua's bid of 2 billion had completely blocked his path. Congratulations, City Lord Han. Elder Yu said with a fake smile. I also have to thank Elder Yu for being so generous. Han Zihua said with a smile. Lin Feng still hadn't recovered from his shock. The final transaction price actually reached a shocking 2 billion gold coins. In addition to the previous 4 transactions, 10 bottles of body tempering liquid that cost 200 taels were actually sold for 32 billion gold coins. After deducting the auction house's commission, he would still be able to obtain 62 billion gold coins. In the entire Zhenwu country, 10 years of tax revenue didn't even reach 624 billion gold coins. Lin Feng was shocked by the auction house's ability. They could really do whatever they wanted. Han Zihua didn't stay long after winning the 4 bottles of body tempering liquid. In the VIP room, a servant girl brought the 4 bottles of immemorial body tempering liquid under the guidance of President Dongfang Ge. Brother Han, how have you been these years? Dongfang Ge asked with a smile. I've been well. Thank you for your concern, elder brother Dongfang. Dongfang Ge smiled and said, there are 2 billion gold coins in this crystal card. Okay. Dongfang Ge accepted the crystal card. Crystal cards were forged by spirit array masters. They were similar to today's bank cards. There was a formation inside that could be used to input various amounts of money. With the crystal card, one could exchange it for gold coins in Tianwu continent's 3,000 prefectures. It was very convenient. These bank accounts, they were jointly created by the 3,000 prefectures of Tianwu continent's 3,000 prefectures. They were equivalent to today's banks. Han Zihua smiled and said, I have another reason for coming here. I wonder if elder brother Dongfang can contact me and let me meet this Mr. Dongfang Ge said, we're old friends. To tell you the truth, even I have never met this Mr. Oh. Han Zihua looked at Dongfang Ge in surprise. Dongfang Ge explained, these 10 bottles of body-tempering liquid were sent here by a young man named Lin Feng. Who is this Lin Feng? Han Zihua asked. He is a disciple of the Azure Institute. He was a genius disciple from a small town in Zhenwu country. Han Zihua suddenly clapped his hands and said, a person with damaged meridians would be crippled, but he actually recovered as before. That's right, he must have met a powerful alchemist. You seem to be very interested in that mysterious alchemist behind Lin Feng. Do you have something to ask of him? Dongfang Ge asked. Han Zihua sighed, I'm begging for a medicinal pellet. Not to revive Ruoshi, but to prolong her life. Dongfang Ge knew about Han Zihua's wife, Ruoshi. He said, I'm afraid ordinary medicinal pellets won't have any effect on Ruoshi. Some special pellets are needed. That's right, that's why I came here in such a hurry. Elder brother Dongfang, you must help this brother R. You know the relationship between me and Ruoshi. That year, if it weren't for saving me, Ruoshi wouldn't have met with such a calamity. Han Zihua's eyes suddenly shone with a sinister light, and the temperature in the room plummeted. That was 100 years ago. The soul-devouring temple had wreaked havoc in the Eastern Divine Prefecture, slaughtering the innocent. They had incurred the wrath of the righteous factions, and the 10 ancient cities had called for an alliance to attack the soul-devouring temple. However, the soul-devouring temple was too terrifying, and they had launched a crazy counterattack. At that time, Han Zihua had been surrounded by several soul-devouring temple elders. Ruoshi had blocked a palm for him, and she had almost died. Fortunately, Han Zihua had used a deep-sea yang returning bead to temporarily save her life. However, 100 years had passed, and the deep-sea yang returning bead's effects were about to wear off. But for a living corpse like Ruoshi, ordinary medicinal pellets were useless. Dongfang Ge sighed. If I can help, I'll naturally help. Brother Han, wait here for a moment. After the auction ends, Lin Feng will come. You can personally talk to him about this matter. I don't dare say whether it'll work or not. Thank you, big brother Dongfang. Han Zihua gratefully bowed to Dongfang Ge. Dongfang Ge hurriedly helped Han Zihua up. There's no need to be so polite between us. This is a great favor. How can I be rude? Han Zihua said very seriously. You, after so many years, your temper hasn't changed. Dongfang Ge shook his head. At the auction, all kinds of rare items were taken out for auction. Lin Feng didn't participate in it. He was more of a spectator until a treasure was taken out and attracted Lin Feng's interest. It was a book. Zhuge Zheng introduced. This book is called the Ancient Mystic Sky Sect's Secret Codex. Everyone must have an impression of the ancient mystic sky sect, right? That once glorious and ancient sect had produced several powerful spirit array grandmasters. This ancient black sky sect secret manual recorded 108 basic spirit arrays, including yellow rank spirit arrays and profound rank spirit arrays. At the same time, it also recorded 365 spirit array techniques, which were also yellow rank spirit array techniques and profound rank spirit array technique. It's actually a spirit array secret codex. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He was currently worried about spirit array secret codex, but this ancient mystic sky sect secret codex actually appeared at the auction. Naturally, Lin Feng was overjoyed. Young master, this is the ancient mystic sky sect's secret codex. This is a good thing. Young master will definitely be able to use it in the future. A servant next to Shen Ziqing of the Heavenly Dragon Chamber of Commerce said flatteringly. Haha, this young master will soon become an official spirit array grandmaster. This ancient mystic sky sect's secret codex, this young master will definitely be able to use it. The corner of Shen Ziqing's mouth curled up slightly. He was determined to obtain the ancient mystic sky sect's secret codex. Chapter 252. Zhuge Zhenghong said, although this ancient mysterious sky sect's secret manual only records yellow rank and profound rank formations, it's the best inheritance to build a foundation. In ancient times, the mysterious sky sect was good at building a solid foundation for disciples who just started learning spirit arrays. If you can get this ancient mysterious sky sect's secret manual, you'll definitely achieve a glorious life on the path of a spirit array master in the future. You'll definitely become a great spirit array master that everyone admires. Hearing Zhuge Zhenghong's words, Shen Ziqing became more and more excited. It was as if he was fantasizing that one day, he would become a great spirit array master. Goddesses and fairies would all kneel in front of him and beg him to sleep with them. Just thinking about it made him feel that it was wonderful. However, in reality, Shen Ziqing was just deceiving himself. This person was 21 years old this year and had started learning spirit arrays at the age of 10. However, 11 years had passed, and he was still a spirit array apprentice. Obviously, he didn't have enough talent to become a spirit array master. The starting price of this ancient mysterious sky sect's secret manual is 2 million gold coins. Each bid can't be less than 200,000 gold coins, Ouyang Jing said. Boom! The entire auction house was in an uproar. This ancient mysterious sky sect's secret manual was the item with the highest starting price after the auction began. However, this was normal. As long as it was related to a spiritual array master, the price would be extremely high. Many people were interested in the ancient mysterious sky sect's secret manual. This was because these large factions usually had spirit array masters. Moreover, these factions would also train spirit array masters. Naturally, they could use the ancient mysterious sky sect's secret manual. 3 million. A man in a black robe was the first to bid. Soon, the price soared. 4 million, 5 million, 6 million, 7 million, 10 million, 30 million, 100 million. Soon, the price of this ancient mysterious sky sect's secret manual rose to a sky-high price of 100 million. 200 million. Suddenly, a voice was heard. It was Shen Ziqing. This Shen Ziqing was the young master of the Sky Dragon Chamber of Commerce and was rich and overbearing. Many people frowned slightly. Ordinary factions couldn't afford to train spirit array masters. Naturally, top factions could afford to train spirit array masters. However, the top forces also had a complete training system, including all kinds of basic spirit arrays and spirit array techniques. Buying the ancient mystic sky sect's secret manual was just the icing on the cake. However, if he were to spend a huge sum to purchase the ancient mystic sky sect's secret manual, it would definitely affect the auction of the other treasures. Thinking of this, many people left one after another. Congratulations, young master. You're about to obtain the ancient Black Heaven sect's secret manual. The servants around Shen Ziqing said with a smile. Haha, we also congratulate Brother Shen. There were also a few young masters who were friends with Shen Ziqing, and they all congratulated him. If Lin Feng saw one of them, he would definitely recognize him. It was none other than Jin Wuzhong, who had been riding the flaming lion and charging around fearlessly. Well said, well said. When I become a spirit array master in the future, everyone can come to me for help if they have any problems. This young master will definitely not refuse, Shen Ziqing said with a smile. The young masters despised him in their hearts. You think you can become a spiritual array master? Are you dreaming? If it weren't for the fact that you're so rich, who would want to flatter you? Of course, these young masters would not say these words out loud. They still wanted to follow Shen Ziqing and indulge in wine and women. In any case, Shen Ziqing had endless money to spend. Just when Shen Ziqing thought that the ancient mystic sky sect's secret manual was about to be obtained by him, a voice rang out. 210 million. Everyone looked over and found that it was also a young man who had bid. Who is this person? Many people were puzzled, and they were all guessing Lin Feng's identity. It was too rare for the younger generation to be able to take out a few 100 million gold coins. It's this brat. Jin Wuzhong immediately gritted his teeth. One of the young masters said, "This is the guy who had a conflict with you. He snatched your flaming lion." "That's right, it's him." Jin Wuzhong glared fiercely at Lin Feng, wanting to tear Lin Feng apart. "Where did this brat come from? How dare he compete with me for the ancient mystic sky sect's secret manual?" Shen Ziqing's expression darkened slightly as he spoke coldly. Lin Feng glanced at Shen Ziqing and frowned when he saw Jin Wuzhong. He hadn't thought that these people would be together. It seemed that Shen Ziqing wasn't a good person either. He calmly replied, "In an auction, the highest bidder gets the item. Whoever offers the highest price gets the item." "Ha ha ha. Brat, are you trying to compete with me to see who's richer? How laughable, how laughable. Someone actually dares to compete with me in terms of wealth. You're just asking to be humiliated. You overestimate yourself." Shen Ziqing looked at Lin Feng disdainfully and raised 3 fingers. 300 million. He raised the price by 90 million in one go. Is he the son of the Heavenly Dragon Chamber of Commerce's president? Yes, he's Shen Tianmo's son. He, it seems that Shen Tianmo only knows how to make money. His son is too arrogant. Someone shook his head. If it was any other time, it wouldn't have mattered. But today, there were so many people from the major powers. If a junior wanted to compete, he could have just made a bid. But he just had to act so arrogant and condescending. What kind of impression would he give to the people from the major powers? On the other hand, Lin Feng wasn't worried at all. He looked calm and relaxed. They were all juniors. The difference between them was obvious. 310 million. Lin Feng continued bidding. He didn't raise the price crazily, even though Lin Feng had won. 6 billion gold coins. 500 million. Said Shen Ziqing coldly. 510 million. Lin Feng continued bidding. Brat, who do you think you are? How dare you compete with me? 800 million. I'll bid 800 million for the ancient mystic sky sect's secret manual. If you have the money, keep bidding. Shen Ziqing stood up and sneered. Lin Feng was still calm. 810 million. You. Shen Ziqing was so angry that his face turned ashen. He sat down on the bench. Although he was the son of the Sky Dragon Chamber of Commerce's president, he could only transfer 800 million gold coins at most. He couldn't transfer more money. Many people were moved. They didn't expect Lin Feng to have so much money to suppress the Sky Dragon Chamber of Commerce's young master. Shen Ziqing's face was as ugly as it could be. He had never lost in a battle of wealth, but today, in front of so many people, he lost to Lin Feng. Thinking of the words he said to Lin Feng, it was like slapping himself in the face. 810 million gold coins scared you away? I thought you had a lot of gold coins, but it turns out you're just a pauper who blindly talks. Lin Feng curled his lips. What did you say? Shen Ziqing gnashed his teeth and roared. His face was distorted. He was the only one who called others a pauper, but today, he was ridiculed as a pauper. How could Shen Ziqing accept this? Ha ha. Many people laughed when they saw Lin Feng mocking Shen Ziqing. Many people were disgusted by Shen Ziqing's arrogant attitude. Now that they saw Shen Ziqing's distorted face, they felt relieved. Chapter 253. Brat, do you know who I am? Shen Ziqing glared at Lin Feng. I do. Lin Feng nodded. You know who I am, yet you still dare to offend me. Are you tired of living? Shen Ziqing looked at Lin Feng coldly, as if he wanted to see fear on Lin Feng's face. But he was disappointed. Lin Feng sneered disdainfully. You're just a pauper. Why wouldn't I dare offend you? Lin Feng curled his lips. How dare you humiliate me? I'll kill you. Shen Ziqing was flustered and exasperated, and he wanted to pounce on Lin Feng. Many people smiled as they looked at Shen Ziqing, who looked like a nouveau riche. They were all gloating over his misfortune. Even some important people were watching. Many important people looked at Lin Feng and thought, who is this young man? He's so young, has such an extraordinary aura, and is shockingly wealthy. He also spent a lot of money to buy the Black Sky Sect's secret manual. Could he be a spiritual array master? While many important people were guessing Lin Feng's identity, Shen Ziqing quickly walked towards Lin Feng, as if he was really going to attack him. Lin Feng sat in his seat with a cold smile. He didn't even bother to look at Shen Ziqing. This was an auction house, and behind it was the ancient Jiang family. In ancient times, the Copper Sparrow Pavilion was the Jiang family, and Shen Ziqing dared to cause trouble in an auction house? Wasn't he just courting death? Even if the Heavenly Dragon Chamber of Commerce or the ancient Jiang family wanted to destroy it, it would be as easy as moving a finger. Impudent! Where do you think you are? How dare you be so disrespectful? Zhuge Zheng's face darkened as he shouted coldly. At that moment, Shen Ziqing recovered from his rage. When he thought about the auction house's background, he trembled in fear and quickly said, I was too angry. Please don't blame me. Get out. Zhuge Zheng said coldly. Shen Ziqing looked at Lin Feng with hatred, but he didn't dare stay any longer and quickly left the auction house. This was just a small interlude. The auction continued. Lin Feng did not wait for the auction to end before leaving. He met with President Dongfang Ji in the VIP room. In this auction, little friend Lin should have earned 624 billion gold coins. After deducting the 810 million gold coins you spent on the ancient profound Sky Sect secret manual, you still have 814 million gold coins left. All of it is in your crystal card. Dongfang Ji handed a crystal card to Lin Feng. Lin Feng put it away and said, Thank you. Haha, let's work well together. Dongfang Ji waved his hand, and a maidservant brought over the ancient Black Heaven Sect's secret manual. Dongfang Ji said, This is a secret manual of the ancient Black Heaven Sect. Please keep it well. Lin Feng took the Xian Tian Sect's secret scriptures and was pleasantly surprised. With the Xian Tian Sect's secret scriptures, he now had all the basic deployment spells he needed to become a Xian-level spiritual deployment master. Once he became a profound rank formation master, he would then look for the formations and formation techniques he needed to become an Earth rank formation master. But at the very least, he wouldn't have to worry about formations until he became a profound rank formation master. Lin Feng put away the Xian Tian Sect scriptures and said, Then I'm off. Wait. Dongfang Ji suddenly said. Senior, is there something else? Lin Feng asked. I have a friend who would like to meet you. Dongfang Ji said. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Dongfang Ji seemed to notice Lin Feng's displeasure and said, It's the friend who spent 2 billion gold coins to buy 4 bottles of body-tempering liquid. Lin Feng said, Is it Gentleman City's city lord, Han Zihua? That's right. Would you like to meet him? Dongfang Ji asked. Please ask Senior Han Zihua to come out. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Haha, Lin Feng, I'm here. A hearty laugh sounded out as Han Zihua walked out from the hall. Junior greets Senior Han Zihua. Facing Han Zihua, the city lord of Gentleman City, Lin Feng didn't dare to be arrogant and cupped his fists. Young friend, there's no need to be so polite. Han Zihua supported Lin Feng with his hand. Lin Feng said, Of course. He didn't say anything else and waited for Han Zihua to speak. When Han Zihua saw that Lin Feng didn't ask why he wanted to meet him, he couldn't help but think that he was quite calm. Han Zihua took the initiative to speak. Young friend, I have a request to make today. I hope you can agree. If this junior has the ability, he definitely won't refuse, Lin Feng said. If it were anyone else, they would have been so excited that they wanted to fly into the sky if they heard that an important person like Gentleman City's city lord had a request. Their future would be limitless. However, Lin Feng was quite indifferent. Firstly, Han Zihua's Gentleman City had nothing to do with Lin Feng's True Martial Empire. True Martial Empire was under the protection of Sun Moon City, so as a citizen of True Martial Empire, he naturally couldn't get too close to Han Zihua. Secondly, what Han Zihua wanted was naturally something extraordinary. Lin Feng wanted to hear what it was about. Han Zihua said, "Young friend, you must have a powerful alchemist behind you, right?" When Han Zihua asked this question, Dongfang Ji was also listening. Evidently, he had always suspected that Lin Feng had a powerful alchemist behind him. Lin Feng had already thought about this. Since these people thought so, it was even better. He could hide the fact that he had refined the body-tempering liquid. He nodded and said, "Indeed." Dongfang Ji nodded and thought to himself, "It's just as I guess." Han Zihua, on the other hand, was overjoyed. "Young friend, can you introduce me to that alchemist?" It seemed that Han Zihua had a request for that alchemist. However, the alchemist behind Lin Feng was the fire Qilin. Now that the fire Qilin's godly power had been devoured by the demonic orb, it couldn't refine any high-grade spirit medicines. Moreover, the fire Qilin's identity couldn't be exposed. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't agree. He said, "It's like this. My master lives in seclusion all year round, and he doesn't meet anyone apart from me. Young friend, please help me put in a good word for him. If this matter can be completed, I'm willing to give you an ancient divine ability," Han Zihua said. Han Zihua said. An ancient divine ability was a supreme secret technique comparable to the Chongqi treasured technique. Once successfully cultivated, one could capture the sun and moon and move mountains and rivers. Its power was boundless, and it was something that only ancient powers possessed. Lin Feng was somewhat tempted. He asked, "I don't know if it can be done, but what is it?" "I want to ask that senior to refine a life-prolonging pill." Han Zihua looked sad. He told Lin Feng about Ruoxin, perhaps trying to move Lin Feng. "Please wait for a day. I'll bring you the news tomorrow," Lin Feng said. "Thank you, young friend." Han Zihua cupped his fists and said gratefully. He then took out a scroll and handed it to Lin Feng. "What's this?" Seeing the scroll in Han Zihua's hand, Lin Feng's eyelids twitched violently. "This is an ancient scroll. It contains a supreme divine ability from the ancient era. Thank you for your help, young friend. I'll give this divine ability to you," Han Zihua said. Chapter 254. Senior, please put this scroll away. Before the matter is settled, this junior dares not accept it, Lin Feng said. Han Zihua said, "Don't feel burdened. We are fated, and this scroll is also fated to be with you." Lin Feng said, "Since it's fated, it will be mine sooner or later. There's no need to rush. This junior will take his leave." Lin Feng cupped his fists and left. Han Zihua looked at the scroll in his hand, a contemplative look on his face. "How do you feel?" Zhuge Zheng asked with a smile. He's able to remain so calm in the face of an ancient scroll, truly shocking. Is this kid really 16 or 17 years old? Han Zihua muttered to himself. Seems like he's already 17. What a great youth, a great age. Zhuge Zheng sighed, reminiscing about when he was at this age. Unfortunately, his youth had long passed. Han Zihua said, "This kid will definitely become someone great in the future. Unfortunately, he's a student of the Azure Dragon Institute under Sun Moon City. Our Gentleman City has no fate with him." "That's natural. That guy overseeing the Azure Dragon Institute has been secretly observing that kid," Zhuge Zheng said. "Are you talking about that Ouyang Zhentian guy? That guy has suffered. He was the Sun Moon City's Star of Hope, but he failed in the competition for the Sun Moon City's Castellan position, and now he's been sent to this small place to hold the position of Institute Principal," Han Zihua said. "Being able to keep his life is already not bad," Zhuge Zheng said indifferently. He had always been in the Jiang family, one of the top families, and had seen too many of these life-and-death struggles for power. On the way back, Lin Feng was thinking about Han Zihua's request. Even if it wasn't for the scroll in Han Zihua's hand, Lin Feng still wanted to help Han Zihua. It was obvious that Han Zihua was deeply in love. As for Han Zihua's lover, that girl named Ruoxi, Lin Feng admired her. For the person she loved, she was willing to sacrifice her life. The most beautiful thing in the world was love, and this kind of love should not end in tragedy. "Brat, stop." While Lin Feng was thinking about Han Zihua, he heard a sneer from behind, which woke Lin Feng up. Lin Feng turned his head and saw that it was Shen Ziqing and the others who had competed with him for the ancient Black Heaven sect's secret manual at the auction house. Jin Wuzhong, who had a conflict with him before, was also in this group. Jin Wuzhong was an arrogant and despotic fellow, running amok in the imperial capital without a care in the world. He was a typical second-generation young master. Shen Ziqing and the others were obviously jackals of the same tribe as Jin Wuzhong. Lin Feng said indifferently, "What's the matter? Brat. You dare to humiliate me at the auction? Do you think this matter will end just like that?" Shen Ziqing glared at Lin Feng. TSK, what's wrong? Do you want to take revenge on me? You're the idiot who doesn't know what you're worth and came here to show off. You're really blind. Lin Feng curled his lips disdainfully. He naturally wasn't afraid of these people. They were just a bunch of second-generation young masters. Brat, you're trying to kill me. Shen Ziqing's face twisted. No one had ever dared to humiliate him like this. Scram, or don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Feng said coldly. Fuck. Brat, who do you think you are? Let's teach this brat a lesson. Let him know whose territory this is, shouted the other young men coldly. They were looking at Lin Feng in an evil way. Jin Wuzhong's father was a commander of the city guards, and his sister was a princess. Obviously, these people with Jin Wuzhong weren't simple people. They were clearly the sons of nobles in the imperial capital. In their world, they were the ones who bullied others. They would never swallow their anger. Go, teach this brat a lesson. I want to break his legs. Shen Ziqing shouted coldly. Don't worry, leave it to us. There were 5 or 6 guards next to Shen Ziqing. They all jumped up and rushed towards Lin Feng. Little brat, you dare offend our young master? You must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's guts. When the guards finished talking, they laughed evilly and threw themselves at Lin Feng. Isn't that Jin Wuzhong, Shen Ziqing, and the others? They're all young masters in the imperial capital. Who is that young man? He surprisingly got into a fight with them. This is going to be troublesome. He's going to be beaten half to death. The onlookers were pointing and looking at Lin Feng with pity. Shen Ziqing, Jin Wuzhong, and the others were smiling coldly at Lin Feng. They didn't think that Lin Feng could withstand the attacks of 5 or 6 guards. Even though the guards weren't particularly strong, they were still cultivators of the 5th celestial layer. Lin Feng looked like he was only 16 or 17 years old. How strong could he be? You're just a motley crew. How dare you be so fierce? Lin Feng's eyes turned cold as he stepped forward. Asterisk slap, slap, slap. Asterisk following that, the sound of slapping could be heard. Miserable cries rang out as figures flew out one after another. Shen Ziqing's guards were all sent flying by Lin Feng's slaps. They fell to the ground, their faces almost disfigured by Lin Feng's slaps. They hugged their heads and screamed in pain. That young man is so strong. Many people were shocked. Jin Wuzhong said, that little brat is quite strong. Even I suffered a great loss at his hands. Jin Wuzhong was at the 7th celestial layer. Hearing Jin Wuzhong's words, Shen Ziqing said, that little brat is at least at the 8th or 9th celestial layer. Let's attack together and cripple that little brat. Alright, let's attack together and cripple that little brat. Let's show him the consequences of offending us. The other young masters all had hideous smiles on their faces. Asterisk boom, boom. Asterisk as soon as they finished speaking, Shen Ziqing and the others quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. They were all at the 7th or 8th celestial layer of the martial master realm. They weren't weak, but compared to Lin Feng, there was still a huge gap. Lin Feng's eyes were cold. He stepped forward and punched 5 times in a row. Bang, 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 5 dull sounds of impact could be heard. Crack, crack. Then, the sound of bones cracking could be heard one after another. 5 figures were sent flying like kites with their strings cut. They all fell to the ground. Ah, my arm. Shen Ziqing, Jin Wuzhong, and the others hugged their arms. Lin Feng had broken their arms when Lin Feng had punched them. Many people looked at Lin Feng in shock. No one had expected Lin Feng to be so strong. He could cripple a person with a single punch. Shen Ziqing and the others weren't weak either. The 7th or 8th celestial layer of the martial master realm was already considered quite strong. I'm not someone you can provoke. If there's a next time, I won't just break your arms, I'll break your necks. Lin Feng coldly looked at Shen Ziqing, Jin Wuzhong, and the others. At this moment, these people were looking at Lin Feng with eyes full of fear, afraid that Lin Feng would kill them. Lin Feng was too lazy to pay attention to these people. He turned and walked in the direction of the Azure Dragon Institute. The surrounding people quickly opened a path for Lin Feng. Lin Feng's figure soon disappeared into the night. Chapter 255. You're back. How did you get? The fire Chelin asked when it saw Lin Feng return. I really struck it rich this time. 10 bottles of body-tempering liquid were sold for 32 billion. Lin Feng said. The fire Chelin said, it's about the same price as I expected. The body-tempering liquid concocted from an ancient divine alchemy recipe is worth that price. Lin Feng thought about Han Zihua and said, someone wants to ask you for help. Ask me for help. The fire Chelin was surprised. Who is it? What's the matter? It's Gentleman City's city lord, Han Zihua. Lin Feng then told the fire Chelin about Han Zihua's request and the story between Han Zihua and Ruo Shi. He also told the fire Chelin that Han Zihua would give him an ancient divine ability as a reward. Lin Feng trusted the fire Chelin 100%, so he didn't hide anything from it. Han Zihua is quite generous. That woman called Ruo Shi managed to survive for 100 years, but her body started to deteriorate during that time. The most terrifying thing was that her soul was dying. Ordinary life-continuing pills can protect the body, but they can't protect the soul. The fire Chelin said calmly. Lin Feng said, it seems like you've thought of a way. Since that's the case, help Han Zihua. I'm not related to Han Zihua. Why should I help him? The fire Chelin rolled its eyes. Han Zihua is Gentleman City's city lord. He must have a lot of treasures. You can ask him for a reward. It's a win-win situation. Lin Feng said. That's a good suggestion. The fire Chelin paced around the room and said, life-continuing pills aren't difficult to concoct. They're just earth-tier pills. Lin Feng was speechless. Earth-tier pills weren't difficult to concoct. Earth-tier alchemists had a high status in the East Province. Even ancient powers would treat them as guests of honor. The fire Chelin continued to boast, in the past, I could have concocted them in seconds, but now, I don't have any godly power. I want to, but I can't. Lin Feng was speechless. You've said so much, but you still don't have a solution. I can't concoct it, but you can. I have a mysterious sky-protecting spirit pill here. It can protect your soul for 5 years. Give it to Han Zihua. If you can become an earth-tier alchemist within 5 years, I'll give you the recipe for the immemorial life-continuing pill. If you can't become an earth-tier alchemist, even the gods won't be able to save that woman. Fire Chelin said. Lin Feng said, if you can't refine it, you can give the immemorial life-continuing pill's formula to another alchemist and give it to Han Zihua. The fire Chelin sneered and said, if I really did that, would you believe me? The two of us will soon turn into 2 cold corpses. Now that I've lost my godly power, do you think we'll be able to protect the divine alchemist's inheritance if it's exposed? Lin Feng thought for a moment. Indeed, as the fire Chelin had said, he had thought of the problem too simply. Said Lin Feng. I underestimated the problem, said Lin Feng. The fire Chelin said, you're still young, so it's normal that you can't think of many things. Give this pill to Han Zihua tomorrow. The fire Chelin took out a porcelain bottle and gave it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng opened the bottle and found a pill inside. It was the mysterious sky-protecting spirit pill that the fire Chelin had mentioned. Lin Feng put the pill away. What did you buy with so many gold coins at the auction? The fire Chelin asked. The mysterious sky sect's secret manual. Lin Feng smiled and took out the manual. I've heard of this sect before. Although it's not the best spiritual array inheritance, it's still passable. A spiritual array inheritance is like an alchemist's inheritance. It's too difficult to obtain such an inheritance. The fire Chelin said. treasuring one's own belongings. This was the law of survival in the world of cultivators. Because inheritances were too important to a force. These inheritances could only be in the hands of their own people and could not be spread out. Once it was spread out, it would be a huge blow to their own force. Lin Feng did not sleep that night. He began to look through the contents recorded in the mysterious Sky Sect's secret manual. These contents included a complete set of spiritual array cultivation techniques, from basic arrays to various kinds of spiritual array techniques. The records were very detailed. Lin Feng began to practice the basic arrays recorded in the manual. Many people preferred spiritual array techniques because they were offensive. For example, the entanglement technique could entangle the opponent's body, and the fireball technique could release fireballs to attack the opponent. However, Lin Feng liked basic arrays the most. Although there was no way to use basic arrays in the process of battle, there were many times when they could play an unimaginable role. First of all, basic arrays were the foundation of a spirit array master. Second, during the Battle of Fallen Moon City, Lin Feng had set up 3 basic arrays. Not only did they delay the 400,000-strong army of the Orc Empire for a day and a night, but they also killed tens of thousands of Orc soldiers. From this, one could see the power of basic arrays. The next day, Lin Feng came to the auction house again. After seeing Lin Feng, Han Zihua's expression was full of nervousness. Lin Feng could understand his current mood. Lin Feng said, "I'm really sorry. My master had an urgent matter to attend to and left, so I can't help you." Han Zihua sighed, and a look of despair appeared on his face. Lin Feng continued, "Senior, don't be too sad. Before my master left, he gave me a mysterious sky protection pill that can protect my primordial spirit for 5 years." As Lin Feng spoke, he took out the mysterious sky protection pill and gave it to Han Zihua. Han Zihua felt as if he had grasped at a life-saving straw, and he said gratefully, "Zihua will definitely repay your kindness." Lin Feng said, "I didn't actually help much. I hope that you can find the pill to extend my wife's life during these 5 years." Han Zihua sighed, "I've been looking for it for decades, but I haven't been able to find it." He looked at Lin Feng and grabbed Lin Feng's hand. "Young friend, you must be an alchemist as well, right?" Lin Feng nodded. Han Zihua's eyes lit up, and he said, "Please help me. As long as you help me, no matter what happens in the future, I'm willing to go through a mountain of swords or a sea of flames. I won't hesitate." Lin Feng said, "I can't help you right now. My level isn't high enough to refine a spirit pill of that level. 5 years. You still have 5 years. I believe that with your talent, you'll definitely be able to refine it within 5 years." Han Zihua said excitedly. Lin Feng said, "All right. If I can reach that level within 5 years, I'll definitely go to Gentleman's City. Thank you for your kindness, little friend. Here are 3 ancient scrolls, each containing an ancient secret technique. Thank you for the heavenly protection divine pill." Han Zihua said, "I didn't help much. I'll leave these things with you, senior. When I truly succeed in extending your wife's life, I'll take them back," said Lin Feng smiling. Immediately after, he left. "Rejecting 2 of your ancient secret techniques. That kid's mind is too strong. Even I would be tempted by 3 ancient secret technique scrolls, let alone a youth like him." Zhuge Zheng walked out and said emotionally. There was also some disbelief in his voice. He couldn't understand how a youth like Lin Feng could have such great willpower. How could he reject 3 ancient secret techniques? Said Han Zihua. "Indeed, it's the first time I've seen someone of the same age as him. I'm convinced that in 5 years, Lin Feng will become much stronger than I expected," said Han Zihua. Chapter 256. After the incident with Han Zihua, Lin Feng once again entered a state of cultivation. Every day, other than tempering his cultivation, he would also learn alchemy from the Fire Qilin and study spiritual arrays. If it was anyone else, they would not be able to do 3 things at once, but Lin Feng's soul force had already reached the yin-yang realm. Not to mention 3 things at once, even 10 things at once would not be a problem. Lin Feng frequently went to the lightning cavern to temper his body. After 2 months of bitter cultivation, his physical body had become stronger. Ordinary arrows that hit his body were like hitting an iron wall, unable to break through Lin Feng's defense. This made Lin Feng exceptionally excited. The immemorial dragonesque elephant art was indeed powerful, tempering his physical body to surpass the fiend god realm. In half a year's time, the Azure Dragon Institute would be holding the Mountain River List ranking competition. During this time, there were many people talking about it, and Lin Feng naturally became the focus of the discussion. Although he was a new student, the strength he displayed was shocking, and his leadership skills were extraordinary. This made many people curious about Lin Feng's results in the Mountain River List ranking competition half a year later. What would Lin Feng's rank be? But in reality, Lin Feng did not have much interest in the Mountain River List ranking competition. It was just a title. Even if he was ranked first, what was the use? Outside the lightning cavern. Junior brother Lin, you're here to cultivate again, Wang Yun said with a smile. Lin Feng nodded and entered the lightning cavern. More than a dozen disciples passed by and asked curiously, who's that kid? He looks younger than us. Why are those senior brothers guarding the lightning cavern so respectful to him? F***ck, you don't even know Lin Feng? How did he mix in? Immediately, some of the disciples rolled their eyes. Ah, that young man just now was Lin Feng? First year's new student, Lin Feng? That disciple exclaimed in shock. Is there a second Lin Feng in our Azure Dragon Institute? Someone curled his lips. That junior brother Lin is not bad looking. The girls looked like they were infatuated. What's the use of being good looking? Immediately, a male student questioned, but he didn't know what to say. He wanted to say, what's the use of being good-looking? His cultivation was not good enough. But now, he realized that saying those words was like slapping his own face. He could only smile awkwardly, causing a group of people to look at him with contempt. Lin Feng walked all the way into the lightning cavern, allowing the lightning energy to strike his body. Lin Feng's body was densely covered by the lightning energy. The lightning energy contained a powerful destructive force, but it was unable to harm Lin Feng in the slightest. Now, Lin Feng could already enter the 200-meter radius of the lightning cave without being injured. Lin Feng continued to venture deeper into the lightning cavern. He reached a range of 230 meters, and the dense lightning energy bombarded Lin Feng's body, directly tearing his skin and flesh apart. He used the ancient dragonesque elephant incantation to heal his injured body. At the same time, Lin Feng used his devouring spirit to absorb the lightning energy. Lin Feng absorbed the lightning energy into his body, then refined it and turned it into his own strength. If someone saw that, they would be scared to death. When other people tempered their bodies in the lightning cavern, they would only use the lightning energy to destroy their bodies, then wait for their bodies to recover. That way, their bodies would become stronger. But Lin Feng wasn't like that. Now, Lin Feng directly absorbed the lightning energy, then refined it and poured it into every part of his body. Even the softest parts of his body, such as his heart, were being tempered by the lightning energy. Of course, the heart and other parts of his body were too weak, so Lin Feng controlled his strength, and the lightning energy didn't become violent. Instead, he tempered them step by step. First, temper the body, then temper the organs. It's said that the ancient dragonesque elephant's heart can't be damaged even by an ancient holy royal weapon. You can see how strong the ancient dragonesque elephant's body is. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Why was the ancient dragonesque elephant so strong? The reason was that the body was almost indestructible, and the weakest part of the body was the ancient dragonesque elephant's heart. However, the ancient holy royal weapon couldn't damage the ancient dragonesque elephant's heart. Just this point alone showed how terrifying the primordial dragonesque elephant was. And in the legends, the ancient dragonesque elephant was an ancient existence that was born in the chaos. It was an ancient existence that predated the dragon clan, Phoenix, Chileen, and other divine beasts. It was even said that the birth of the dragon clan was closely related to the ancient dragonesque elephant. The ancient dragonesque elephant separated its blood to create all living things, and the most powerful blood was separated and turned into a giant dragon. Of course, it was very difficult to reach the ancient dragonesque elephant's realm, but Lin Feng persevered. He believed that in the future, He would definitely reach the peak. Lin Feng didn't know how long he had been cultivating in the Thunder Cavern, but he had gone from 200 meters to 300 meters. He already felt a deep sense of exhaustion. Lin Feng decided to leave. Suddenly, at that moment, Lin Feng looked at the deepest part of the Thunder Cavern. There was a terrifying fluctuation. It seems like I've reached the deepest part of the Thunder Cavern. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at the deepest part of the Thunder Cavern. He had a feeling that the Thunder Cavern was hiding some secrets. Lin Feng didn't leave. Instead, he walked towards the deepest part of the Thunder Cavern. Lin Feng's body was covered in blood, but Lin Feng gritted his teeth and walked towards the deepest part of the Thunder Cavern with difficulty. Finally, he saw a gigantic mountain in front of him. That mountain seemed to be the center of the Thunder Mountain. In the middle of the mountain, there was a purple thunderbolt which seemed to distort space and time. It was terrifying. Lin Feng was astonished. He saw that there was a thunderbolt talisman in the middle of the purple thunderbolt. The secret of the Thunder Cavern. Lin Feng was astonished. The Thunder Cavern really contained a huge secret. Lin Feng released his golden wings and rose up in the air towards the purple thunderbolts. Boom! The purple thunderbolt seemed to have sensed Lin Feng's qi and released a destructive thunderbolt towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's body exploded. He looked miserable. Lin Feng's face was extremely pale. He could feel how terrifying the purple thunderbolt was, but he didn't want to give up. He circulated the ancient dragonesque elephant incantation, and the strength of the ancient dragonesque elephant enveloped his body. The purple thunderbolt attacked Lin Feng again, but this time, even though Lin Feng's body was severely injured, it was much lighter than before. He quickly rushed over and grabbed the mysterious talisman in the purple thunderbolt. The Thunder God is immortal and indestructible. Suddenly, a deep and ancient voice came out of the Thunder Cavern. Lin Feng felt the world spin. In the next moment, he arrived in an ancient world. This world was above the 9 heavens and was shrouded in endless thunderbolts. The thunderbolt power covered the sky and covered the sun. It extended for tens of millions of kilometers. Space and time were distorted by the thunderbolt power. Under the endless thunderbolt world, a tall and sturdy man stood. His body was filled with explosive power, like an immortal god of war. Chapter 257. Lin Feng looked at the man standing in the sky in shock. He was like a god, shocking Lin Feng and the others. No. To be more precise, he was more like a god of thunder. Endless lightning surrounded him, but it couldn't hurt him at all. With a casual move, lightning filled the sky. With a wave of his right hand, millions of lightning bolts shot forward. He could control the most terrifying lightning power. Thunder God, is he really the legendary Thunder God? Lin Feng exclaimed in shock. According to the mountain and sea scripture, the primordial gods were conferred the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. There was a primordial thunder god who mastered the primordial way of lightning and was in charge of the Order of Lightning. The Thunder God was a righteous god of the primordial era, a god conferred by the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. He wasn't someone those false gods and evil gods could compare to. Among the primordial gods, the Thunder God was definitely one of the strongest. That was because the primordial gods all had different abilities. For example, the primordial alchemy gods' achievements in alchemy were unparalleled. However, in terms of combat strength, the primordial alchemy god's combat strength was clearly not strong. As for the Thunder God, he mastered the way of lightning and was known for his powerful combat strength. In the primordial era, he swept through the heavens and was almost invincible among his peers. He was also known as the existence closest to the dragonesque mammoths in the latter era. Now, the Thunder God had appeared in front of him. It was unbelievable. Is this lightning cavern related to the Thunder God? Is that lightning jade talisman related to the Thunder God? Lin Feng couldn't help but guess. At that moment, the Thunder God moved. As soon as the Thunder God moved, the entire sea of lightning went berserk. The boundless power of lightning poured down and enveloped the God of Thunder. The Thunder God raised his right hand and made a special gesture. As he raised his right hand, the lightning in the sky rumbled. What's this? A secret art? Lin Feng was shocked. He could naturally see that the thunder god's actions had caused the lightning in the heavens to change. The thunder god made a dozen gestures in succession. Every movement was extremely slow, as if he was demonstrating to Lin Feng. He repeated his actions over and over again, never stopping. Lin Feng imitated thunder god's movements over and over again. He naturally knew that this was definitely an opportunity for him. Lin Feng did not know how many times he had imitated it. Perhaps 10,000 times. Perhaps 100,000 times. Perhaps even more. Lin Feng's movements were becoming more and more similar to thunder gods. Boom. Finally, when Lin Feng performed these dozens of movements, he also attracted the lightning. That powerful lightning energy lingered around Lin Feng. "Ha, I succeeded," said Lin Feng, laughing loudly. Perhaps it was because extreme joy begets sorrow, the surrounding lightning power directly exploded. Bang! In the belly of the mountain, Lin Feng was sent flying by the explosive power of the lightning. He fell to the ground in a sorry state. However, this attack brought Lin Feng back to reality. He still held the mysterious jade talisman tightly in his hand. Lin Feng endured the pain and quickly left the lightning cave. "Junior brother Lin, you're out." Wang Yun saw Lin Feng come out and greeted Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and quickly left. He returned to his residence, took a hot bath, and changed into a clean set of clothes. Then, Lin Feng went to look for the fire Cheline. This guy had snuck back from God knows where. It ate until its mouth was bleeding and its stomach was bulging. "Wow, you look so radiant. Did you have a fortuitous encounter?" The fire Cheline curled its lips and lay down on the ground, comfortably crying out. Lin Feng said, "I really did have a fortuitous encounter. Look at this jade talisman." Lin Feng took out the jade talisman he had obtained from the lightning cave and handed it to the fire Cheline. The talisman was purple, and it had the same color as purple lightning. The fire Cheline had only mentioned it casually. It never expected that Lin Feng would actually have a fortuitous encounter. It jumped up and grabbed the talisman with its claws. "Is there anything strange about this talisman? Send your divine sense into it," Lin Feng said. The fire Cheline nodded and sent its divine sense into the talisman. After a quarter of an hour, the fire Cheline's spiritual sense retreated. He sucked in a breath of cold air. "Isn't this the supreme inheritance of the ancient thunder god? Thunder god / That's right, it must be thunder god / Lin Feng was delighted. If it really was the thunder god's inheritance, then it was too heaven-defying. Before Lin Feng could recover from his excitement, the fire Cheline added, "Unfortunately, it's not the real thunder god / Lin Feng's expression changed when he heard the fire Cheline's words. "Why do you say that it's not the real thunder god / The fire Cheline explained, "Rumor has it that the thunder god / is divided into 3 parts. The first part is called the Sky Tyrant Lightning Art, which is equivalent to the thunder god / starting stance. The second part is called the Sky Severing Lightning Art, and the third part is called the Sky Destroying Lightning Art. The second and third parts are the core of the thunder god's inheritance, and they are also the strongest attacks. The part you obtained should belong to the first part, the Sky Tyrant Lightning Art. The power of this part can't even unleash 1,000th of the thunder god's / power." Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, "Doesn't that mean that the Sky Bomb Thunder skill I obtained is a piece of trash?" "I was happy for nothing." The fire Cheline rolled its eyes. "Did I say that the Sky Tyrant Lightning Art is useless? Didn't you just say?" Lin Feng pursed his lips, but he didn't continue. The fire Cheline had indeed not said that the Sky Tyrant Lightning Art was useless. In the past, the 9 great sage emperors challenged the archaic dragon-esque elephant, but they were all defeated by it. The 9 great sage emperors were existences that stood at the pinnacle of the myriad worlds. They had endless lifespans and were so powerful that it was suffocating. However, even if they joined forces, they still weren't a match for the immemorial dragon-esque elephant. 1,000,000 years later, the immemorial thunder god appeared and used his self-created thunder god / to battle the immemorial dragon-esque elephant. Although he was defeated, the immemorial dragon-esque elephant wasn't able to kill the thunder god. The thunder god swaggered away. This battle proved the lofty status of the immemorial thunder god in the immemorial era. Did you think that the immemorial thunder god was the expert closest to the immemorial dragon-esque elephant? Of course not, it's because the thunder god was truly powerful. The Sky Tyrant lightning art can only unleash 1,000th of the thunder god's power because the complete version is too powerful. The thunder god used it to challenge the archaic dragon-esque elephant. The Fire Chileen explained. Lin Feng asked, how does the Sky Tyrant lightning art compare to an ancient ability? The Fire Chileen snorted disdainfully. An ancient ability doesn't even have the qualifications to carry the Sky Tyrant lightning art's shoes. Lin Feng said, I really don't know if I'll be able to gather the Sky Tyrant lightning art, Sky Severing lightning art, and Sky Destroying lightning art in the future. That way, the Thunder God's inheritance will reappear in the world. If you can really gather them, then it'll be too terrifying. At that time, not only will you have the archaic dragon-esque elephant's supreme inheritance, but you'll also have the Thunder God's inheritance. You'll definitely be able to turn the universe upside down, the Fire Chileen said faintly. Chapter 258. Inside the room, Lin Feng was fully focused on refining more than 30 types of spirit herbs into medicinal liquid. He then began to separate these medicinal liquids into different combinations. He didn't dare to relax at all because alchemy itself was something that required extreme caution. The slightest deviation could cause unimaginable consequences. Exploding pills and cauldrons were very common. If it was more serious, it could cause a backlash to the soul. That would be terrible. Under Lin Feng's control, the various medicinal liquids fused together to form an embryonic pill. Lin Feng wrapped the embryonic pill with heavenly fire and carefully refined it. This pill was called the Berserk pill. It was a yellow, low, and peak-grade pill. After taking it, one's body would go berserk. The so-called berserk state meant that one's body would rapidly expand and one's strength would increase crazily. Lin Feng had been studying medicine with the Fire Unicorn for half a year and he was progressing very quickly. Today, he wanted to concoct pills to break through to the top of the Huang, and Huang layer. For Lin Feng, that wasn't difficult. Concocting pills was mainly related to soul strength and fire. Lin Feng's soul strength had already broken through to the yin and yang layer, and his fire was the most precious fire. Therefore, for Lin Feng, breaking through to the next layer was extremely difficult. In half a year, Lin Feng had already broken through to the next layer. If he could concoct pills of the Huang layer, 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 Huang breaking through 4 levels in half a year. If this news were to spread, who knew what kind of uproar it would cause? But this was Lin Feng's ability. What was a genius? No genius would dare to call themselves a genius in front of Lin Feng. 2 hours later, a shocking energy fluctuation came from the cauldron. The originally uneven embryonic pill was polished into a round pill by Lin Feng, and a rich medicinal fragrance floated in the air. Success! Lin Feng smiled. The Fire Chileen nodded in satisfaction and said, the speed of breaking through to the golden class is faster than I thought. Lin Feng said, actually, I feel that whether it's spirit arrays or alchemy, there are similarities. Oh! The Fire Chileen looked at Lin Feng in surprise. It's all about the use of the soul and concentration, Lin Feng said. You sure know how to summarize things. The Fire Chileen nodded slightly. Obviously, it agreed with the experience that Lin Feng had summarized. Senior Lin, are you there? At this moment, An anxious voice came from outside. "Who are you? Making a ruckus here?" Zhong Pingfan's voice was heard. Several disciples looked at Zhong Pingfan with some fear. They were all new students, but they were the most ordinary new students. And this was the Genius Camp. In the eyes of ordinary students, the Genius Camp students were lofty characters, unreachable characters. Therefore, they were filled with apprehension when they came here. Lin Feng was the most dazzling existence in the Azure Dragon Institute, and they didn't know what kind of person Lin Feng was. Now that he suddenly came looking for them, it was very abrupt. In their hearts, they were uneasy, afraid that they would attract some trouble. Under normal circumstances, ordinary students weren't allowed to casually come to the Genius Camp. If they were discovered, they would be severely punished. However, thinking of the words that Su Zimo had told them before he was taken away, in order to save Su Zimo, they gathered their courage and came to the Genius Camp to look for Lin Feng. "We are Su Zimo's classmates. Something happened to Su Zimo, and Su Zimo said that he is Senior Lin's good brother, so he told us to come find Senior Lin," a dark skinny student said in a low voice. He didn't know if what Su Zimo said was true or not. In their eyes, Lin Feng was a lofty character in the Azure Dragon Institute, destined to be one of the top 10 on the Mountain River list, whereas Su Zimo was a very ordinary person, as ordinary as them. Therefore, when Su Zimo said that he and Lin Feng were good brothers, these people didn't dare to believe it. However, they had no other choice but to brace themselves and come find Lin Feng. "Zimo told you to come find me? Did something happen to Zimo?" Just as the few of them were feeling uneasy, a voice came from the courtyard. The few disciples looked over and saw that the person who came was Lin Feng. "Senior Lin." The few disciples quickly saluted Lin Feng. "No need to be so polite. Are you Su Zimo's classmates?" Lin Feng asked. The dark skinny student answered, "That's right, we are Su Zimo's classmates, as well as his roommates." "Something happened to Su Zimo. What happened?" Lin Feng asked anxiously. He and Su Zimo had known each other since they were in the Jialan Institute, and their friendship was very deep. However, Su Zimo's talent was limited. Although he had joined the Azure Dragon Institute, he was only in the outer courtyard. Another student said, "Su Zimo was taken away by the Blood Dragon Gang's Yang Wudao." "Blood Dragon Gang? Yang Wudao? What's going on?" Lin Feng's face sank. Zimo's sister came to the academy to see Su Zimo and was seen by Yang Wudao and the others. Zimo's sister is very beautiful, and Yang Wudao relied on his status as a member of the Blood Dragon Gang to be extremely arrogant. He openly flirted with Zimo's sister. Not only did he say a lot of obscene words, he even touched Zimo's sister. Zimo tried to stop Yang Wudao and fought with him. However, Yang Wudao was a member of the Blood Dragon Gang. He led a group of people from the Blood Dragon Gang into Zimo's dormitory and beat him up violently. He even took Zimo away and said that he would teach Zimo a lesson. We asked around and found out that most of the people who were taken away by the Blood Dragon Gang were crippled. "Senior brother Lin, Zimo asked us to look for you. Please go and save Zimo," a blue-robed youth said with a long face. Lin Feng was furious when he heard this. Lin Feng naturally knew Su Zimo's younger sister, Su Ziruo. She was 15 years old this year, and had been a beauty since she was a child. "Where's Su Ziruo?" Lin Feng asked. Zimo hid her in the dormitory next door, so she wasn't taken away. The tanned, skinny boy said. "Pingfan, bring Ziruo to me," Lin Feng said through gritted teeth. "Don't worry, no one will hurt her," Zhong Pingfan said. Lin Feng nodded, then looked at the others and said, "Come with me to the Blood Dragon Gang's territory. Senior Lin, come with us." A few of Su Zimo's classmates led the way. Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly. His face was full of anger. "Blood Dragon Gang, you should pray that you don't hurt Zimo before I get there. Otherwise, I, Lin Feng, will turn the Blood Dragon Gang into a river of blood." Chapter 259. The Blood Dragon Gang's base was located in the northwest region of the Azure Dragon Institute. There was a large courtyard here where the Blood Dragon Gang members gathered. Not only did the Blood Dragon Gang have many powerful members, but they also had the backing of the 8th Prince and several other princes. This was the reason why they could be so arrogant. The members of the Blood Dragon Gang had already infuriated Lin Feng. Teasing a girl from the Azure Dragon Institute and taking revenge after being stopped, was this the behavior of a student? They were simply ruffians, scoundrels, and scum. Most importantly, the person who was taken away was Lin Feng's good friend, Su Zimo. Other than their members, no one dared to come to the Blood Dragon Gang's base. Senior brother Lin, that's the Blood Dragon Gang. The skinny student pointed at the courtyard in front of them. From afar, they could see some members of the Blood Dragon Gang walking around the courtyard. At the entrance of the courtyard, there were 2 Blood Dragon Gang members guarding it. Lin Feng calmly walked over. The skinny student and the others followed behind him. If it were just them, they wouldn't have dared to come to the Blood Dragon Gang, but with Lin Feng here, their courage was boosted. Brat, stop. When the 2 disciples of the Blood Dragon Gang saw Lin Feng and the others, they looked arrogant. Do you know where this is? How dare you come here? This is the Blood Dragon Gang. Scram as far away as you can before this lord gets angry. The 2 Blood Dragon Gang members looked down at Lin Feng's group with arrogant expressions. As members of the Blood Dragon Gang, they had long cultivated this kind of superior attitude. Lin Feng's group looked like freshmen, so they naturally didn't put them in their eyes. Although Lin Feng's reputation in the Azure Dragon Institute was great, Lin Feng spent most of his time cultivating in the Genius Camp and rarely went out. Therefore, even in the Azure Dragon Institute, there weren't many people who knew of him. Therefore, it was normal for the Blood Dragon Gang members to not know of Lin Feng. What about the student Yang Wudao brought here? Lin Feng asked in a deep voice. Oh, could it be that you're here to save someone? Senior brother Yang Wudao is teaching that blind brat a lesson in the backyard. Get the hell away from me now, or else I'll catch you and give you a good beating too, said a member of the Blood Dragon Gang arrogantly. Lin Feng's face darkened. Anyone who tries to stop me will die. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked towards the courtyard. The Blood Dragon Society dares to barge in? How reckless. 2 members of the Blood Dragon Gang sneered. Then, they threw punches at Lin Feng from both sides. You're courting death. Lin Feng coldly shouted as he quickly punched out. Boom. 2 powerful punches blasted out, and fiercely collided with the 2 members of the Blood Dragon Gang. Bang! Bang! Lin Feng's punches sent the 2 members of the Blood Dragon Gang flying. Their arms were broken by Lin Feng's punch, and they crashed into the Blood Dragon Gang's main gate. The gate was smashed into pieces, and the 2 fell to the ground. Because their arms were broken, they fainted from the pain. Lin Feng directly jumped into the Blood Dragon Gang's courtyard. Fuck, who dares to barge into the Blood Dragon Gang? Courting death, courting death. Who dares to barge into our Blood Dragon Gang? Seeing the 2 members of the Blood Dragon Gang being crippled by Lin Feng, many members of the Blood Dragon Gang roared in anger. The Blood Dragon Gang was a lofty existence in the Azure Dragon Institute. Only members of the Blood Dragon Gang could do whatever they wanted in other people's territory. Who would dare to behave atrociously in their territory? But today, someone dared to do so. This was no different from plucking a tiger's fur. Go, cripple this brat. More than a dozen members of the Blood Dragon Gang dashed out, each with a sinister smile on their faces as they rushed toward Lin Feng. You're helping the tyrant. Today, I'll wash the Blood Dragon Gang with blood, said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. He abruptly took a step forwards and disappeared like a shadow. In the next moment, Lin Feng appeared in the crowd. Cheongqi treasure technique. Roar. A deafening roar shook the sky, and a Cheongqi beast more than 10 meters tall appeared. The Cheongqi beast bared its fangs and brandished its claws, swinging them out. Bang! 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 The Blood Dragon Gang members were sent flying by the Cheongqi beast, vomiting mouthfuls of blood in midair. Catcher, catcher, catcher sounds rang out one after another. The members of the Blood Dragon Gang who were sent flying by the Cheongqi beast had their bones broken. They fell to the ground and fainted. Such a one-sided battle was a huge visual shock to Su Zimo's classmates. Their faces were filled with shock. They had heard of Lin Feng's reputation, but they had never seen Lin Feng in action. Now that they had seen him in action, Their hearts were filled with shock. The conflict in the outer court had attracted the attention of the Blood Dragon Gang. More and more members of the Blood Dragon Gang appeared. "Who's there?" asked a tall and skinny member of the Blood Dragon Gang. He was called Song Shaquan, and he was the 5th strongest member of the Blood Dragon Gang. "It seems like he's here to rescue the brat that senior brother Yang Wudao captured," said a member of the Blood Dragon Gang with a pale face. Lin Feng's battle prowess was too shocking. He had crippled more than a dozen members of the Blood Dragon Gang in an instant. Who cares who he is? He dares to cause trouble in the Blood Dragon Gang. He's courting death. "Take out your flying swords and attack him," said Song Shaquan coldly. "Yes." Immediately, more than a dozen members of the Blood Dragon Gang took out their flying swords and attacked Lin Feng. "Senior brother Lin, be careful." The dark and skinny student and the others cried out in surprise. They were the ones who had cleared the flying swords. How powerful were they? How could Lin Feng dodge the attacks of more than a dozen flying swords? Lin Feng's expression was extremely cold. He sneered and took out the Black Dragon sword. Lin Feng wielded the Black Dragon sword and slashed at the incoming flying swords. Clang, 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 a series of muffled clanging sounds were heard. Catcher, catcher. The precious flying swords were all cut in half by Lin Feng's Black Dragon sword. "Ah, how could this be? My flying swords." Immediately, many members of the Blood Dragon Gang roared in pain. Even if they had an extraordinary background, it wasn't easy to obtain a flying sword. But now, their flying swords had been destroyed. It was equivalent to taking away half of their lives. Roar. The winged tiger's roars shook the sky. After Lin Feng destroyed a dozen flying swords, the winged tiger rushed into the crowd. Its gigantic claws were waving in all directions. A few members of the Blood Dragon Gang were sent flying with each claw. Although the members of the Blood Dragon Gang were strong, they couldn't withstand a single blow from Lin Feng's Cheung Chi treasured technique. The members of the Blood Dragon Gang were sent flying by Cheung Chi. They vomited blood in the air and many of their bones were broken. Chapter 260. No matter how arrogant the members of the Blood Dragon Gang were, they were still scared pale. They bullied the weak and feared the strong. The members of the Blood Dragon Gang bullied ordinary students or those without a powerful background. They would never take the initiative to provoke powerful students or those with powerful backgrounds. Now that they had seen how powerful Lin Feng was, they were all scared pale. "What are you afraid of? We have so many people. Can't we deal with one person?" Song Shaquan said gloomily. He waved his hand and said, "Use your martial spirits to attack him." Martial spirits. Activate. Immediately, dozens of members of the Blood Dragon Gang activated their martial spirits. In a battle between cultivators, they rarely used their martial spirits unless they had no other choice. This was because using a martial spirit consumed a lot of energy. If they couldn't defeat their opponent with their martial spirits, they would be exhausted. The members of the Blood Dragon Gang had no choice but to face Lin Feng, who was extremely strong. Boom, boom, boom. Beams of light shot into the sky as all kinds of martial spirits were activated. Naturally, there were all kinds of martial spirits. Roar. A roar shook the sky. It was a beast martial spirit. There were dozens of beast martial spirits, such as a white tiger, a blood lion, a sky-splitting eagle, and so on. There were also tool martial spirits. Tool martial spirits were weapon-like martial spirits, such as sabers, swords, spears, and so on. There were also some special martial spirits, such as mountain, moon, river, and so on. Dozens of martial spirits were activated, and the entire courtyard emitted a dazzling light and a suffocating energy fluctuation. How terrifying! The students of the Blood Dragon Gang were shocked. The dark-skinned student and the others looked at the dozens of martial spirits with pale faces. This was the first time they had seen dozens of students activating their martial spirits together. Dozens of martial spirits were activated at the same time, and the pressure was unimaginable. Senior brother Lin won't be able to withstand it, right? Should we make a move? The students of the Blood Dragon Gang looked at each other. Just back off a little. At that moment, Lin Feng's voice could be heard. The dark skinny student and the others were shocked. Could it be that senior brother Lin alone could fight against dozens of martial spirits? They were shocked, but they didn't slow down. They quickly retreated and avoided the battlefield. At this moment, dozens of martial souls also burst forth with powerful attacks. Those beast martial spirits' roars shook the heavens as they charged towards Lin Feng's Cheong-Chi. The rest of the martial spirits, such as weapon martial spirits, mountain river martial spirits, bright moon martial spirits, etc., all rushed towards Lin Feng. "Brat, let's see how you'll die." Song Shiquan's face was filled with a sinister smile. He did not believe that Lin Feng would be able to withstand the combined attacks of more than 10 martial spirits. The members of the Blood Dragon Gang looked at Lin Feng with cold gazes. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Facing the attacks of dozens of Blood Dragon Gang members, he urged the Cheong-Chi treasured skill. The ferocious beast Cheong-Chi roared and charged at the ferocious beasts. At the same time, Lin Feng summoned his martial soul. Lin Feng activated his devouring martial spirit. A distorted black hole appeared around Lin Feng. When the densely packed martial souls of the Blood Dragon Gang's members came crashing down, the devouring martial spirit began to erupt. The black hole formed by the devouring martial spirit could devour all energy. The martial spirits of the Blood Dragon Gang members were enveloped by the devouring martial spirit and were instantly devoured. The attacks of dozens of Blood Dragon Gang members couldn't harm Lin Feng at all. On the contrary, Lin Feng destroyed their martial spirits. Isn't he too powerful? The dark skinny student and the others were stupefied. They hadn't thought that Lin Feng would be able to destroy dozens of spirits so easily. The dark skinny student and the others were astonished. They were astonished from the depths of their souls. At the same time, the ferocious beast Cheong-Chi displayed its invincible might. It waved its huge claws and fought with the beast martial spirits. The ferocious beast Cheong-Chi was too powerful. It sent a beast martial spirit flying with its claws. The beast martial spirits directly exploded in the air. Once a martial spirit was destroyed, it would be impossible to summon it again for a few days. This was because the martial spirit had to be repaired. Only when it was repaired could it be used again. After the martial spirits of the Blood Dragon Gang members were destroyed, their faces were as pale as paper. Lin Feng's imposing manner was like a rainbow. He stepped forward, his black hair fluttering in the wind. He looked like a young god of war. The Cheong-Chi ferocious beast unleashed its might and killed all the beast martial spirits. Then, the Cheong-Chi ferocious beast rushed into the crowd like a tiger in a flock of sheep. It waved its huge claws and attacked again and again. Bang! 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 The Blood Dragon Gang members were sent flying by the ferocious beast Cheong-Chi. They all spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were deathly pale as they looked at the ferocious beast Cheong-Chi in horror. These Blood Dragon Gang members were usually arrogant, but today, they were like stray dogs. Too savage. That's too cruel. The skinny student shouted in shock when he saw the one-sided battle. Who the hell are you? Song Shiquan's face also turned pale. Lin Feng was too powerful. He was so powerful that even Song Shiquan was scared witless. Lin Feng. You're Lin Feng? Song Shiquan was shocked. He hadn't expected the person in front of him to be Lin Feng. The Blood Dragon Gang had been investigating Lin Feng. They hadn't expected that Lin Feng would come to the Blood Dragon Gang alone. Lin Feng, there might be some misunderstanding between us. Let's sit down and talk. It won't be good for either of us if we shed all pretenses of cordiality. Song Shiquan tried his best to calm down. The Blood Dragon Gang's powerful members weren't here. He had to calm Lin Feng down. Lin Feng's face was indifferent. He sneered, "When you bullied my brother, did you think about reconciliation? When I came here to ask for him, did you think about reconciliation? Now you want reconciliation? It's too late. Lin Feng, don't cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of it either. If anyone dares to step on me, I'll step on them 100 times. If anyone dares to touch me, I'll make them pay with blood. If anyone dares to touch my friends, I'll make them regret it for the rest of their lives." When he finished talking, Lin Feng smiled coldly and took a step forwards. It was as if the ground around him had shrunk into an inch. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng arrived in front of Song Shiquan and threw a punch at him. "You're courting death." Song Shiquan was, after all, the number 5 figure of the Blood Dragon gang. His strength was also very formidable. Seeing that there was no way to escape, he shouted coldly and directly stimulated his martial spirit to attack Lin Feng. Song Shiquan's martial spirit was a blood shadow azura. An endless amount of blood-red light gushed out from his martial spirit. The blood shadow azura was hidden in the blood-red light and rushed towards Lin Feng to kill him. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he blasted a punch towards the blood shadow azura. The blood shadow azura directly exploded in the void after receiving the blow from Lin Feng. Song Shiquan's martial spirit was instantly destroyed by Lin Feng, and Lin Feng's powerful punch ruthlessly smashed into Song Shiquan's chest. Catcha 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 sounds rang out as Song Shiquan's chest caved in from the impact. Song Shiquan's entire body was blown away, and he ruthlessly crashed into the courtyard wall. His body fell to the ground, and he spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood before fainting. Too strong. Song Shiquan is the number 5 figure of the Blood Dragon gang, but he was actually killed by Brother Lin in one move. The dark and skinny student and the others were incomparably shocked when they saw this scene. At this moment, Lin Feng was like a god descending from the heavens to the mortal world. Several people were shocked and also admired him. Chapter 261. Inner Courtyard. Su Zimo was tied to a pillar. There were many torture tools in the courtyard. This courtyard was the punishment courtyard set up by the Blood Dragon gang. Students who had offended the Blood Dragon gang would be brought here, beaten up, and thrown out. However, the Blood Dragon gang was very powerful, so the students who had suffered losses didn't dare to report it. Even if they did, they wouldn't be able to bring the Blood Dragon gang down. Today, as usual, the Blood Dragon gang had set up a torture chamber here. Yang Wudao and his men had captured Su Zimo and tied him up here. Yang Wudao himself wasn't a powerful figure, but his elder brother, Yang Wutian, was the second in command of the Blood Dragon gang. Therefore, Yang Wudao's status in the Blood Dragon gang had also risen. Many people had tried to curry favor with Yang Wudao and were willing to become his minions. "Bastard, I took liberties with your sister. It's your family's good fortune. How dare you hit me? I'll beat you to death." Yang Wudao had a menacing grin on his face. He had been punched by Su Zimo in the fight and was bearing a grudge in his heart. "Motherf***ka. Kill me if you can, otherwise, I'll take my revenge." Su Zimo was a very unyielding person. Although he had been beaten black and blue, he didn't have any intention of giving in. "Bastard, I'll beat you until you beg for mercy. Let's see which is stronger, your mouth or my whip." Yang Wudao sneered and waved the whip in his hand towards Su Zimo. Pa pa pa, after 3 consecutive whips, Su Zimo's flesh was lacerated. However, he grit his teeth and did not make a single sound. He glared at Yang Wudao fiercely. Looking at Su Zimo's terrifying gaze, Yang Wudao started to panic. "Brother Dao, something bad has happened. Someone has come to save Su Zimo." At that moment, a member of the Blood Dragon gang ran into the courtyard in a panic. "Why are you panicking? This is the Blood Dragon gang. Who dares to cause trouble here? I think they're here to die." Yang Wudao curled his lips. He didn't take it to heart. He knew that the Blood Dragon gang was a powerful force. There were as many experts as there were clouds here. So, how could an ordinary person break in? The student said with a pale face, "It's Lin Feng." Everyone was crippled by Lin Feng. Even senior brother Song Shiquan was beaten half to death by that Lin Feng. "Brother Dao, hurry up and run. If you let Lin Feng block you, you're dead for sure." Hearing the name Lin Feng, Yang Wudao's expression changed. He naturally knew how powerful Lin Feng was. Without thinking, he threw away the whip in his hand and ran outside. At this time, a young student appeared at the door. Yang Wudao didn't recognize this person. He coldly shouted, "Scram, don't block my way." Bang! However, Yang Wudao was met with a flying kick. The kick landed on his abdomen, sending him flying dozens of meters away. Yang Wudao fell to the ground in a sorry state. The Blood Dragon gang member who had come to report saw Lin Feng. He was so scared that his face turned pale. Junior brother Lin, this has nothing to do with me. I just joined the Blood Dragon gang. I haven't done anything outrageous. I'll leave the Blood Dragon gang now. Please don't hit me. There were 7 or 8 other members of the Blood Dragon gang in the courtyard. When they heard that the young man in front of them was Lin Feng, they all trembled in fear. Zimo. Seeing Su Zimo's miserable state, Lin Feng was already burning with anger. He quickly went over and untied Su Zimo. I'm fine. Su Zimo weakly shook his head. Take care of Zimo, Lin Feng said to Su Zimo's classmates. The dark-skinned student and the others quickly ran over and supported Su Zimo. Lin Feng walked towards Yang Wudao step by step. His fists were clenched so tightly that the veins on his hands were bulging. Lin Feng had 3 taboos. First, his family. Second, his women. Third, his friends. Whoever dared to touch them would touch Lin Feng's reverse scale. Seeing Lin Feng walking towards him with a murderous aura, Yang Wudao's face was full of fear. The arrogance he had when he was dealing with Su Zimo had completely disappeared. Now, there was only fear. Hurry up! Hurry up! Yang Wudao shouted loudly. However, the members of the Blood Dragon gang did not dare to attack. Not only did they not dare to attack, but they also shook their heads and said, Junior brother Lin, we're just small fries of the Blood Dragon gang. Everything was ordered by Yang Wudao. We didn't even touch your friends. Please spare our lives. Lin Feng was too lazy to care about these small fries. He walked towards Yang Wudao step by step, his face filled with cold killing intent. Yang Wudao's voice trembled as he said, Lin Feng, I'm telling you, my brother Yang Wutian. You must have heard of him, right? If you dare to touch me, my brother will definitely not let you off. Yang Wutian, the second in command of the Blood Dragon gang, ranked 7th on the Mountain River list. In the Azure Dragon Institute, he was definitely a high and mighty existence. But so what? Who cares who your brother is? You hurt my brother, then I'll skin you alive. Lin Feng's face was cold as he rushed towards Yang Wudao. Yang Wudao saw that Lin Feng had no intention of letting him off. His eyes flashed and a jade talisman appeared in his hand. Roar! In the next moment, the jade talisman turned into a white tiger, pouncing on Lin Feng. This was a spiritual talisman drawn by a spirit array master, capable of releasing a powerful attack. The white tiger pounced on Lin Feng at an extremely fast speed, its sharp claws aiming for Lin Feng's neck. Lin Feng remained indifferent as a fist punched out. This punch ruthlessly struck the white tiger's body, and with a loud bang, the white tiger exploded. Lin Feng's punch lost its momentum and landed on Yang Wudao's chest. Catcher! Yang Wudao's sternum shattered, and he was sent flying. With a plop, he crashed to the ground, coughing up blood. With this one strike, Lin Feng heavily injured Yang Wudao. Lin Feng strode over, a cold expression hung on his face. He raised his right foot and stomped on the smoke bomb's left leg. Catcher! The left leg broke. Ah! An incomparably mournful cry rang out, and Yang Wudao almost fainted from the pain. Lin Feng broke Yang Wudao's left leg, but he didn't stop. Instead, he continued to stomp on Yang Wudao's right leg. Catcher! Another cracking sound. Yang Wudao's right leg was also broken by Lin Feng's stomp. Next was his left hand. Catcher! Catcher! His left hand broke. Next was his right hand. Catcher! Catcher! His right hand broke. Lin Feng broke Yang Wudao's limbs inch by inch. Yang Wudao's body twitched violently, but with his limbs broken, he couldn't move. Seeing this scene, the Blood Dragon gang members were so frightened that their faces turned deathly pale. Every single one of them was frightened by Lin Feng's ruthless method. If it weren't for the Azure Dragon Institute's rule that students are not allowed to kill each other, I would have killed you today. Lin Feng coldly glanced at the crippled Yang Wudao, then turned and walked toward Su Zimo. Let's go. Lin Feng supported Su Zimo as they walked out of the Blood Dragon gang. Chapter 262. The news of Lin Feng barging into the Blood Dragon gang alone, crippling 72 of their core members, caused an uproar in the entire Azure Dragon Institute. Ever since the Blood Dragon Gang was established, they had never suffered such a big loss. It was rumored that the Blood Dragon Gang's number 2, Yang Wutian, had already received the news and rushed back to the institute to deal with this matter. At the same time, in the Azure Dragon Institute's enforcement hall, a group of Azure Dragon Institute's upper echelons were arguing over this matter. The enforcement hall's Grand Elder Lee Merson slammed his hand on the table and said in a cold voice, "Lawless, simply lawless." In broad daylight, he actually acted so viciously. Those were 72 Azure Dragon Institute students, and there was even one student whose limbs were crippled, crushed bit by bit. Wanting him to recover completely is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. He can be considered a cripple for the rest of his life. Let me ask you, a student like Lin Feng with such vicious thoughts, how can we not punish him? What dignity will my Azure Dragon Institute have left? The mission hall's Grand Elder Wenren Kanglan said indifferently, since Elder Li is in such a hurry to punish Lin Feng, this old man heard that Elder Li's grandson is also in the Blood Dragon Gang, right? Holding an important position? Hihi, Elder Li, don't forget your identity. You are the Azure Dragon Institute's enforcement hall's Grand Elder, not some Blood Dragon Gang student organization. Hearing this, Li Merson fumed, "Elder Wenren, don't slander me. This elder has acted according to the Azure Dragon Institute's rules and regulations. Then let me ask you, the Blood Dragon Gang's Yang Wudao failed to take advantage of Su Zimo's sister, so he deliberately took revenge. How are you going to deal with this matter? These people from the Blood Dragon Gang have been committing crimes in the Azure Dragon Institute for so long, why didn't your enforcement hall correct them in time? Let them continue to make mistakes. Don't tell me that as the enforcement hall's Grand Elder, you are completely unaware of this matter." Wenren Kanglan sneered. You. Lee Merson's face alternated between green and white. Of course, he was aware of this matter, but he had turned a blind eye to it. One reason was because the imperial family had already given him a heads-up. Secondly, it was a matter between students. As long as it didn't harm anyone's life, it didn't matter. The fact that the Blood Dragon Gang had become more and more arrogant in recent years had a lot to do with the inaction of the Law Enforcement Palace's Great Elder Li Mosen. No matter what, this matter must be punished severely. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. Li Mosen said coldly. "Elder Li, if you want to punish him severely, shouldn't you talk about what you've done all these years?" The entire hall was divided into 3 factions. One faction was Li Mosen's supporters who wanted to severely punish Lin Feng. One side was Wenren Kanglan and the others, trying their best to protect Lin Feng. There was also a group of people who didn't care about the matter, drinking tea and watching the show. Wang. At this moment, an energy fluctuation appeared in the void. An image appeared in the void. This was an ocean. The waves surged to the sky. A man was sitting cross-legged above the ocean. He seemed to be cultivating a powerful secret technique. The man opened his eyes. Lord Prefect. Seeing this man, everyone stood up and hurriedly bowed. The Azure Dragon Institute's prefect, Ouyang Zhentian. This was a powerful figure. If he hadn't failed to become the Sun Moon City's city lord, how could he have been sent to a small place like the true martial country to take charge of the Azure Dragon Institute? One had to know that in other secular countries, the prefect of the institute was only a martial king, and Ouyang Zhentian, how powerful he was, perhaps only those big shots in the Sun Moon City knew. "I already know about this matter," Ouyang Zhentian said. Everyone lowered their heads, waiting for Ouyang Zhentian's order. "Let the students deal with this matter themselves. As for you all, just deal with your own matters," Ouyang Zhentian said. "Yes." Many of the higher-ups answered. The image floating in the void disappeared. Wenren Kanglan laughed loudly. "Elder Li, I advise you to be honest. For Lin Feng's matter, even the prefect personally came out. Can't you see that the prefect is paying attention to Lin Feng? Don't lose yourself in the end." Li Mosen's eyebrows twitched violently. Obviously, he was furious. He sneered and said, "The prefect pays attention to more than 1 or 2 people every year. The person who laughs first may not be the one who laughs last." Wenren Kanglan sneered, "Stubborn. Let's see who will fall first." Don't lose your integrity when the time comes. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked out of the hall. The rest of the people also left one after another. Li Mo Sen's expression was gloomy, and his eyes flickered with a cold light. No one knew what he was thinking. In the Azure Dragon Institute, whether it was the students, teachers, deacons, elders, or others, they were all staring at the matter of Lin Feng breaking into the Blood Dragon Gang and crippling 72 experts in order to save his good brother Su Zimo. Many people thought that Lin Feng would be severely punished, but the Azure Dragon Institute didn't care about this matter. News spread that the prefect had personally come out to protect Lin Feng. This matter naturally made many people happy. The Blood Dragon Gang wasn't popular, and Lin Feng didn't hesitate to take the risk to break into the Blood Dragon Gang for his friend. In many people's eyes, he was a heroic figure. Many people began to worship Lin Feng, especially the girls. They even regarded Lin Feng as their Prince Charming. However, the Azure Dragon Institute wasn't calm because the second-in-command of the Blood Dragon Gang, Yang Wutian, had returned. Everyone knew that Yang Wutian wouldn't let this matter go. Su Zimo's injuries were superficial, and after a few days of rest, he had more or less recovered. On this day, Su Zimo, Long Shiyu, Wu Ming, and many people who had followed Lin Feng on the battlefield, such as Mountain River List's 31st ranked Wang Kuan and Mountain River List's 35th ranked Zhong Leitaing, came together. Captain, establish a force, we're willing to follow Captain, Wang Kuan said. Those who had followed Lin Feng on the battlefield all those years ago still liked to call Lin Feng Captain. Su Zimo said, Lin Feng, I'm here on behalf of the Outer Courtyard students. The Azure Dragon Institute itself has various forces, big and small. Among them, there are 5 major forces: the Blood Dragon Gang, Thunder Heaven Sect, Wind Snow School, Howling Gang, and Drizzle Building. These forces' students are all high and mighty, while ordinary students can only swallow their anger when bullied. Just like this time, I was captured by Yang Wudao. If I had a force behind me, would Yang Wudao have dared to deal with me so brazenly? Many people hope that Lin Feng can establish a force, and we're willing to follow you. Long Shiyu said, Captain, don't hesitate, we're willing to follow by your side, pledging our lives to you. Lin Feng said, many thanks for all the brothers' support. Since everyone has the same intention, then we'll establish a force, named Dragon Gate. I hope that the Dragon Gate students can all be like dragons, soaring through the 9 heavens. Dragon Gate. Everyone like dragons. Everyone's eyes lit up. Greetings, Sovereign. A group of people saluted Lin Feng. We're all brothers, there's no need to be so polite. Lin Feng waved his hand. Perhaps even Lin Feng did not know that in the future, the Dragon Gate would become the most glorious force in Tianwu Continent's 3,000 continents. A force that even those ancient forces with inheritances from the immemorial era were deeply afraid of. And today, that terrifying Dragon Gate was established under the support of a group of students. Chapter 263. The establishment of the Dragon Gate caused a huge commotion in the Azure Dragon Institute because the Dragon Gate's gate leader was Lin Feng. Lin Feng had become the idol of all the new students and ordinary students. When the news of the Dragon Gate's establishment spread, countless students flocked to Lin Feng's residence, wanting to join the Dragon Gate. Of course, the Dragon Gate did not accept just anyone. First, those with improper conduct were not accepted. Second, those who were lazy were not accepted. Third, those with weak willpower were not accepted. The Dragon Gate naturally had a way to test the students who wished to join. Lin Feng had Long Shiyu rent a large courtyard in the Azure Dragon Institute as the Dragon Gate's encampment. There were many such courtyards in the Azure Dragon Institute. As long as one paid the rent, they could be rented. After the courtyard matter was settled, Lin Feng also moved into the Dragon Gate's encampment. Those who were close to Lin Feng, such as Yuan Chunxing and Cao Feiyu, came to congratulate Lin Feng. Liu Feishuer and the others who were not in the Azure Dragon Institute also sent people to congratulate Lin Feng. While everyone's attention was on the Dragon Gate, the Blood Dragon Gang's people arrived. This is senior brother Yang Wutian's letter of challenge to gate leader Lin. The person who came said coldly. Wu Ming received the letter of challenge and sneered, "Take care, I won't send you off." Humph. The Blood Dragon gang member snorted and turned around to leave. It was obvious that the Blood Dragon gang and Lin Feng's Dragon Gate were irreconcilable. Gate leader, a letter of challenge from the Blood Dragon gang's Yang Wutian. Wu Ming came to the main hall and handed the letter of challenge to Lin Feng. Lin Feng opened the letter and saw the words written on it. 3 days later, on the Azure Dragon Institute's martial arts stage, we will decide the victor. The letter was signed by Yang Wutian. Lin Feng passed the letter to everyone present, letting them read it. Long Shiyu said, "This Yang Wutian is ranked 7th on the Mountain River list, yet he dares to challenge the Dragon Gate in such a blatant manner. Obviously, this person is certain that Gate leader will agree to this challenge, and he has absolute confidence in himself. The Dragon Sect is established." This was something that many people wanted to see. It was something that could restrain the Blood Dragon gang. The enmity between me and the Blood Dragon gang wasn't something that could be explained with just a few words. Yang Wu Dao was Yang Wu Tian's younger brother. Yang Wu Tian naturally hated me after I crippled him. The Blood Dragon gang had many ways to deal with me. For example, they would have secretly plotted against me. However, it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy for them to harm the Dragon Gate or even me. Therefore, Yang Wu Tian chose the simplest and most effective method, a duel with me in the arena. That way, the reputation of the Blood Dragon gang can be restored. Fists and kicks have no eyes in a battle arena. If Yang Wu Tian were to accidentally cripple me, it wouldn't be a big deal. Lin Feng mumbled to himself. Wang Kuan said, "Sect Master, as far as I know, Yang Wutian is not a simple person. I heard that he has obtained an ancient secret technique, which is why he is so terrifying. I don't think the sect leader should agree to this battle." Zhong Leitang also nodded. "This Yang Wutian rarely fights, but everyone knows how powerful he is. I don't think the sect leader should agree to this battle." Wang Kuan and Zhong Leitang were both old students of the Azure Dragon Institute. It was because of this that they knew how powerful and terrifying Yang Wutian was. Lin Feng said, "How many people have their eyes on our Dragon Gate? How can we refuse this battle?" Lin Feng stood up and headed outside, saying, "Shiyu, send me a reply. Tell him that I, Lin Feng, agree to this battle." Soon, the news of Yang Wutian and Lin Feng's battle arena 3 days later spread throughout the entire Azure Dragon Institute, causing a great uproar. Yang Wutian was a powerful existence ranked 7th on the Mountain River list, while Lin Feng was the Azure Dragon Institute's newest rising star. Lin Feng's great achievements could be recounted for a day and a night, and it wouldn't be enough. And now, the Dragon Gate established by Lin Feng was a force that countless students dreamed of joining. Everyone is like a dragon, soaring through the 9 heavens. Lin Feng's words when he established the Dragon Gate had long spread throughout the Azure Dragon Institute. These words shook many of the Azure Dragon Institute's higher echelons. How big of an ambition was this? That's why he would say such words. Many of the higher echelons were re-evaluating Lin Feng. Many of the Azure Dragon Institute students felt their blood boiling. In the beginning, many of them were bullied by the Blood Dragon gang, cowardly and weak, muddling along. But after witnessing the establishment of the Dragon Gate, recalling Lin Feng's mission, everyone is like a dragon, soaring through the 9 heavens, who wouldn't want this? To become a dragon among men? Some Blood Dragon gang members even secretly left the Blood Dragon gang, heading to the Dragon Gate to register, hoping to join. While the outside world was discussing the upcoming battle between Lin Feng and Yang Wutian, Lin Feng was in seclusion. Lin Feng was in seclusion, adjusting his condition. He didn't know much about Yang Wutian, but to be able to become the Blood Dragon gang's number 2, as well as the 7th on the Mountain River list, it was clear how powerful Yang Wutian was. To deal with this person, Huang Xiaolong naturally had to be prepared, otherwise, he might really fail miserably. The entire Azure Dragon Institute was bustling with noise and excitement. Countless people were looking forward to this exciting battle. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed in just a few minutes. On this day, early in the morning, the martial practice courtyard was packed with several thousand students, all of them here to watch the battle. There were also many Azure Dragon Institute's teachers, attendants, and elders standing not far away, waiting for the battle to begin. I wonder who will win and who will lose. Although I really hope that Lin Feng will win, I feel that Yang Wutian has a higher chance of winning. First of all, Yang Wutian has an advantage in terms of age. He is already 22 years old, while Lin Feng is only 17. He started cultivating 5 years earlier than Lin Feng, which is a huge advantage. Secondly, Yang Wutian entered the martial general realm a few years earlier than Lin Feng. Lastly, it is said that Yang Wutian has cultivated an extremely powerful ancient secret technique. Once he uses it, he is practically invincible. I originally thought that Lin Feng would win, but after hearing what you said, I suddenly feel that Lin Feng will lose without a doubt. Hope is one thing, strength is another. Lin Feng is still a little too young. Of course, even if Lin Feng loses this time, in a few years, he might be able to make a comeback. With his talent, he should be able to surpass Yang Wutian within 5 years. Many people were discussing fervently, "Get out of the way, get out of the way." Right at this time, a group of more than a dozen people rushed over, shouting loudly, "It's the Blood Dragon Gang." None of the students dared to hesitate, quickly opening a path for the Blood Dragon Gang. Although the Blood Dragon Gang had lost face during this period of time, their strength was still deeply ingrained in people's hearts. Many people were still filled with fear when facing the Blood Dragon Gang. The Blood Dragon Gang members stood on both sides, opening a path in the middle. A handsome young master in blue clothes walked over. Chapter 264. It's Yang Wutian. Many people exclaimed as they looked at Yang Wutian with fear in their eyes. Yang Wutian was the second in command of the Blood Dragon Gang. His family had been the right prime minister of the Zhenwu country for 3 generations. His power could overturn the imperial court. Of course, this was the Azure Dragon Institute. Even the Zhenwu country's imperial family couldn't interfere with the Azure Dragon Institute's matters. Yang Wutian was handsome and confident, just like a young master from the secular world. However, those who understood Yang Wutian's character would never think that he was such a perfect man. In reality, Yang Wutian was a ruthless person. The reason why the Blood Dragon Gang was able to establish such a great influence in the Azure Dragon Institute was largely due to Yang Wutian. When the Blood Dragon Gang was first established, there were several old forces in the Azure Dragon Institute that provoked the Blood Dragon Gang. Yang Wutian directly crippled those people's upper echelons, not their limbs, but their dantian. Crippled limbs could be slowly healed. However, crippled dantian was the end of one's life. Conflicts between students were very common, especially when a new force was established. It was inevitable that other old forces would come to provoke the new force. This was normal. It was nothing more than sending some money to avoid disaster. However, Yang Wutian's way of doing things was different from others. He seized this opportunity to establish the Blood Dragon Gang's prestige. After this incident, the Azure Dragon Institute wanted to punish Yang Wutian. However, the imperial family interceded on his behalf. Adding on the fact that Yang Wutian was indeed a genius and the Azure Dragon Institute cherished talents, Yang Wutian was spared. From then on, the Blood Dragon Gang's reputation was established. Now that Yang Wutian had issued a challenge to Lin Feng, many people were worried about Lin Feng. Based on Yang Wutian's ruthless way of doing things, this battle was definitely not a simple one. In a battle, anything could happen in the blink of an eye. Yang Wutian arrived at the side of the battle stage and leaped into the air, landing gracefully in the center of the stage. This caused the Blood Dragon Gang members to cheer. "Look, it's Lin Feng," someone pointed outside. Everyone looked over and saw more than a dozen higher-ups of the Dragon Gate walking over. The person leading them was Lin Feng. "Patriarch Lin, you must be careful. Yang Wutian is not a kind-hearted person. Be careful of Yang Wutian, Sectmaster Lin. He's vicious and merciless." Many people reminded Lin Feng. "Thank you for reminding me. I'll be careful." Lin Feng cupped his fists and greeted everyone. Everyone opened up a path for Lin Feng. Lin Feng walked towards the ring step by step. Yang Wutian, who was standing in the ring, narrowed his eyes as he looked at Lin Feng. He looked a little surprised. He never thought that Lin Feng would be so young. However, Yang Wutian had no intention of underestimating Lin Feng. The strength that Lin Feng displayed was definitely enough to raise him to the level where he had to take him seriously. Lin Feng also jumped onto the ring. He was a dozen meters away from Yang Wutian. Everyone looked at the two people nervously. I didn't expect you to be so young. Yang Wutian narrowed his eyes at Lin Feng and said, but I won't show you mercy just because you're young. Of course, you can also give up on this fight. Kneel on the ground and apologize to the crippled brothers of the Blood Dragon Gang. Then, I'll spare you. What do you think? What? Everyone's eyes twitched violently. No one had thought that Yang Wutian would say something like that. They naturally didn't think that Yang Wutian would be so shallow. They also didn't think that Lin Feng would agree. But why would Yang Wutian say something like that? The best way to attack a nation was to attack the heart. A phrase suddenly appeared in many people's minds. It was a passage from Sun Tzu's The Art of War, which was written by the war god Sun Tzu. Obviously, he wanted to disturb Lin Feng's mind. Even if he couldn't disturb Lin Feng, he wanted to disgust Lin Feng. This was the so-called attack the heart. If it had been an ordinary person being looked down upon like that, they would have been very angry. However, Lin Feng was very calm. He smiled and said, "Oh, you mean those scum? The next time I see them, I'll beat them up again. But there's a scum called Yang Wudao. I broke his limbs little by little. It'll be very difficult for him to get up again. It won't be easy to beat him up again. You're courting death." Yang Wutian's eyebrows twitched violently. His eyes flashed with incomparable coldness. He jumped and rushed towards Lin Feng. He raised his right fist and punched at Lin Feng. Many people were dumbfounded. Originally, Yang Wutian wanted to use his attack the heart to disturb Lin Feng's mind. However, he didn't expect that Lin Feng wouldn't be affected at all. Instead, it was Lin Feng's words that made Yang Wutian furious. However, it had to be said that Yang Wutian's cultivation was indeed very terrifying. His punch exploded with a terrifying pressure that made people feel suffocated. Bang! Lin Feng and Yang Wutian fiercely collided. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a tyrannical force violently shaking him. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Yang Wutian's cultivation should be at the fourth heavenly layer of the martial general realm. Yang Wutian's strength hovered around 130 dragon power. Lin Feng's strength was at the strength of one dragon elephant. The strength of one dragon elephant was equivalent to the strength of 10 dragons. Lin Feng could reach the strength of 30 dragons when he circulated his triple martial soul. However, there was still a huge gap between him and Yang Wutian. After the first exchange, Lin Feng was forced to retreat again and again. A terrifying force poured into Lin Feng's body. This force wanted to destroy Lin Feng's body. However, Lin Feng's body was too strong. He only needed to shake his body to disperse the terrifying force that had poured into his body. Yang Wutian is too strong, many people exclaimed. Yang Wutian was indeed worthy of being ranked 7th on the Mountain River list. He had repelled Lin Feng with his first exchange of blows. Senior brother Yang will win, the members of the Blood Dragon Gang shouted excitedly. On the other hand, the people of the Dragon sect frowned. There was deep worry between their eyebrows. Yang Wutian's strength seemed to be beyond everyone's imagination. With this little strength, I'm afraid you won't even last 10 moves against me, Yang Wutian said indifferently. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He was condensing the Cheong Qi treasured technique. Roar! The giant beast Cheong Qi leaped out of the void. Its roar shook the sky as it pounced towards Yang Wutian. Huh! What a powerful secret technique. Even I feel threatened by it. Today, I'll let you know the power of my Mad God Fist technique. Yang Wutian roared. His black hair danced in the wind. He stepped forward like a demon and threw 3 punches at the Cheong Qi treasured technique. The Cheong Qi treasured technique and Yang Wutian fiercely attacked each other 3 times. Bang! After 3 collisions, Lin Feng's Cheong Qi treasured technique was destroyed by Yang Wutian. It exploded on the spot and disappeared into thin air. The Cheong Qi treasured technique was broken, and Lin Feng was forced to retreat. His face was slightly pale. Boom! Yang Wutian stepped forward like a rainbow piercing through the sun. In an instant, He arrived in front of Lin Feng and threw a punch at Lin Feng. Danger! Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. Chapter 265. Yang Wutian's attack made Lin Feng feel threatened. This person's strength was indeed terrifying. Facing Yang Wutian's punch, Lin Feng reacted quickly. He put his hands in front of him and used the iron chain across the river. Bang! Yang Wutian's fist collided with Lin Feng's arm, and a rumbling sound spread in the air. Thump! 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 Lin Feng was pushed back by Yang Wutian's punch. So strong! Many people cried out in surprise. Yang Wutian had gained the upper hand since the beginning of the fight. Lin Feng had been at a disadvantage twice in a row, which made many people think that Lin Feng would be defeated by Yang Wutian. Yang Wutian is really strong. Lin Feng is no match for him. I already said that Lin Feng is no match for Yang Wutian. Some students were discussing the fight. Lin Feng swung his arms. Yang Wutian's punch had made his hands tremble slightly. Yang Wutian's strength was too strong. If Lin Feng's body wasn't strong enough, his arms would have been broken by Yang Wutian's punch. Show me your true strength. I know your martial spirit is very strange. Show me what's so strange about it, Yang Wutian sneered. Said Yang Wutian, smiling coldly. He walked towards Lin Feng step by step, his qi becoming more and more powerful. This was how a battle between cultivators worked. The one who gained the upper hand would become braver and more confident. Boom! Yang Wutian attacked again. His body seemed to contain the power of a ferocious beast. His every move could even cause the air to explode. Devouring martial spirit. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He circulated his martial spirit and enveloped Yang Wutian. Well, your martial spirit is really strong. It can restrict my movements, but it's not enough. Yang Wutian sneered. He stepped forward, his aura growing more and more terrifying. Lin Feng's devouring martial spirit had formed a spatial magnetic field, but it couldn't restrict Yang Wutian. Lin Feng's martial spirit can restrict others' movements, but it seems to be ineffective against Yang Wutian, a student said. He had seen Lin Feng use his devouring martial spirit before. But now, Yang Wutian could move freely, which meant that Lin Feng's martial spirit didn't have any effect on Yang Wutian. Yang Wutian's cultivation is of the 4th celestial layer. How can that kid be his opponent? The Law Enforcement Palace's great elder, Li Mo Sen, said with a sneer. The people around him nodded. Yang Wutian will definitely win this battle. Lin Feng is much weaker than Yang Wutian. On the other side, Wenren Kanglan and others were spectators. It seems like Lin Feng's situation isn't good, an elder said. That's right. If this continues, I'm afraid we'll lose, another elder said worriedly. They were on good terms with Wenren Kanglan, and they knew that Lin Feng was a disciple of Wenren Kanglan's good friend. They naturally chose to support Lin Feng. Wenren Kanglan frowned. His old eyes were full of worry. A spatial magnetic field is useless against this guy. As expected of a 4th celestial layer martial general. Lin Feng was surprised to see that Yang Wutian wasn't affected by his spatial magnetic field. But he had only used the first layer of his spatial magnetic field. Triple spatial magnetic field superposition. When Yang Wutian rushed over, Lin Feng added 3 layers of his spatial magnetic field. What? Yang Wutian was shocked. He hadn't thought that the pressure he had to bear would increase by 3 times. When the triple spatial magnetic field superposition was used, it could seriously affect Yang Wutian's speed. Moreover, he was squeezed by the spatial magnetic field superposition, so his strength was greatly suppressed. After a short moment of surprise, Yang Wutian laughed. Good, 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 this is interesting. If it was the same kind of suppression as before, I would be very disappointed. Boom! Lin Feng rushed over and punched Yang Wutian. Yang Wutian was suppressed by the triple spatial magnetic field superposition, so his movements were much slower. But Yang Wutian's strength was too strong. Lin Feng's triple spatial magnetic field superposition couldn't completely restrain Yang Wutian. Shouted Yang Wutian icily. He also threw a punch at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's attack was terrifying. Bang! The two sides fiercely collided again. Lin Feng felt an incomparably violent force enter his body. The force shook his blood and qi. Lin Feng was shocked. Yang Wutian didn't seem to have used his full strength just now. Now, he was suppressed by the triple spatial magnetic field superposition, but the explosive force was even stronger than before. Obviously, Yang Wutian was showing his true strength. Lin Feng was pushed back by Yang Wutian. Yang Wutian's face was full of a sneer. He used the Berserk God's fist skill and punched towards Lin Feng. Bang! The two sides fiercely collided again. Lin Feng was sent flying more than 10 meters by Yang Wutian's attack. He stood awkwardly on the ground, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. This is a completely one-sided battle. Many people shook their heads. From the beginning to the end, Yang Wutian had the upper hand in the battle. Even when Lin Feng used his martial spirit, Yang Wutian still had the upper hand. In many people's eyes, there was almost no suspense in this battle. "You've disappointed me," Yang Wutian sneered. Yang Wutian's lips curled into a sneer. He quickly stepped forward and used the Berserk God's fist skill again, attacking Lin Feng. "Is that so? It seems to me that this is just the beginning." Lin Feng sneered and formed a seal with both hands. Bang! A terrifying aura spread out from Lin Feng's body. Then, the power of lightning intertwined. The Sky Tyrant Lightning Incantation. Lin Feng used the Sky Tyrant Lightning Incantation. Lin Feng's body was surrounded by dense lightning energy. Then, he leaped forward and charged towards Yang Wutian. Secret lightning technique? Many people looked at Lin Feng in shock. Secret lightning techniques were very rare and difficult to cultivate, but once they were successfully cultivated, they would often have incomparably tyrannical offensive power. Bang! Lin Feng and Yang Wutian clashed again. 3 layers of spatial magnetic fields superimposed together with the Sky Tyrant Lightning Incantation. At this moment, Lin Feng's tyrannical combat power had completely exploded as he fought Yang Wutian. Yang Wutian originally had the absolute advantage, but at this moment, his Berserk God's fist skill was blocked by Lin Feng. He could no longer suppress Lin Feng. Everyone noticed that after using the Sky Tyrant Lightning Incantation, Lin Feng became more and more courageous as he fought. He continued to attack Yang Wutian. Moreover, each wave of attacks was fiercer than the last. Yang Wutian was gradually being suppressed by Lin Feng. Boom! At this moment, Lin Feng felt an incomparably tyrannical power explode in his body. Then, Lin Feng felt a burst of ecstasy. In the frenzied attack just now, Lin Feng's power had been pushed to the extreme, and his cultivation had broken through again. He had advanced from the first celestial stage to the second celestial stage, and his strength had increased from the strength of 1 dragon elephant to the strength of 5 dragon elephants. The strength of 5 dragon elephants was equivalent to the strength of 50 dragons. Lin Feng's strength could reach the strength of 150 dragons. Lin Feng could not help but think to himself, only a life-and-death battle can stimulate one's potential and allow one's cultivation to improve greatly. The ancient sayings are indeed true. Lin Feng, who had broken through, was now able to completely suppress Yang Wutian in terms of strength. Sky Tyrant Lightning Incantation. Lin Feng leaped up, and the dense power of thunder intertwined. He was like a god of thunder bathed in thunder, descending from the sky and attacking Yang Wutian. Berserk God's fist skill. Yang Wutian roared and attacked with all his strength. At this moment, he felt a strong sense of danger. It was a feeling he had not felt before. Bang! Everyone saw Lin Feng and Yang Wutian fiercely colliding. Lin Feng did not even move an inch. Yang Wutian was sent flying dozens of meters by Lin Feng. The arm that had collided with Lin Feng's attack was trembling violently. The web between his thumb and forefinger split open, and blood immediately flowed out. How is this possible? Lin Feng injured Yang Wutian? This can't be real. This can't be real. My eyes must be playing tricks on me. Chapter 266. How could this be? Yang Wutian looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. Even he found it hard to believe what was happening in front of his eyes. Not long ago, he had obtained the absolute advantage in this battle, but in the blink of an eye, he was repelled by Lin Feng and was even injured. What's going on? Li Merson's expression suddenly sank. He originally thought that Lin Feng was about to be defeated by Yang Wutian. Li Merson was even wondering how Yang Wutian would deal with Lin Feng. Would Yang Wutian accidentally injure him? Or would Yang Wutian be even more ruthless? Would Yang Wutian accidentally shatter Lin Feng's dantian? Li Merson, who was immersed in a wonderful fantasy, saw Yang Wutian being injured by Lin Feng. This made Li Merson's expression become very ugly. The few people next to Li Merson also frowned slightly. Naturally, they wouldn't speak at this time in order to avoid angering Li Merson. Haha, I knew that this kid wouldn't lose so easily. Seeing Lin Feng reverse the situation, Wenren Kanglan immediately laughed loudly. The haze and worry from before were swept away. This kid is really strong. I want to take him as a disciple. An elder said. Forget it. In a few years, this kid's strength will surpass us. Another elder smiled and shook his head. The strength of a second celestial layer martial general is really strong. After repelling Yang Wutian, Lin Feng felt his strength and a happy expression appeared on his face. After the breakthrough, his battle strength had increased by a lot. Lin Feng sensed a strength he had never felt before. After the breakthrough, Lin Feng just wanted to vent his anger and at the same time, test his strength. He stepped towards Yang Wutian and shouted coldly, Yang Wutian, again. Being provoked by Lin Feng, Yang Wutian couldn't help but snort coldly. He naturally wouldn't be afraid of fighting. Yang Wutian looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, Today, I will let you know how strong I am. Swoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Wutian moved. Everyone saw that Yang Wutian had suddenly split into two. Heavens, what kind of technique is this? Why are there two Yang Wutians now? Many people cried out in shock. Yang Wutian's method was truly miraculous. Lin Feng, no matter how hard you struggle, you will lose to me. Surprisingly, the two of them spoke at the same time. In the next moment, 2 dignity no sky became 4 dignity no sky. You were destined to fail, said Lin Feng. The 4 dignified beings spoke at the same time. In the next moment, there were 8 of them. This kind of method was indeed too demonic. Everyone present had a dumbfounded expression. Who had ever seen such a strange method? One person had suddenly turned into 8 identical people. Which one is Yang Wutian? Many people wanted to figure out which one was the real deal, but they couldn't tell what was different about it. Every dignity Wutian had the same aura. Every dignity Wutian seemed to be the real body. Good, very good. Let's see how Lin Feng will block Yang Wutian's ancient clone technique. Li Merson clapped his hands excitedly. He had heard of this secret technique before, but it was the first time he had seen Yang Wutian use it. At that moment, Li Merson sensed how strange and powerful this secret technique was. He knew that Yang Wutian had defeated Lin Feng. He sneered and looked at Lin Feng as if he was looking at a dead man. Even the elders who were on good terms with Li Merson were confused. They didn't know why Li Merson wanted Lin Feng to suffer so badly. Was it because of the Blood Dragon Gang? They felt that things weren't that simple, but they couldn't guess the reason. Have you found out which one is Yang Wutian's real body? No, but every one of them seems to be real. This is troublesome. 8 dignity Wutian. Lin Feng is going to lose. The elders next to Wenren Kanglan said worriedly. Don't rush to a conclusion. Lin Feng might have a way to break it. However, even Wenren Kanglan felt that he was comforting himself by saying these words. In another direction, the fire Chalene was lying on the eaves watching the battle. When it saw Yang Wutian split into 8, it was surprised. This guy's technique is quite strange. I wonder if Lin Feng can handle it. The 8 dignity Wutian split into 8 different directions and rushed towards Lin Feng, completely surrounding Lin Feng. Everyone held their breaths as they watched the battle in the ring nervously. The battle had reached an extremely critical moment. Yang Wutian had displayed this powerful secret technique. It was very likely that it would determine the outcome of the battle. Boom! All 8 dignity Wutian attacked at once, rushing towards Lin Feng. At that moment, almost no one was optimistic about Lin Feng's chances. Yang Wutian's secret technique was simply too powerful. The 8 dignity Wutian attacked Lin Feng, But to everyone's surprise, Lin Feng was too fast. The 8 Dignity Wutian attacked Lin Feng together, but Lin Feng managed to dodge all of their attacks. Everyone stared at the scene with their mouths agape. No one had expected this to happen. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Feng, who was surrounded, would be defeated quickly. But who would have thought that the 8 Dignity Wutian couldn't even touch Lin Feng? Lin Feng's speed was just too fast. Found him. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He discovered the differences between the 8 clones. Although the 8 Dignity Wutian did not seem to have any flaws, 7 of them were condensed by Yang Wutian using a secret technique. They were not his real body, so there was almost no difference between these 7 clones and Yang Wutian. However, there were still some subtle differences. For example, when they attacked, they would cause the air to flow. Yang Wutian's original body was made of flesh and blood, while the other 7 clones were condensed from energy. Naturally, the airflow caused by them was different. It was difficult for ordinary people to notice such subtle differences, but Lin Feng had refined the golden-winged rock avatar, so his perception of the outside world was too strong. He locked onto one of the 8 Dignity Wutian. At the same time, Lin Feng activated the Sky Tyrant Thunder incantation with all his might. Crackle! A thunderbolt energy ball condensed in Lin Feng's right hand. Lin Feng grabbed the thunderbolt energy ball in his hand. Lin Feng growled and unleashed all his power, instantly rushing towards Yang Wutian. Then, the thunderbolt energy ball in his hand blasted towards Yang Wutian. Yang Wutian looked incredulous. In the next moment, the thunderbolt energy ball condensed by Lin Feng's Sky Tyrant Thunder incantation smashed into Yang Wutian's body. Bang! With an earth-shaking explosion, the thunderbolt energy ball exploded, and Yang Wutian was blown away. Whoa! He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. As for the other 7 clones, they all vanished into thin air. Yang Wutian, it's time to end this. Lin Feng sneered and rushed towards Yang Wutian, throwing a punch at him. Chapter 267. Oh my god! Yang Wutian is going to be defeated. Isn't this too unbelievable? Even a master like Yang Wutian is no match for Lin Feng? Exclamations of surprise suddenly resounded, and numerous gazes of astonishment looked towards the delicate and pretty youth in the arena. Yang Wutian was ranked 7th on the Mountain River list, and had been famous for a long time. In the Azure Dragon Institute, whenever people talked about him, their faces would change color. Now, a powerful master like Yang Wutian was going to be defeated by a new student like Lin Feng. Lin Feng's attack contained the power of extreme yang. The Tao of lightning itself belonged to this kind of violent, indestructible, and irresistible power. Lin Feng's attack was meant to completely eliminate Yang Wutian, but Yang Wutian was indeed strong enough. Even if the situation was disadvantageous to him, he could still find an opportunity to strike. In a short period of time, Yang Wutian struck out 3 times in a row, and when the 3 palms overlapped, the power of the attack increased exponentially. Bang! Both sides fiercely slammed into each other, and terrifying shockwaves rippled out, shaking the entire stage. Yang Wutian was sent flying by Lin Feng, but Lin Feng's attack failed to injure him. Yang Wutian landed on the ground with a gloomy expression on his face. Obviously, the battle with Lin Feng had resulted in him ending up like this. To Yang Wutian, this was no different from a humiliation. Yang Wutian was a gloomy and ruthless person. How could he let Lin Feng go? If looks could kill, Lin Feng would have been cut into 1,000 pieces by Yang Wutian's cold glare. Yang Wutian's cold gaze was fixed on Lin Feng. He wiped away a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, and a voice that seemed to come from the depths of hell sounded, "You are qualified to make me use my martial spirit." Martial spirit? That's right. Yang Wutian hasn't used his martial spirit yet. According to rumors, Yang Wutian's martial spirit is extremely terrifying, but no one knows what it is because those who have seen his martial spirit are all dead. Some people began to discuss. The reason why Yang Wutian was so powerful was closely related to the strength of his martial soul. Many people nervously looked at the stage, wanting to see what Yang Wutian's martial spirit was. Has he finally used that martial spirit? Li Mossen's expression turned serious. Elder, do you know what Yang Wutian's martial spirit is? An elder beside Li asked. Although I haven't seen it, I've heard of it. Just wait and see, this martial spirit extremely terrifying. Once it's activated, hehe, Li Emerson smiled sinisterly. Yang Wutian's martial spirit, what is it? It's extremely to Wutian. An elder beside Wenren Kanglan said. He couldn't help but frown, as if he was a bit worried. Yang Wutian's to the NTS martial spirit, TST. Bang. At that moment, Wutian to the S to B, Yang Wutian to TS Wutian to the sky. Everyone saw a sea of blood slowly appear in the void. It's the world of bloody sea. Many people looked at the blood-red ocean floating in the air in horror. The world of bloody sea was an extremely rare martial spirit. It was said that once the world of bloody sea descended, as long as one was enveloped by it, then, the blood of the cultivators trapped in the world of bloody sea would be swallowed by the world of bloody sea. The cultivators trapped in it would turn into dry corpses and die a tragic death. However, because this type of martial soul was too rare, information about this type of martial soul was only known from rumors. As for what kind of abilities this type of martial soul had, no one knew. Perhaps only those who possessed this type of martial soul would know what kind of inconceivable and terrifying abilities this type of martial soul possess. The blood mist that shrouded the entire stage became thicker and thicker. Yang Wutian stood in the blood mist, looking coldly at Lin Feng. He said coldly, "Soon, you will see your blood flowing backwards. You will become weaker and weaker. Then, you will kneel on the ground and beg me for mercy, beg me to forgive you, forgive you." Yang Wutian walked towards Lin Feng step by step. Boom. The world of bloody sea boiled, and a blood-red power surged, wrapping Lin Feng in it. Feeling the terrifying aura of the world of bloody sea, many people's faces suddenly changed. The power contained in the bloody sea world was too terrifying. Moreover, this power was too strange. Many people, who were far away, felt that their blood was flowing much faster. It was as if there was a power that wanted to guide their blood out of their bodies. What a terrifying martial spirit! Many people cried out in alarm. This martial spirit was too terrifying. Many people's faces turned pale, and they quickly retreated, not daring to get close to the stage. They were worried that their blood would really be sucked away. It's actually such a terrifying martial spirit. Wenren Kanglan and the others' faces suddenly changed, and they looked worriedly at Lin Feng. Haha, this martial spirit can steal his opponent's blood. Let's see how this brat will resist it. On the other hand, Li Mosen was laughing loudly. Lin Feng was enveloped by the world of bloody sea. He felt his blood flowing at an extremely fast speed. The blood in his body felt like it was going to break out of his body. Lin Feng's face changed. Wenren Kanglan's martial spirit was really strange. But Lin Feng quickly calmed down. Wenren Kanglan wanted to devour his blood, wasn't that a joke? He had a devouring martial spirit. Only he could devour others. How could he let others devour him? Lin Feng started using his 3 devouring martial spirits. The devouring martial spirit was being used, and an endless amount of blood-red light was being forcefully devoured by Lin Feng. Yang Wutian's devouring martial spirit was not only unable to harm Lin Feng, but it was also being devoured by Lin Feng's world of bloody sea. "No, that's impossible," shouted Yang Wutian in disbelief. His martial spirit had never failed, it could be said that it was invincible. But in front of Lin Feng, his world of bloody sea martial spirit had been destroyed. How could Yang Wutian accept that? Chimph, Lin Feng sneered. He quickly moved, like a rock spreading its wings. His speed was incredible, and in a flash, he appeared in front of Yang Wutian. Lin Feng's right hand formed a seal, and he used the Sky Tyrant lightning incantation. A ball of lightning condensed in his hand, and Lin Feng threw it at Yang Wutian. Bang! The ball of lightning exploded, and Yang Wutian was blown away. His chest was badly mutilated, and he fell to the ground. He coughed up blood 3 times, and then he fell to the ground, unconscious. Chapter 268. Yang Wutian was defeated. Yang Wutian was actually defeated. How could this be? This Lin Feng is too strong, right? Even Yang Wutian, ranked 7th on the Mountain River list, is not his match. Just how powerful is he? The entire martial stage square was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing spiritedly, not daring to believe that Lin Feng was the victor. Thinking back, this battle was indeed intense and exciting. No one would have thought that this would be the result until the very last moment. Good. Excellent. Wenren Kanglan clapped his hands excitedly. This Lin Feng really hid his strength well. Even an expert like Yang Wutian was defeated by him. The rest of the elders nodded their heads in admiration. Damn it. Not far away, Li Mozen's expression was extremely gloomy. He turned around and left, not wanting to stay a moment longer. The Blood Dragon Gang's disciples carried the unconscious Yang Wutian away. Lin Feng leaped down from the stage and headed outside. Many people came over to greet Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded in response and squeezed through the crowd with great difficulty. Not daring to stay any longer, he quickly returned to the Dragon Gate's encampment. The news of Lin Feng defeating Yang Wutian caused a huge uproar in the Azure Dragon Institute. Who knew how many people wanted to join the Dragon Gate? The number of people signing up every day was so high that their heads were about to burst. There were also many people who wanted to pay a visit to Lin Feng and make friends with Lin Feng. However, at this time, Lin Feng chose to go into seclusion. He planned to refine medicine with the fire Qilin, consolidate his foundation, and improve his alchemy skills. At the same time, he wanted to avoid the limelight. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. Lin Feng knew when to make a move and when to avoid the limelight. Lin Feng was not worried about the Dragon Gate's matters. With Long Shiyu, Xiao Yafi, Wang Kuan, Zhong Pingfan, and Su Zimo helping him deal with the Dragon Gate's matters, he could cultivate in peace. Time flew by like a shuttle. After 2 months of seclusion, Lin Feng finally came out. Seeing Lin Feng come out of seclusion, everyone was very happy. The upper echelons of the Dragon Gate also rushed back. There were about 20 students who had followed Lin Feng earlier, and they all held important positions in the Dragon Gate. Now, everyone was gathered here. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I wonder how the Dragon Gate has been developing recently." Xiao Yafi said, "Everything is done according to the rules of the Dragon Gate. They are very strict. Currently, the Dragon Gate has recruited 2,356 people, and 263 elite students are at least 7th Firmament Stage Martial Masters." Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Clearly, the Dragon Gate's development had exceeded Lin Feng's expectations. This kind of force should be able to contend with the other 5 forces of the Azure Dragon Institute, right? Alright, you've worked hard. Take these pills and cultivate. Lin Feng took out more than 20 bottles of pills and distributed them to everyone. "Sect Master, what pill is this?" asked Su Zimo. "Energy gathering pill," Lin Feng said. "Yellow, mid-grade, and early-grade energy gathering pill. This pill is worth several tens of thousands of gold coins." Su Zimo smacked his lips and poured out a pill. Everyone saw that the pill was about the size of a thumb and was milky white in color. "Hey, why is this pill milky white? Aren't energy gathering pills light green in color?" Su Zimo asked in surprise. The others were also looking at the pill in Su Zimo's hand with astonishment. This was the first time they had seen an energy-gathering pill of this color. Lin Feng thought to himself, this energy-gathering pill is the ancient alchemist god's pill formula. How can those pills outside compare to it? Outside, one energy-gathering pill is worth 20,000 gold coins. This one, even 200,000 gold coins can't buy it. Of course, Lin Feng wouldn't tell them this. Lin Feng said, "There are 10 energy-gathering pills in each bottle, 1 pill per day. Remember, these energy-gathering pills are not to be spread outside." "Yes." Everyone answered in unison. Lin Feng dismissed everyone. Very quickly, everyone dispersed and went back to their own places to start refining the energy-gathering pills. Wang Kuan, who was ranked 31st on the Mountain River list, went back to refine the energy-gathering pill that Lin Feng gave him, and actually broke through the bottleneck that had troubled him for 2 years, from the 10th level of the Martial Master Realm to the Martial General Realm. This matter shocked the higher-ups of the Dragon Sect. Although they did not directly break through after refining the energy-gathering pills, they felt that their cultivation had increased very quickly. Furthermore, Everyone had only refined the first energy-gathering pill. Obviously, everyone knew that the energy-gathering pills that Lin Feng gave them were not something that could be compared to those sold outside. All the higher-ups of the dragon sect who had obtained the energy-gathering pills were looking forward to it. After refining these 10 energy-gathering pills, would they be able to achieve a breakthrough in their cultivation as well? In reality, it was indeed so. More than 20 people all broke through to the next realm, and 3 of them even broke through 2 levels. Of course, this was all in the future. At night, Lin Feng, Su Zimo, Long Shiyu, Wu Ming, Shen Yuanzhong and the other higher-ups went out to drink. Wu Ming said that he had found a good place for everyone to celebrate Lin Feng coming out of closed-door cultivation. When everyone arrived, they found out that it was actually a brothel. However, it was not an ordinary brothel. The women inside were all extremely beautiful, and all of them were proficient in music, chess, calligraphy and painting, singing and dancing. Lin Feng and the others were all young and vigorous, and they had never been to such a place before. After discussing for a while, they decided to go in and take a look. They called over 10 beautiful ladies, some played the zither, some danced, some sang, and some drank with them. Even the most honest Long Shiyu could not control himself in the end, and hugged 2 of the ladies who were drinking with him, and kissed each other intensely. Fortunately, Lin Feng still maintained some sobriety, and did not bring everyone to spend the night in such a brothel. In the middle of the night, everyone left together. When they went outside, the wind blew, and they were all sober. The imperial capital did not have a night ban, so it was very lively even at night. I heard that there is a night market in the imperial capital that is very lively at night. Many things that cannot be seen in the light of day are sold there at night. Do you know where it is? Lin Feng asked. Su Zimo said, I've heard of this mysterious night market, but I heard that it is not a place that just anyone can enter. Only people with a certain status in the Zhenwu country or powerful cultivators can enter the night market to trade, Yang Qian said. Long Shiyu hesitated for a moment, then said, if Sect Master wants to take a look at the Black Street, I can take you there. Black Street? Lin Feng looked at Long Shiyu in surprise. He felt that Long Shiyu was not a simple person, because Long Shiyu rarely talked about his background. Moreover, he was always calm and collected in the face of trouble. In the Dragon Gate, other than himself, Long Shiyu was the second most important person. Of course, Long Shiyu had always been very respectful towards him. As for his background, it was a secret, and if Long Shiyu did not talk about it, Lin Feng would not take the initiative to ask. Long Shiyu said, that place is called the Black Street. All right, Shiyu, take us to see what good things there are in this mysterious Black Street. Lin Feng said. Follow me. Under Long Shiyu's lead, everyone headed towards the northwest of the imperial capital. Chapter 269. There was a street in the northwest of the capital. During the day, the shops were closed and there were no pedestrians. It was eerily quiet, but at night, the shops were open and people came and went. It was very lively. This was the so-called Black Street. There were a few types of people who came to the Black Street. The first type was people who came from aristocratic families in Martial Kingdom. The second type was people from sects or ancient sects. The third type was people who held important positions in the imperial court. The fourth type was people who were powerful rogue cultivators. There were many guards at the entrance of the Black Street. When Lin Feng and the others arrived, they saw that the people who entered the Black Street had to show their tokens. Only after confirming that there was no problem with their tokens would they be allowed to enter. Is this the Black Street? There are so many guards here. I wonder who created the Black Street. Su Zimo asked in surprise. Long Shiyu said, the Black Street is the busiest underground market in the capital, and even in Martial Kingdom. Many prohibited items can be bought here. Naturally, its background is not to be underestimated. Martial Kingdom alone wouldn't be able to open an underground market like this. Lin Feng nodded and said, there are traces of an ancient power here. No wonder. Everyone nodded. Long Shiyu led the way, and the group arrived at the entrance of the Black Street. Stop. A guard in black stopped Lin Feng and the others. This is a token. Long Shiyu took out a token and handed it to the guard. The guard checked the talisman and gave it back to Long Shayu. Then, he waved his hand and the mysterious cultivators let Lin Feng and the others in. Everybody was allowed to enter the Black Street. The Black Street was very lively. There were many small stalls on both sides of the street, and there were all kinds of shops. Long Shiyu said, in the deepest part of the Black Street, there's a large market called Dark Mystic Hall. You can find many good things in there. Wu Ming said, it seems that Brother Long is quite familiar with this place. Long Shiyu said, I've been here a few times. Hey, come and take a look. There's actually magic weapons here. Shenyuan Zhon shouted. Everyone walked over. It was a small stall, and there were more than a dozen magic tools on it. There were flying swords, magic robes, jade rulers, seals, and so on. All kinds of magic tools were available. This made Lin Feng very surprised. In the entire imperial capital, only the auction house sold magic tools, and the price was so expensive that it was simply not affordable for ordinary people. And there was actually someone selling magic tools in front of him. Wu Ming muttered, these artifacts can't be fake. Before Wu Ming could finish his words, Lin Feng quickly patted Wu Ming. Wu Ming turned to look at Lin Feng and found that Lin Feng was shaking his head, indicating that he should not say more. Wu Ming quickly shut his mouth. The origin of the items in the Black Street was unknown. Furthermore, the people who dared to sell things in the Black Street were no small matter. In a place like this, it was best to speak as little as possible. Patriarch, look at that flying sword. The mysterious snake sword is a spiritual weapon. Wang Kuan picked up a sword and was reluctant to part with it. Lin Feng took it and looked at it. There were 3 words written on the hilt, Chen Chang Ming. He did not know if this sword belonged to this person, or if this person had been killed and the treasure had been stolen. Of course, he would not ask about that. The Black Street, the Black Street. It was something that could not be exposed to the public. The prices of things here were much lower than before. However, one could not ask about the origins of the items here, as that would violate the Black Street's taboo. This is a good treasure. Lin Feng nodded. Wang Kuan looked at the stall owner and asked, Boss, how much is this mysterious snake sword? The stall owner was a thin cultivator who looked to be in his 50s. He narrowed his eyes and said, 5 million gold coins. That's a little too expensive. Wang Kuan shook his head. If it was only 4 or 500,000 gold coins, he might be able to afford it, but 5 million was too expensive. If it wasn't for sale in the Black Street, would you be able to buy it for less than 15 million? The stall owner said coldly. Lin Feng had seen treasures of this level at auctions before, and they were all sold for around 20 million gold coins. Naturally, they were priceless. Fortunately, this was the Black Street. Otherwise, it would not have been so cheap. All right, I'll buy it for 5 million. There's 5 million in this crystal card. Take it. Lin Feng tossed a crystal card to the stall owner. The stall owner checked the card's value and nodded. This sword is yours. Lin Feng handed the mysterious snake sword to Wang Kuan and said, There's a name on this sword, but I don't know where it came from. After you bring it back, find someone to fix it up and completely change its appearance before you use it. Don't invite trouble. While saying that, Lin Feng gave the sword to Wang Kuan. Society Master, this is too expensive. How could I dare to accept it? Wang Kuan rubbed his hands. He clearly wanted it. Lin Feng smiled and said, We're brothers, so there's no need to be so polite. If you feel bad, you can return it to me when you have enough money. All right. Wang Kuan accepted the mysterious snake sword, but in his heart, he was extremely grateful to Lin Feng. The others looked at Lin Feng with admiration. Lin Feng's actions had left a deep impression in their hearts. Everyone continued to stroll around the Black Street. Shenyuan Zhon and the others bought some things, but Lin Feng did not buy anything. In Xianming Hall, there were many counters with dazzling items on display. When they passed by a counter, Lin Feng suddenly noticed that the mysterious demonic pearl was fluctuating, which attracted Lin Feng's attention. The demonic pearl was strange, but there had to be a reason for it to fluctuate. Lin Feng glanced at the counter and finally stopped at a cyan jade stone. At that moment, the mysterious demonic pearl's fluctuations disappeared without a trace. It must be that cyan jade stone. Lin Feng was startled. Something that could cause the mysterious demonic pearl to fluctuate was definitely not simple. Lin Feng firmly believed that. He pointed at the cyan jade stone and asked, "What's that?" The salesperson replied, "Sir, it's a treasure that was excavated from an ancient ruin. Are you trying to trick us?" Wu Ming pursed his lips. The salesperson replied, "In all honesty, sir, our Xianming Hall's reputation in the Black Street is well known. We definitely won't deceive our esteemed customers." "An item from an ancient ruin? How much is it?" Lin Feng asked. 10 million gold coins. The salesperson replied. Long Shiyu and the others rolled their eyes and said, "Why don't you just rob us?" Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "I think that this cyan jade stone might be worth that much. Here's a crystal card. I'll take it." "All right, please wait a moment, sir." The salesperson deducted 10 million gold coins and then handed the cyan jade stone to Lin Feng. Long Shiyu and the others smiled bitterly. They were shocked by Lin Feng's wealth. The cyan jade stone was indeed very strange. It was extremely cold to the touch, and Lin Feng felt a chill invade his body. He was quite shocked. This cyan jade stone definitely hid some secret, and the people from the Xianming Hall probably didn't know about it. They had probably just sold it as an ordinary item excavated from an ancient ruin. Lin Feng felt that he had picked up a great bargain, but now wasn't the time to study it. Lin Feng put the jade stone away without leaving a trace. Update. Update complete. Please subscribe. Please recommend me. Please reward me. Chapter 270. Everybody continued walking around in Xianming Palace. They talked and laughed until they reached the 3rd floor. "Get out of the way, get out of the way, don't block our young prince's way." At this moment, a group of more than 10 guards walked over arrogantly and forcefully separated the crowd. A young man in his 20s walked up to the 3rd floor, surrounded by a myriad of admirers. "It's the 3rd prince of King Taishan," said someone. Someone said. The identity of the person who had come was not simple. Lord Taishan was of noble status, and his children were all nobles. No one dared to provoke such a person. After those people went in, Lin Feng and the others followed. At that moment, there was a small auction going on the 3rd floor. It wasn't about treasures, it was about people. Cages were placed on the platform, and many women were locked in the cages. Those women weren't human. Lin Feng saw a beautiful woman with a fox tail. She was actually a fox woman. There was also a girl who was cute and had a pair of snow-white ears. She was a rabbit woman. There were more than 20 beautiful women in the cages. These women were all trembling as they looked at the people around them in horror. "Ladies and gentlemen, these are the first beastkin beauties to be shipped back from the Beastman Empire. They're all beautiful and exotic. Ladies and gentlemen, please buy one and have a taste. It'll be quite interesting." A middle-aged man standing on the stage shouted loudly, which immediately attracted the enthusiastic response of many people. "Beast men are also people. How can they be auctioned?" said Lin Feng gloomily. Even though the beast men and Zhenwu country were at war, it was still a war between countries. Auctioning people was a blasphemy and an insult to life. Long Shiyu said, "This kind of thing can be found in many places. Some high officials and nobles like to buy such high-quality beast men women to train at home." Lin Feng waved his sleeves and turned around to leave. Everybody smiled wryly and followed him. "Patriarch, don't be angry. It's not worth getting angry over something like this." Zhong Leitang persuaded. Lin Feng sighed. "Brothers, please don't blame me." After pausing for a moment, Lin Feng said, "We said that when the orcs invaded the true martial country, blood would flow like rivers and everyone would hate them. But now, look at the borders of the true martial country. Aren't these so-called officials and nobles also bidding for these orc women? I wonder how many beastmen's families will be destroyed. Even beast men should be equal. How can these people trample on the dignity of life?" Long Shiyu and the others didn't say anything and just listened quietly. Lin Feng replied, "I misspoke. Perhaps I shouldn't have stood up for these pitiful beast men." Wang Kuan said, "We understand sect leaders' thoughts, But this kind of thing can't be stopped. In the eyes of many people, some lives are very lowly and can be trampled on as they wish. This world itself is so unfair. That's right, Lin Feng muttered. At this moment, a strong desire suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's heart. How he wanted to turn the Tianwu continent's 3,000 continents into a world of peace, where there was no war, where all lives were respected and everyone was equal. However, in the end, Lin Feng could only smile wryly. Even the ancient era's Saint Emperor couldn't achieve this, what more him? Let's go back, Lin Feng said. Everyone nodded and returned to the Azure Dragon Institute. Back at their residence, Lin Feng took out the green jade stone and said, Fire Chelin, come and take a look. What is this green jade stone? The Fire Chelin narrowed its eyes. I'm sleeping, no time. Aren't you curious? Lin Feng asked. The Fire Chelin was a little curious. It raised its head and looked at the green jade stone in Lin Feng's hand. He suddenly jumped up, his eyes widening as he cried out in shock, What's this? Judging from the Fire Chelin's reaction, this green jade stone was not simple R. The Fire Chelin had already jumped over, saying, Quick, let me see this jade stone. Lin Feng threw the jade stone to the Fire Chelin. The Fire Chelin turned the jade stone over and over, becoming more and more shocked. It's actually this kind of thing, Lin Feng asked. What exactly is this thing? Where did you find it? Are there any other similar jade stones? The Fire Chelin asked instead of answering. I found it in a market. I looked around, and there was only one green jade stone in the store. I bought it because the devil pearl fluctuated a little. Lin Feng explained. The Fire Chelin said, It's not strange for this thing to cause a reaction from the devil pearl. What exactly is this? Lin Feng asked with an itch in his heart. Martial talisman. The Fire Chelin said. Martial talisman? What's a martial talisman? Lin Feng looked at the Fire Chelin in confusion. This was his first time hearing about martial talismans. Have you ever heard of the martial spirit evolution theory? The Fire Chelin looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and said, I've heard that martial spirits are divided into ranks from 1 to 10. Through special treasures, one's martial spirit can evolve. If it's a rank 10 martial spirit, it usually has terrifying abilities. For example, my devouring martial spirit was a rank 10 martial spirit when I took the test. Then, I swallowed some precious treasures and my devouring martial spirit turned into 3, completing its first evolution. The Fire Unicorn nodded and said, Indeed, that's the evolution of your spirit. You're really lucky to have been able to swallow such a powerful medicine and complete the first evolution of your spirit. However, such treasures can only complete the first evolution of your spirit. If you take more treasures, even great Luo celestial pills, you won't be able to complete the second evolution. Lin Feng's expression changed. Didn't you say that my martial spirit could evolve into 10 devouring martial spirits at most? Now that I've only had 3 devouring martial spirits, it can't evolve anymore. I didn't say that your martial spirit can't evolve anymore. I just said that swallowing precious treasures won't allow you to evolve again. The Fire Chelin said, The martial spirit has a great resistance to natural treasures. Even during the first evolution of the martial spirit, 80% of cultivators will fail to evolve after consuming natural treasures. Therefore, I said that you were very lucky to be able to complete the evolution of your martial spirit. The second time you consumed a natural treasure, there was no possibility of evolution at all. If precious treasures can't make a martial spirit evolve, how can it evolve again? Lin Feng was puzzled. The Fire Chelin shook the cyan jade. The secret is here. Martial talismans can make a cultivator's martial spirit evolve again. Chapter 271. Talismans can make one's spirit evolve? Lin Feng's eyes were wide open. If that was the case, wouldn't he have obtained a heaven-defying opportunity? If his spirit evolved again, would there be a fourth one? If there was a fifth black hole, his strength would double. What kind of terrifying combat power would this increase? Don't be happy too early, said the Fire Chelin. Lin Feng looked at the Fire Chelin suspiciously. Said the Fire Chelin. Talismans can make one's spirit evolve, that's true, but the talisman you obtained can't. Why? Lin Feng's facial expression suddenly changed and he couldn't help but ask. Because it's a damaged talisman. Only a complete talisman can make one's spirit evolve again, said the fire Qilin. A damaged talisman? Lin Feng took the talisman and examined it carefully. It was indeed damaged. 2 of its corners were missing. Said the fire Qilin. There are very few talismans in the world. According to legends, there are 81 talismans in total. This should be a bluestone talisman, but it's only the first part. The other 2 parts are missing. Doesn't that mean that even if I have a part of the bluestone talisman, it's useless? The world is so big, where can I find the other 2 parts? Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Finding the second and third parts of the bluestone talisman was extremely difficult. In this vast world, finding 2 talismans would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. No, there are some clues left behind. Look, there are some blurry symbols on the talisman. Copy the symbols on the talisman, said Lin Feng. Said the fire Qilin. All right. Lin Feng nodded. He used the purple-scaled beast's blood to stain the bluestone talisman. Then, he took out a piece of paper and started copying the blurry talismans on the talisman. The purple-scaled beast's blood was very mysterious. It could show some blurry words and drawings. Lin Feng copied some distorted talismans, but they weren't spiritual marks. They seemed to be mysterious words, but Lin Feng had never seen them before. He frowned slightly and asked, "What is the meaning of this scribbled talisman?" The fire Qilin replied, "This is the primordial godly script. It's the script of a godly spirit race, and it has been lost for a long time. Do you recognize the content of these words?" Lin Feng asked. The fire Qilin nodded and said, "The content recorded here is Fire Dragon Mountain." Where was the Fire Dragon Mountain? I've never heard of it. I've never heard of the Fire Dragon Mountain either, but I know of a place called the Fire Dragon Mountain. It's in the southeastern part of the Zhenwu country, between the border of the Tianfeng country and the Zhenwu country. Lin Feng said. Fire Dragon Ridge. The fire Qilin frowned slightly. What the hell is this place? Lin Feng shrugged and said, maybe we can try our luck. The fire Qilin scratched his head and said, if the bluestone talismans are close enough, they should be able to sense each other. That's great. If we can sense it, we might be able to gain something when we reach the Fire Dragon Mountain range, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng said. The fire Qilin curled its lips and said, even if there is a harvest. I'm guessing we've only found the second part of the talisman. We don't know if we'll be able to find the third part of the talisman on the second part, so don't get your hopes up. In the end, there is still hope. Lin Feng said with a smile. He could not wait to rush to the Fire Dragon Ridge because it involved a lot of things. Thinking about it, if Lin Feng really collected all 3 bluestone talismans, he would be able to use the strength of the talismans to make his spirit evolve once again. When the devouring martial spirit was awakened, how terrifying would Lin Feng's combat strength be? Lin Feng couldn't wait to explore the Flaming Dragon Ridge. On the second day, Lin Feng told Long Shiyu and the others that he would be out for a while. During this time, he asked them to take care of the Dragon Gate. Then, he booked a griffin and rode it to the Flaming Dragon Ridge. Meanwhile, when Lin Feng had left, Li Mo Sen had made some discreet inquiries about Lin Feng's whereabouts, so he had written a letter to him. Brother Wu, Lin Feng has left the Azure Dragon Institute recently. According to the news, he's heading to the Flaming Dragon Ridge. I hope Brother Wu can personally kill him. He did not sign his name on the letter. Obviously, Li Merson was very cautious. He had someone send the letter out, and then his face revealed a sinister expression. Little bastard, let's see how you'll die this time. Lin Feng naturally did not know that there was a conspiracy waiting for him. At this moment, he was lying on the griffin's soft fur, basking in the sun. He was very lazy, and this was a rare moment of leisure. The griffin's owner was a middle-aged cultivator in his 40s. His surname was Feng, and because he had a broken leg, people called him Cripple Feng. Cripple Feng said, young master, are you going to the Flaming Dragon Ridge to see someone slay a dragon? Slay a dragon? Lin Feng sat up. The dragon was an extremely powerful creature. Now, there were even many people who regarded the dragon as a god. Even the fire Cheline pricked up its ears to listen. Yes, rumor has it that a fire dragon appeared in the depths of the flaming dragon ridge, and someone wants to slay it. This matter has been spreading like wildfire, and I don't know how many people have been attracted to the flaming dragon ridge. Cripple Feng said. Said Lin Feng. According to legends, 30,000 years ago, a fire serpent appeared in the fire dragon mountain and turned into a dragon. That's how it got its name. But in reality, the fire dragon mountain hasn't had a dragon for tens of thousands of years. Where did this fire dragon come from? Cripple Feng said, I don't know about this kid, but I do know that there are many people coming and going from the flaming dragon town. It's said that some ancient families and even experts from the Holy Lands have come. Then, did anyone really see a fire dragon? Lin Feng continued to ask. This little one is not very clear about this, but this matter has been spreading like wildfire, so it should be true. When young master arrives at the flaming dragon town, ask around carefully, and you might be able to find out if this news is true or not. Cripple Feng said. Lin Feng nodded. 5 days later, finally, they arrived at the flaming dragon ridge. There were continuous volcanoes, and the temperature was extremely high. Flames could even be seen burning in the mountains. From afar, the gigantic mountain ridge looked like a gigantic dragon lying on the ground. Is that the flaming dragon ridge? Lin Feng looked at the flaming dragon ridge in astonishment. He could feel a boundless, majestic, and ancient qi assaulting his face. That's right, young master, that's the flaming dragon ridge. We'll land outside the flaming dragon town. It's only 30 miles away from the flaming dragon ridge. Young master can rest there, Cripple Feng said. All right, let's land outside the flaming dragon town. Lin Feng nodded. An hour later, the griffin landed outside the flaming dragon town. Lin Feng jumped off the griffin and narrowed his eyes, looking in the direction of the flaming dragon town. We're finally here, Lin Feng said. Chapter 272. Inside the fire dragon town, it was very lively. This was the border between the two nations. Since the Zhenwu nation and the Windy nation had established a good relationship, there were cultivators from the two nations coming and going here. Furthermore, the Fire Dragon Town was an important frontier fortress. It was one of the important trading places between the Zhenwu nation and the Windy nation. Candied plums. Ancestral candied plums. 30 copper coins for a bowl. Old Lee's meat buns. Have a look. Try some. Free if there's not enough meat. Candied haws. Candied haws. Kid, give me some candied haws. It's definitely sweet and sour. The entire street was filled with the sound of hawking. Lin Feng asked, what do you think about the fire dragon? The fire Cheline replied, there are 2 types of dragons. One is the Eastern Dragon Tribe, and the other is the Western Dragon Tribe. Oh, Eastern Dragon Tribe? Western Dragon Tribe? Lin Feng looked at the fire Cheline in astonishment. This was the first time he had heard of such a classification of dragons. The Eastern Dragon Tribe is extremely rare, and they are part of the Eastern Divine Dragon Tribe. They are extremely powerful divine beasts. Look at that python. It's a 1,000-year flower flood dragon, and after 10,000 years, it looks very similar to the Eastern Divine Dragon Tribe. Below the Divine Dragon Tribe, there are some Eastern Dragon Tribes with impure bloodlines. Because the Dragon Tribe is addicted to sex, there is a saying that the dragon has 9 sons. Eastern Dragon Tribe. Lin Feng knew that the fire unicorn was talking about dragons from the mountain and sea scriptures. They were all famous dragons from the mountain and sea scripture. However, these dragon tribes were extremely rare, and Lin Feng had never seen one before. They were as rare as the Cheline tribe. The fire Cheline continued, there is another type of dragon tribe, the Western Dragon Tribe. Western Dragon Tribe? What kind of dragon tribe is that? Lin Feng asked in astonishment. The fire Cheline said, rumor has it that on the other side of the endless sea, there is an ancient continent that we call the Western Continent. The Western Dragon Clan is a kind of dragon that flew over from that ancient continent. There are many different kinds of dragons in the Western Dragon Clan. According to the classification of races, there are golden dragons, silver dragons, winged dragons, and so on. The Western Dragon Clan is different from the Eastern Dragon Clan. The Eastern Dragon Clan is incomparably handsome, while the Western Dragon Clan is bloated, like a giant lizard with wings. Phut! Giant lizard with wings? Lin Feng immediately burst out laughing. Isn't this shape too strange? Lin Feng had the impression that dragons were noble and dignified, but that didn't seem to be the case. On the contrary, it was rather comical. The Fire Chelin said, "Don't underestimate the Western Dragon Clan just because they look like Western Dragon Clan. Some of the Western Dragon Clan's powerful bloodlines are not inferior to the Eastern Dragon Clan." Lin Feng the Fire Chelin rolled its eyes and said, "Of course, dragons are powerful existences." Lin Feng said, "There are so many people coming and going in the Fire Dragon Town. I wonder what kind of dragon clan they are. Eastern Dragon Tribe? Or Western Dragon Tribe? I've never heard of a Fire Dragon Tribe in the Eastern Dragon Tribe. That's because the Eastern Dragon Tribe is a water-type dragon tribe. Look, in the legends, the Dragon King can summon clouds and summon rain for a reason. 2 years ago, the giant Flood Dragon Tribe was also able to summon clouds and summon rain. However, the Western Dragon Tribe has all kinds of strange abilities, including lightning, wind, fire, and other attributes. If there really is a dragon tribe this time, I'm guessing that it's a Western Fire Dragon." The Fire Chelin said. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. "That's possible." He walked towards the town, planning to find an inn to stay in before looking for the second bluestone talisman. When he passed by an intersection, he saw a group of people gathered together. He didn't know what was going on, but it looked quite lively. Lin Feng squeezed into the crowd to watch. "Everyone, this is a snake girl. She's 14 years old this year and definitely hasn't been cultivated yet. Once a snake girl grows up, she'll be enchanting and charming. 2 more years and she'll be a delicate beauty. Of course, if you want to buy her, you can cultivate her now. She's tender and tender, so her taste will naturally be different." A big man laughed loudly. He seemed to be a mercenary, and there were a few people around him. Behind the big man, a young girl was curled up and trembling. The young girl's clothes were ragged, but her skin was fair and delicate. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at anyone. She was obviously in extreme fear. "Snake girl?" Lin Feng was surprised. Could it be a beast? But it seemed that there was no such thing as a snake tribe among the beasts. The Fire Chelin whispered, "Snake girls are born from a demonic snake and a human woman. They're usually seductive." At that moment, someone said, "Liu Qiong, what's this snake girl's background? Could she be a descendant of a terrifying demonic snake from deep in the mountains? If we buy her, wouldn't we be courting death?" The cultivator called Liu Qiong said, "We found this snake girl in a village. The villagers saw her as an evil creature and cursed her every day. We asked around and found out that she was born from a woman in the village, but that woman died of an illness 2 years ago. We're saving her from her misery. Now, we're selling her to you so that she can live a good life in the future. We're doing good deeds and accumulating good karma." "Bullshit, you're just trying to make a fortune," many people thought disdainfully. Someone said, "Then make this girl raise her head and let us see if she's a snake girl." "Raise your head." Liu Qiong kicked the snake girl. The snake girl trembled even more violently. "Fuck, you dare not listen to me." Liu Qiong's face sank. He grabbed the snake girl's hair and pulled it back. The snake girl's face appeared in front of everyone. Seeing that face, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Although this snake girl was only 14 years old, her face was exquisite and beautiful. It was like a masterpiece from the heavens. She was so perfect that there wasn't the slightest flaw. She looked no different from a human, but her eyes were different. A human's eyes were black and white, but the snake girl's eyes were dark green. "She really is a snake girl," many people exclaimed. The snake girl trembled violently. Her eyes were filled with innocence as she looked helplessly at everyone. Seeing the snake girl's frightened and helpless eyes, Lin Feng was slightly touched. Liu Qiong loosened his grip on the lamia. The lamia's body curled up into a ball as she trembled in fear. "Haha, not bad. This snake girl is very beautiful. You're called Liu Qiong, right? Are you sure this snake girl is still a virgin?" At that moment, a group of people squeezed through the crowd. The leader was a young man in his 20s. "Young master, we've already checked with the old woman in Fiery Dragon Town. She's definitely a virgin," said Liu Qiong with a mischievous smile. "Haha, this young master likes exotic beauties, and I like young girls who haven't grown up yet. It's more fun to play with them. This young master will buy this lamia. Let's see how she tastes tonight." The young man burst into laughter. "Come, raise your head and let me see." The snake girl trembled. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. You're going to become my woman tonight, and you dare disobey me?" The young man smiled coldly and stretched out his hand to grab the snake girl. He wanted to forcibly raise her face to admire her beauty, but his eyes were filled with lust. Crack! A hand reached out and grabbed the young man's wrist. Following that, a faint laughter rang out. "I've also taken a liking to this snake girl." Chapter 273. "Brat, who are you? How dare you grab this young master? Are you tired of living?" The young master struggled twice but failed to break free. His expression was ugly to the extreme. "Let go of our young master." Several guards shouted coldly, but since their young master was in the young man's hands, they did not dare to act rashly. Lin Feng chuckled, "We're all trying to buy this lamia, not because we're angry." Lin Feng released the young master. The several guards behind the young master wanted to make a move, but the young master was also a shrewd person. Sensing that Lin Feng was not simple, he waved his hand, signaling them not to make a move. "This one is Heavenly Wind Nation's Song family's third young master, Song Xian. How should I address you?" Song Xian said indifferently. "So, he's a descendant of Heavenly Wind Nation's Duke Cheng," someone said in a low voice. Obviously, he had heard of the Song family of the Windy Nation. The Song family's ancestor had followed the Heavenly Wind Nation's founder and conquered a large part of Heavenly Wind Nation. He was conferred the title of Duke Cheng, a hereditary first-grade Grand Duke. In Heavenly Wind Nation, the Song family was definitely a prominent family. "Azure Dragon Institute, Lin Feng." Lin Feng replied. "Azure Dragon Institute? Someone from True Martial Country? But I don't think there's a big family with the surname Lin in True Martial Country, right? He's probably a disciple from a small family." Some people were discussing among themselves. Song Xian had thought that Lin Feng was also a disciple of a big family, so he had a higher opinion of him. But now, it seemed that he was only from a small family, so he did not put him in his eyes. The way he looked at Lin Feng was filled with arrogance. "What? You want to buy it too? You want to compete with this young master?" Song Xian's tone was sarcastic, full of mockery. Lin Feng was not angered by Song Xian's disdain. He said indifferently, "That's right, I want to buy it too. Let's go to the highest bidder." The Fire Chelin shook its head, as if blaming Lin Feng for meddling in other people's business. But it soon nodded as if it was gratified by Lin Feng's action. Lin Feng didn't want to interfere in this matter, but seeing how pitiful the lamia, this young master, Song Xian, after buying her, Lin Feng couldn't stand it. This lamia was only a 14-year-old girl, not yet an adult Song Xian, yet she was already of. Therefore, Lin Feng attacked. Song Xian spat coldly 50,000 gold coins. Song Qiong said of. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. This price was too high. 50,000 gold coins was equivalent to 50 million taels of silver. Many people looked at Liu Qiong and the others with envy, wondering why they weren't lucky enough to meet a lamia. "It's only 50,000 gold coins. I'll give you 100,000 gold coins, and this lamia is mine." Song Xian wanted to show off how rich he was, so he directly doubled the price of the lamia. As expected of Duke Cheng's descendant. The son of an aristocratic family is indeed the son of an aristocratic family. Of course. Don't you know what kind of place Duke Cheng's manor is? It's so rich that it can rival an entire country. As a direct descendant of Duke Cheng, young Master Song naturally doesn't lack money. Many people were discussing this matter. Said Song Xian when he heard everybody's comments. He looked at Lin Feng in a disdainful way. "Hehe, brother Lin, are you able to offer a higher price?" Song Xian asked with a fake smile. Lin Feng said. I can't be bothered to compete with you. I'll take this lamia for 1,000,000 gold coins. What? What? 1,000,000 gold coins? Many people's mouths twitched, and their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Ah! Liu Qiong cried out in surprise. He hurriedly bowed and said, Young master, this lamia is yours. Yours. Lin Feng took out 2 crystal cards and said, Toss them over to Liu Qiong. Liu Qiong checked the cards and said, Young master, here are 2,000,000 gold coins. 2,000,000. Song Xian's mouth twitched violently. He only had 500,000 gold coins on him. Yet, Lin Feng had just casually thrown out 2,000,000 gold coins. This made Liu Qiong feel endless humiliation. His arrogant attitude, tone, and questioning had all been a slap to his own face. When he looked at Lin Feng, he couldn't help but feel jealous and evil. Lin Feng ignored Liu Qiong and squatted down. He gently patted the lamia with his left hand and grabbed her small hand with his right. He looked at the lamia, who was curled up and trembling, and said, It's fine now. Trust me, I won't bully you. The lamia raised her head and looked at Lin Feng. She saw a clean and sunny smile. The lamia's terrified and helpless heart seemed to have found some support in that moment. She couldn't help but grab Lin Feng's hand tightly. Get up and come with me, Lin Feng said. The lamia nodded timidly. She hid behind Lin Feng, her body still trembling slightly. Even now, she was still very afraid of this world. Slap your own face until I'm satisfied. As long as I'm satisfied, the other 1,000,000 gold coins will be yours. Lin Feng said indifferently. Many people's mouths twitched violently again. 1,000,000 gold coins was casually thrown out for these people to slap their own faces. Damn, that was 1,000,000 gold coins. A mountain of 1,000,000 gold coins. Just to see the other party slap their own faces, wasn't this too willful? Many people wanted to kneel in front of Lin Feng and say, Give me 1,000,000 gold coins, and I'll slap my own face however you want. I'll slap. Liu Qiong nodded and bowed, but he was just slapping his own face. Slap, 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 slap. Liu Qiong began to slap his own face fiercely. And you guys? Lin Feng looked coldly at the people around Liu Qiong. We'll slap too. Young master, look, we'll slap now. The other few people nodded and bowed, slapping their own faces one after another. See, these people are nothing to be afraid of. Lin Feng looked at the lamia. The lamia nodded timidly. She looked at Liu Qiong and the others who were slapping their own faces. Originally, these people looked fierce to the girl. But in front of the young master, these people were like dogs. The lamia couldn't help but have an unprecedented feeling of worship for Lin Feng, but even the lamia herself didn't know what that feeling was. She couldn't help but tighten her grip on Lin Feng's hand. Chapter 274. In the inn, the lamia had cleaned herself up and changed into clean clothes. She stood in front of Lin Feng, looking as beautiful as a fairy. However, she was very shy. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Feng. What's your name? Asked Lin Feng. Zi Yuan, said the lamia in a weak voice. Do you have any relatives? Where are they? Asked Lin Feng. Zi Yuan was very smart. When she heard Lin Feng's question, she quickly knelt on the ground and said, Prince, please don't drive me away. I'm willing to stay by your side and serve you, said Lin Feng. Get up. I didn't say I wanted to drive you away. Zi Yuan didn't get up. She sobbed and said, Prince, you asked if I had any relatives. Didn't you want to give me away? Said Lin Feng. No, you're thinking too much. I just wanted to show you some concern. If you don't want to say anything, then don't say anything. Just stay by my side in the future. Thank you, Prince. Zi Yuan stopped crying and smiled. After Zi Yuan left, the fire Chelin said, She's quite clever, but I don't know if keeping her by my side is a blessing or a curse. After all, she's the child of a powerful beast and a human woman. Said Lin Feng. So many years have passed. Why do you need to worry about such things? She's so pitiful. If I don't care about her, she'll have a tragic end. Since I bought her, I'll keep her by my side. The Fire Qilin nodded and stopped talking about Zi Yuanyuan with Lin Feng. He said, "What do you plan to do next?" "When I was sitting on the griffin, I looked down from the sky and discovered that the Fire Dragon mountain range was over 100 miles long. It was surrounded by mountains and dangerous areas. In the depths of the mountains, there were definitely many powerful ferocious beasts. It would not be easy to find a second talisman in a place like this," said Lin Feng. "Of course it won't be easy to find a second talisman in the mountains. Luckily, you have the first talisman. If you get close to the second talisman, I'm sure the two talismans will sense each other," said the Fire Qilin. "I hope so." Lin Feng nodded. The next day, the sunlight penetrated through the window into the room. The warm sunlight sprinkled on his body. Lin Feng couldn't help but open his eyes. He stretched comfortably. It had been a long time since he had slept so comfortably. Creak. The door opened and Zi Yuan walked in with a basin of water. She said, "Young master, the water is ready. Would you like to wash up?" "All right." Lin Feng got up and finished washing himself with Zi Yuanyuan's help. "Breakfast is here. Do you want to eat now?" Zi Yuan asked. "You go out first, I'll come out later," Lin Feng said. "Yes." Zi Yuan answered and walked out. This Zi Yuanyuan was rather obedient. After breakfast, Lin Feng and the Fire Qilin went out together. Lin Feng first went to a bookstore to buy a map of the Flaming Dragon Ridge. At this time, a few cultivators also entered the bookstore. They heard these cultivators talking as they walked. It said that a fire dragon really did appear in the depths of the Flaming Dragon Ridge. Someone seems to have seen a huge creature surrounded by flames. It must be a fire dragon. Some people from ancient organizations have appeared. They've already gone to investigate. It said that experts from several holy lands have come. They want to slay the dragon and take its heart. The heart of a fire dragon is the main ingredient for refining the immortality pill. An immortality pill can extend one's lifespan by 5,000 years. It's just that the heart of a fire dragon is hard to find. It's no wonder that experts from ancient holy lands have appeared. The group stopped talking about the map and said, "Boss, give each of us a map of the Flaming Dragon Ridge. The more detailed, the better." "All right. Please wait a moment, sirs," the shop owner said with a smile. Due to the high number of cultivators visiting the shop, business had improved as well. Naturally, he was all smiles. Lin Feng and the Fire Qilin returned to the tavern. He studied the terrain of the Flaming Dragon Ridge. There were continuous mountains, and the terrain was dangerous. There were also many volcanoes scattered around. The rocks in some places were brittle, and if one wasn't careful, they might fall into an underground world of lava. Lin Feng said, "Tomorrow, I plan to enter the Flaming Dragon Ridge and search for the Bluestone Talisman." "All right, go ahead." "I won't go with you," the Fire Qilin said. All right, just wait here," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. The next day, Lin Feng told Zi Yuan that he would enter the Flaming Dragon Ridge to do some business. He asked Zi Yuan to stay in the tavern and also asked the Fire Qilin to take care of Zi Yuan. He didn't know if the Fire Qilin was reliable. Lin Feng then headed towards the Flaming Dragon Ridge. Actually, many people had entered the Flaming Dragon Ridge along the way. They were probably there to watch the experts from the ancient Holy Lands slay dragons. This kind of thing was hard to come by in 10,000 years. Naturally, it would arouse the interest of many people. Lin Feng was also very interested. If he wasn't looking for the second Bluestone Talisman, Lin Feng would probably have gone to watch the experts from the ancient Holy Lands slay dragons. However, Lin Feng had more important things to do now. Lin Feng entered the Flaming Dragon Ridge. He didn't have a good idea now. He could only walk around the Flaming Dragon Ridge and see if the first Bluestone Talisman had any reaction. Lin Feng was resting in front of a small stream when a dozen figures rushed over from afar. "Young master, there's a small stream ahead. Let's rest there," one of the guards said. "All right." The young master who was being protected by the guards nodded. One of the guards went to the stream to fetch some cool water for the young master to drink. The group soon arrived at the stream. When the young master saw Lin Feng, he was surprised. "It's you." The young master who was being escorted by a group of guards was none other than Song Xian, the descendant of Duke Cheng, who had competed with Lin Feng for Zi Yuan. Lin Feng nodded and said, "So it's Brother Song. It seems that Brother Song wants to enter the Flaming Dragon Ridge to watch the ancient Holy Land slay dragons." Song Xian sneered and said, "Aren't you afraid of me?" "Why should I be afraid of you?" Lin Feng shrugged. "You dare to compete with me for a woman? You actually aren't afraid of me after meeting me in the wilderness. You have some guts." Song Xian's expression was indifferent. "It's a fair competition. Could it be that Brother Song is jealous of me?" Lin Feng said indifferently. "No one has ever been able to snatch something from me," Song Xian said coldly. Song Xian said coldly as a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Lin Feng frowned. It seemed that Song Xian wasn't going to let the matter rest. Lin Feng naturally wasn't afraid of Song Xian. He just didn't want to cause trouble. However, if trouble came, he wouldn't care. "Brother Song, what do you mean?" Lin Feng asked coldly. Chapter 275. Ha 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 ha. Song Xian suddenly burst into laughter. He glared coldly at Lin Feng and sneered. "What a fool. Even now, you still don't know what I'm going to do. If you know what's good for you, hand over all your treasures and crystal cards, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, this will be your burial ground." Song Xian was confident that he could defeat Lin Feng just because he had the advantage in numbers. What kind of person was Lin Feng? Even though Lin Feng wasn't the kind of person to cause trouble, he was still a person of great importance. If anyone dared to provoke him, they would definitely meet a tragic end. Just your threats are enough for you to die 10 times over. However, on account of the heavens' benevolence, if you kneel down and apologize, I'll spare you. Lin Feng pointed at Song Xian as he spoke. "What is that brat saying? He wants young master to kneel down?" The guards beside Song Xian were dumbfounded. None of them had expected Lin Feng to say such words to Song Xian. This brat was alone. On the other hand, they had more than a dozen people on their side. These guards had followed Song Xian for a long time, and they understood his personality. At this moment, they were all staring at Lin Feng as though they were looking at a dead man. "This brat is dead for sure, and he will die a miserable death." Song Xian's face immediately darkened. Someone actually dared to ask him to kneel down? That brat was courting death. Song Xian stared coldly at Lin Feng and sneered. "Brat, you're really courting death. Since you're courting death, I don't mind ending your life right here and now. Kneel down, and I'll spare your life. I won't give you a third chance," said Lin Feng coldly. He looked indifferent. Song Xian's face contorted in anger. "Brat, you're courting death, aren't you? I won't kill you right away. I'll torture you so much that you'll wish you were dead. You'll kneel before me like a dog and beg for mercy," Song Xian sneered. Lin Feng looked at Song Xian coldly. This brat no longer had a chance. "What are you waiting for? Do it," Song Xian bellowed coldly. "Yes, sir." Immediately, more than a dozen guards rushed toward Lin Feng, all of them wearing hideous smiles. "Brat, how dare you offend our young master? You must be tired of living." The guard who took the lead had a sinister look on his face. He threw a punch at Lin Feng. This guard was quite powerful. He was at the 10th celestial layer of the martial master realm and could definitely be considered an expert. However, his opponent was an expert like Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered and threw a punch. Bang! Suddenly, the two sides fiercely collided with each other, followed by a cracking sound. The rest of the guards saw that the arm of the first guard who attacked Lin Feng was directly broken. Then, Lin Feng's fist ruthlessly smashed into the guard's chest. Catcher! The guard's chest directly caved in. His sternum was broken by Lin Feng's punch. His body flew out like a kite with a broken string and fell to the ground. He was already dead. He was killed by Lin Feng with a single punch. This brat is savage. Let's attack together. Seeing the first guard killed by Lin Feng with a single punch, the rest of the guards' faces changed. Someone shouted loudly and more than a dozen people rushed forward. Su. However, Lin Feng's speed was too fast. He disappeared like an afterimage. He rushed into the crowd and threw out punch after punch. Bang, bang, bang. Muffled sounds of collisions rang out one after another. One after another, the guards were sent flying by Lin Feng. Horrible shrieks were unceasingly spreading in the air. Lin Feng had killed them in one strike. He killed a guard with a single punch. Those guards were extremely strong, but in front of Lin Feng, there was a huge difference between them and Lin Feng. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 guards died. The remaining 6 or 7 were so scared that their faces turned pale, not daring to go forward. "Young master, leave quickly," a few guards shouted with pale faces. At this moment, how could they dare to continue fighting with Lin Feng? As for the haughty Song Xian, he had long been scared half to death. Song Xian was originally a second-generation young master. Although he was also a 7th-layer martial master, in front of Lin Feng, he was too weak. Song Xian saw that his 10th-layer martial master guards were killed by Lin Feng with a single punch, let alone him. At this moment, how could he dare to stay? He turned around and ran. Lin Feng sneered, "If I want to kill someone, they definitely won't be able to escape." He jumped 40 to 50 meters. His speed was too fast. In an instant, he was in front of Song Xian. "Kill him, hurry up and kill him," Song Xian shouted in fear. Buzz. The guards immediately used their flying swords. Song Xian was indeed worthy of being a young master of a large aristocratic family. He actually had treasures like flying swords. Flying swords. Killing through the air. 5 flying swords quickly flew towards Lin Feng. They were extremely fast. In such a short distance, even Lin Feng didn't have time to dodge. The 5 flying swords were already flying towards him. "Haha, brat, let's see how you'll die." Seeing the 5 flying swords about to kill Lin Feng, Song Xian shouted excitedly. It was as if he could see Lin Feng being dismembered by the flying swords. Clang, 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 clang. However, when the 5 flying swords landed on Lin Feng's body, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The 5 flying swords were unable to break through Lin Feng's defense. Lin Feng's physical body had already reached the level of a yin-yang realm expert. Ordinary flying swords wouldn't be able to break through Lin Feng's defense. Only flying swords at the spirit level could kill Lin Feng. How is this possible? Song Xian and the others roared in disbelief. Those were flying swords, while Lin Feng was just a body of flesh and blood. Flying swords. They couldn't break through his body of flesh and blood. Seeing this, Song Xian and the others were almost scared to death. Lin Feng stretched out his right hand and suddenly grabbed the 5 flying swords. Lin Feng grabbed them. Then, with a slight shake of his wrist, the 5 flying swords flew out. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of tearing flesh could be heard. The 5 flying swords pierced through the chests of the 5 cultivators. The 5 cultivators fell to the ground, completely dead. "Ah, don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I can give you endless wealth and countless beauties. Please don't kill me." Song Xian fell to his knees with a thump. His face was as pale as a sheet. His entire body was trembling. "I told you to kneel and beg for your life, but you didn't cherish it. It's too late to beg for mercy now." Lin Feng sneered. He stepped forward and slapped at Song Xian. The slap landed on Song Xian's head. Catcher! Song Xian's neck broke. Song Xian fell to the ground, twitched a few times, and died. Lin Feng took the storage rings of these people, burned their corpses with heavenly fire, and quickly left this place. However, Lin Feng didn't see that in the forest, 2 pairs of sinister eyes were watching everything that was happening. Chapter 276. Is it that brat? One of the 2 cultivators hiding in the dark, a cultivator with a scar on his face, said the other one while taking out a scroll. On the scroll was Lin Feng's face. "That's right, it's him. He's the one who killed the young commander," said the other cultivator fiercely. "Go back and report to the commander that we've found Lin Feng. I'll follow that brat. Don't let him get away," said the scar-faced man. "Be careful," said the other cultivator. "Don't worry." The scar-faced man nodded. The other cultivator quickly left while the scar-faced man followed Lin Feng silently. The scar-faced man was quite good at following people. Lin Feng didn't notice him at all. Lin Feng found another place to rest. He was a decisive person. Since Song Xian and the others wanted to die, they couldn't blame him for being ruthless. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and took out their spatial rings. He checked them carefully. There were a total of 7 flying swords that were magic tools. They were worth a lot and were worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Lin Feng put them away. When night fell, the sound of wolves howling could be heard in the forest. On a mountain peak not far away, a pack of wolves howled at the moon. It's the great forest wolves. Lin Feng saw the huge pack of wolves in the distance. The great forest wolves were extremely powerful. An adult great forest wolf could grow up to 10 meters tall. The Wolf King's strength could even reach the level of a human martial king. If they obtained a fortuitous encounter, they could transform into a demon. They would be able to transform into monsters and know how to transform. At that time, they would be equivalent to human yin-yang cultivators. After the pack of wolves howled at the moon, they jumped down from the mountain and started hunting at night. Many fierce beasts in the forest fled in all directions. No matter where they are, wolves are a race that countless creatures avoid. Lin Feng quickly jumped onto a tree. If he was discovered by the wolves, he would be in trouble. Rustle. Suddenly, Lin Feng's ears twitched. He heard the sound of something moving quickly. He couldn't help but look into the distance. There was only darkness, and he couldn't see anything. Moreover, the soft sound quickly disappeared. Not long after, a pack of wolves appeared. Their roars shook the heavens as they charged into the distance. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they managed to avoid the pack of wolves. The next morning, the forest was in a mess. Lin Feng saw the bones of many fierce beasts. They should be the fierce beasts that were killed by the wolf pack. The meat was eaten, leaving only the bones. After passing through a valley, Lin Feng increased his speed and disappeared into the valley. Scarface rushed into the valley, but Lin Feng had already disappeared without a trace. Damn it, I lost him. Scarface's expression was extremely gloomy. However, at this moment, a cold voice came from outside the forest. Who are you? Why are you following me? Scarface was startled. He turned around and saw Lin Feng walking in from outside the valley. He knew that he had been tricked by Lin Feng. Scarface was someone who had seen a lot. He said, "Little brother, you must be joking. In this vast forest, it's normal for you to take a path. Little brother, why do you think I'm following you? It was you last night, right?" said Lin Feng, smiling coldly. "I didn't notice you at first. I have to admit that you're quite good at hiding. But yesterday, when the wolves appeared, the beasts fled. You quickly found a place to hide. Even though your movements were subtle, I still noticed you. At first, I thought you were a ferocious beast, but then I realized something was wrong. Ferocious beasts don't just hide after one attack. At that moment, I knew someone was watching you." Scarface said, "I don't know what you're talking about. If you don't speak, you'll die." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Scarface sneered, "Little brat, you're quite alert. However, it's still not certain who will win." Lin Feng sneered, "What? You're not going to hide anymore? You're just a piece of trash from the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Group. How do you know I'm from the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Group?" Scarface's expression changed abruptly. "Aura." Lin Feng narrowed his eyes at Scarface. "I can sense the Heavenly Wolf's aura on your body. Aren't these bloodthirsty wolves raised by the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Group?" Lin Feng's mouth twitched. "Little brat, your perception is quite strong. No wonder even the young captain wasn't your match. I wanted to wait for the captain to arrive so that we could surround and kill you. That way, I would have a 90% chance of killing you, but now that you've recognized me, I'll be the one to kill you." "It's the same." Scarface sneered. "You think you can kill me? Against someone like you, I can easily crush you with one hand," said Lin Feng disdainfully. "You're about to die and you still dare to talk big. Today, I'll show you how strong I am." Scarface jumped up and with a swoosh, he drilled into the ground and disappeared without a trace. Earth evasion technique. Lin Feng was astonished. Wu Ming of the Dragon's Gate also had an earth evasion technique. Lin Feng had seen Wu Ming use it before. That earth evasion technique was very mysterious. When one drilled into the ground, they would be unobstructed. It was the best way to escape and launch sneak attacks. No, it must be a spirit. I just sensed that his spirit was violently fluctuating. That kind of earth evasion technique must have been activated by his spirit. It's not a secret technique. This spirit is really strange. There's even a spirit that can use earth evasion technique. Lin Feng quickly sensed that something was wrong. He was slightly surprised. Swoosh. Suddenly, a cold light appeared behind him. Scarface came out of the ground. He appeared behind Lin Feng with a sharp dagger in his hand. He wanted to stab Lin Feng in the chest. Bzzz. Scarface's blade was about to pierce through Lin Feng's chest, but suddenly, an empty space magnetic field appeared and sealed Scarface's movements. Ah! Why can't I move? Scarface was smiling ferociously. He was terrified. The unknown was the scariest thing. Lin Feng turned around and looked at Scarface indifferently. He said, "That's my spirit. Spare my life. Spare my life. I'm willing to serve you for the rest of my life. Please spare my life." Scarface begged. He didn't want to die. If he had known that Lin Feng was so terrifying, he wouldn't have fought with him. He would have used earth evasion technique to escape. But there were no IFS in the world. "You don't deserve to be my servant," said Lin Feng with a cold smile. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed Scarface's dagger. Slash. The dagger cut through Scarface's neck. Blood gushed out. Scarface fell to the ground and twitched a few times before he died.